Good morning. Welcome to our Board of Supervisors meeting for October, what is today? 15th?
20th.
19th, 20th? October 20th? They're all kind of running together right about now. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, have any board announcements? Anybody would like to make an announcement? Okay. So could I have public comments then? Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the consent agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. Public comments, please.
I'm from Valley Springs. I gave you all one of these here. I don't know if you've seen it yet or not. But anyway, I was at the courthouse the other day and I pulled this up, and it's the developer at Olive Orchard Road is a dissolved corporation. I don't know if you people know that or not. That the main thing I was wanting to talk was a gentleman from that same organization here last week, and he pointed out that no one that lived up there responded to anything towards the amendment that he wanted to get to his permit. Well, so I went to the planning department because I thought that was interesting. And then I found out none of them were notified that this was being done. And they keep a record of people they noticed that they notified. So I thought that was interesting that they were saying that no one responded, but of course the planning department was relying on the developer to give the names of to them on who purchased the property up there, and he forgot to do that apparently. Thank you.
No, sir. This is a construction defect lawsuit. What does that have to do with the issue?
Well, what it has to do is I pointed right there. It's just that
no, it says on the back construction defect.
You asked me a question, sir. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Okay.
The reason I gave this to you is just to bring to your attention, which you'll notice I underlined it and marked it. It's a dissolved corporation. And we've been dealing, and I just bring to your attention that this corporation is dissolved that's been dealing with.
Thank you.
I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Obviously.
That's the reason it's underlined marked.
Thank you.
Joe Kelly from the Unrepresented Area of District 1. The Board of Supervisors, Calaveras County, December 20, 2004, Resolution 04-361. A resolution approving tentative subdivision tract map 2003-157. There are the necessary statements regarding Planning Commission activities and Planning Commission recommendations. The Board of Supervisors entered into a legally binding contract with CRV Enterprises, Inc., based on findings and conditions, including were Planning Department Conditions 6 and 7 regarding Olive Orchard Road off-site improvements. The Subdivision Map Act, Section 66473.5, requires subdivisions, including design and improvement, to be consistent with the general plan. The issue is addressed extensively. There is a 2003-157 zoning amendment and tentative subdivision tract map for CRV Enterprises, Inc., an LLC, mitigation measures and monitoring program. It was passed. There is no doubt a contract was created, but with whom? CRV Enterprises? A subsequent resolution, 07125, June 6, 2007, authorizing execution of the subdivision agreement and approving the final map for Olive Orchard Estates, tract 2003-157, as in Resolution 04361. Resolution 07125 disclosed the 1.044 $1,044,735,000 security for the road improvements. That is down from almost $1.25 million. Signed and sealed documents, all is well, except the agreement signed by the chairman of the Board of Supervisors and CRV Enterprises, Inc., C. Ryan Voorhees, paragraph 10, assignments. This contract shall not be assignable by subdivider without the written consent of the county. Was the contract violated by CRV Enterprises? 1. The preliminary public report standard subdivision states name of applicant, Valley Springs Gold Creek, Inc., a California corporation. Tract map and number, Olive Orchard Estates, Units 1 and 2. Advertised name, Olive Orchard. Department of Real Estate, file number 119295SA SOO. Issue date September 8, 2006. Expiration June 1st, 2007. 2. Final subdivision public report standard in the matter of the application, Old Golden Oaks, LLC, a California limited liability company, and Valley Springs Gold Creek, Inc., a California corporation. File 119295SA FOO, issued August 8, 2007, expires August 7, 2012. Tract 2003-157, Olive Orchard Estates, Units 1 and 2, a.k.a. Olive Orchard Estates. 3. Final subdivision public report standard. In the matter of Golden Oaks, LLC, a California limited liability company, and Valley Springs Gold Creek, Inc., a California corporation, file 119295SA A101, issued August 8, 2007, amended and renewed October 20, 2014, expires October 19, 2019. Where? This is the questions, folks. Where is the paragraph 10 assignments approval documents by the county for assignment from CRV Enterprises to Old Golden Oaks, LLC, and Valley Springs Gold Creek, Inc., as disclosed in the file 119295SA SOO, Department of Real Estate Subdivisions, file 119295SA FOO, Department of Real Estate of the State of California, and file 119295SA A101, Bureau of Real Estate of the State of California. Somewhere somebody got messed up. That's why the people weren't notified up there. None of the public reports disclosed the issue of contractual off-site improvements. Why weren't they disclosed? It should have been. The last interesting piece of information, the California Secretary of State search results for CRV Enterprises entity C201-2244, date file 2997, status, dissolved. Entity name, CRV Enterprises, agent for Inc., agent for service process, C. Ryan Voorhees. The United States Department of Interior has been notified as to the endangered species document submission not being included in the county's processing. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife have been given a copy of the Department of Interior's letter. The Planning Department now has copies of the 3 public reports and the dissolution search results of CRV Enterprises.
Thank you, Mr.
Supervisor Oliveira, would you like to reconsider bringing this issue back to the Board of Supervisors based on this information? I understand what he's doing, sir.
Thank you
You
very much.
you people disregard what we have to say and don't give a damn.
Okay.
And until
Thank
you
you, sir.
get your stuff together,
Okay,
there's
Mr.
going to
Kelly.
be...
Have a seat,
Thank
sir.
you. Are you going to answer the question, sir?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. All right. Any other public comments?
Lisa Mutertees. I just went to a meeting last night for the White Pines Park Committee in Arnold, and they have been working on a lease agreement for between CCWD and our county. This has been going on for several months, and they are getting in a frustrated mode because they have a grant that required them to have a 10-year agreement between the county to receive that grant for the playground equipment. So they could not be here today. The president actually broke her hip, so she's still healing, and they had asked that I please bring it to your attention that we'd like to see that lease progress. We know that CCWD and our county has met and discussed it, but the fire hit. They're not unsympathetic to the fire victims, but they also want to be able to continue on with the business that they're trying to attend to. So they would like to request that that please be addressed at some point in the future soon, because it's been going on for about 8 months. Thank you.
Hi, Michael Krillage from Paloma. I don't know if this would, I was going to talk about what Calaveras Grome's doing, but, so would I say it now or?
This is great. You can do it at our update if you'd like, or you can do it now too.
Okay, I'll just do it now.
Wait a minute. So it's part of, it's not a part of our plan, but it is what they're doing for the recovery. To get more time, I think.
If it's an item that's before the board, then it would happen during the one item. If they are outside of the county and they want to speak to the board,
Wait, go ahead.
Just go ahead.
If it's regarding the update of the Butte fire, I would recommend that it be done during the update number 1 item rather than during public comment. It does allow for additional time to actually do a
I just want
thorough
to make
analysis
sure.
or a thorough update.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get time.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Good morning, Bill McManus, the Calaveras Project. First of all, I'd like to thank our County Council, Megan Stedfeld, for arranging for the update from RCRC at the last meeting. It was very informative. I couldn't help but hear something along the line that our County Council was in line to succeed somebody or maybe going someplace. If that's true, I wish you good luck and good fortune. And I don't blame you for taking a better job. Along those lines, with AB 266, Mr. Smith from RCRC made it very clear on many occasions that there is an opt-out provision from 266 for cities and counties, all jurisdictions in California. I've always encouraged the county to consider that opt-out option or choice. Especially in light of what we have going on in the county with the fire, general plan, asphalt plant, Olive Road. I mean, the list goes on and on. And why the county would want to go down the AB 266 rabbit hole right now is a little beyond me. I don't know that this county is ready to take on something like that is so involved with so many state agencies, enforcement. We have to increase manpower and expertise in this county to even try to deal with it. I would remind this board that we have 2 illegal marijuana dispensaries in Valley Springs that have been operating for years. They have been the subject of lawsuits from Calaveras County against them. They have been before the Planning Commission to have their permit applications heard and denied. Upon appeal, both of them lost at the Board of Supervisors, and their permits were denied. And yet to this day, they are still operating without any permits, without any supervision, and that's 2 small shops in Valley Springs. When you take on AB 266 and have to start dealing with 17 different types of license holders and all of the interaction between them, without being able to deal effectively on the backside and actually enforce 266, I would encourage you to consider the opt-out solution. Give us a couple years to get through the Butte fire, some other things, elections, everything else. You can always go down the hole later if you want. But for right now, you may want to consider sitting back and see how 266 shakes out for other counties around the state before you not only touch but embrace tar money.
Okay, any other public comments, please? Okay. So we'll move on to our regular agenda. Admin.
Good morning, Brian Moss, County Administration. This item before you today is provided for an update for the Board of Supervisors, specifically really from your task force members that we talked about last week as to what's being done in the recovery process for the Butte incident. In addition, to that, what you're going to be seeing on a weekly basis, and I sent out a kind of a rough draft last night to the board, is something called EEIs, or Essential Elements of Information. We are working on a format that you're going to see that you'll become familiar with as soon as it's developed. Again, yesterday was the first day we actually met down at the area field office with FEMA and Cal OES to develop this process, to keep the board informed. And so today what you will be hearing from a Public Works Department, Environmental Health, and as well as Building and others. So County Council is also included in that as well. Something else I'd like to share with the board before we go on, and that is we received an email yesterday from the Small Business Administration, people that are working just on the other side of that wall there. And as of yesterday, they had received 127 disaster loan applications and from individuals and businesses, and 120 home loan and 7 business loan applications. They've approved 19 home loans for a total of $2.6 million in Calaveras County as of yesterday morning. And the disaster recovery centers in San Andreas, Mount Ranch, and Railroad Flat have seen more than 1,100 visitors since they opened. So they also are expecting to increase, see those numbers increase, especially on the approval end of it, as they move along. So I just wanted to let the board know that that's something that's working very, very well, and we're very happy about that. So again, you'll be seeing EEIs come to you. Generally, you will be receiving them on a Monday afternoon or Monday evening. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to the department heads who'd like to give their specific updates. So thank you. Yes, sir.
Question, sir.
Yes, sir.
If we should have questions, do we contact your department or do we contact our PIO?
Depending on what the question is, I know if our PIO has something that they've sent out and you have an inquiry, it's certainly fine to contact them. I would recommend that you contact our office, either Mary Rose or myself, and we can certainly pass that on.
So this report is generated by your office?
It is actually generated down at the area field office. That's actually where it's generated. So it's generated by your team leaders.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Ryan, maybe you would like to introduce the PIO since he's sitting here in the audience.
Oh, yes. Sharon Torrance. We brought Sharon back as extra hire. She was the PIO for CAL FIRE for many, many, many years. As a matter of fact, this is all TMI, I understand, but I have a photograph from the 2001 Darby fire where several of us are in there, including myself and Sharon. So I had actually dark hair and actually had hair in those days. Anyway, so thank you for being here, Sharon. I'll turn it over to the department heads.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Unwrapping my brain here. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Department, Calaveras County. Fire started September 10th, was deemed contained on October 1st. It burned over 72,000 acres, 12,000 of which was BLM land, 60,000 or so which was private lands. About 5% of the fire occurred in Amador County on the north side of the South Fork of the McCullough River. Immediately following the fire, and actually during the last few days of the suppression efforts, a post-fire emergency watershed response team was deployed to determine burn severity throughout the fire, to determine risk levels in terms of sediment flows, debris flows, and subsequent rainstorms, and also to look for and identify potential threats to life, property, and infrastructure within the burn area. That report was completed on October 12th and distributed after being vetted. The report contains information on areas that we need to keep a very close eye on in terms of potential mud, debris, and flood flows. And it also identified 26 specific areas of potential threat to life, property, infrastructure. Together, CAL FIRE, various departments at the county, and NRCS have taken on the task of mitigating some of those areas that we believe we can help. Specifically, there are 4 to 5 structures that are potentially in future harm's way that we are working with NRCS for mitigation, for prevention of further damage to these structures in flooding because they're still potentially habitable. And if they're not habitable, we will be looking to clean them up in advance of a potential flood coming through that structure. The bigger picture of this report, of course, is that it gives us a basis for identifying what we would do in second and third and fourth phases of fire response. The second phase of fire response really concerns many of our resource agencies, such as State Fish and Wildlife Service, together with CAL FIRE, to start looking at our surface waters and what their risk levels are, and then making recommendations concerning how to mitigate or protect those resources within the fire areas. I'll get back to this in just a bit. I'd like to talk a little bit about public infrastructure. We have 81 miles of county roads that are within the burn area. We took on a significant amount of damage to those roads. We lost signs. We lost some areas of pavement. Of course, we had some culvert damage, and we have the potential for relatively small rainstorms to trigger mud and debris flows that will plug culverts, as happened to us on Saturday with the small amount of rain that we received. So my county crews have been working approximately 80 to 85% of their resource allocated time on fire recovery efforts to keep the roads open, removing hazard trees that have a potential to fall into or onto the roadways, and to clean and protect culvert inlets, and then, of course, respond to the small debris flows that we've had on county roads due to the relatively early and small rain events that we've had. These efforts will continue. Public Works has gone out and summarized and categorized initial assessments of damage to county roads, put approximate numbers to those using Caltrans data, and then filed a report with Caltrans to receive funding in the emergency recovery program that is sponsored by the Federal Highway Administration. I have submitted damages in excess of $8 million to them, and they are processing that, and we are working forward through that ER program for repairs and recovery of damage to county roads. In addition, through Cal OES and FEMA, we have now been notified that we are available to receive public assistance funding that can also be deployed towards roads and public infrastructure, and we will be receiving our initial briefing on that on the 28th of this month in October. There are additional funds.
Excuse me, Jeff.
Yes.
You said that you were just notified about some funding available for public assistance from Cal OES and FEMA?
Yes.
And so you guys are going to have a meeting on the 28th about what that is?
Yeah, I'm actually continuing to meet with these people several times a week to get the county in as good a position as we can possibly be in doing as much advanced work as we can in advance of the meeting on the 28th. So at the meeting on the 28th, I can turn in our assistance request forms, and I've got worksheets for potential projects for funding. So we're doing everything that we can to get in front of that funding stream.
So I know that you've been interested in pushing for the erosion control and the damage and all of that. Ever since actually the first day that this fire started, I know you've been doing that. So, I mean, is there any particular reason why we're delayed to now for this?
I wouldn't call it delayed. I would say that we are victims of the funding and the programmatic process that occurs in these events. And so nothing really starts until after suppression activities have been completed. Immediately following suppression activities, various agencies, depending on ownership of land, whether it's federal land by Forest Service, federal land by BLM, or whether it's state responsibility area, that would be the private lands within this fire, have their own tasks that they must do. The post-watershed emergency response team report is one of those. There is a report that I am expecting to see tomorrow or Friday from BLM on what they are going to be deploying on their 12,000 acres of land. And I must use the data out of those reports to then justify my request for assistance. The Butte Fire is a little bit unique in California because it's one of the first fires that has a majority of the lands burned as private lands as opposed to public lands. And historically, there haven't been funding streams for emergency response or mitigation for potential mudslides as a result of a fire burn area, unless we document it carefully in advance. So, for example, the emergency response program through federal highways on county roads will allow me to repair immediate damage from the fire. I cannot deploy preventative mitigation measures from what I think is going to happen. And so what I must do is document where I anticipate I'm going to take damage, photograph it, so as soon as the damage occurs, I can then have a direct nexus to the funding stream to allow me to recover from that specific location. Yeah. So it's a matter of us learning how we fit within funding streams and current programs.
I was in a meeting on Friday that said, at least I heard, that there was a mitigation process for future preventative mitigation efforts.
And that is true. There are two programs that I know of right now. One of them is through the county's local hazard mitigation plan that we are in the process of doing final edits on and getting it in front of the board for approval. It has been conditionally approved by FEMA and Cal OES. That allows us to go and tap into emergency funding. So many of the projects that I see, the larger projects, watershed projects that you're speaking of, will become a part of the emergency mitigation program so that we can then get hazard mitigation, ERHM, emergency response hazard mitigation funding to support those larger programs on private lands. The second funding stream for this is a brand new program that came to the county, and I had a meeting on that last Thursday, which is also a hazard mitigation funding program through FEMA. It has certain restrictions on it. It is a $441,000 grant with a $147,000 match. The match can be made in kind through donations, through labor, through volunteers. And so I am also in the process of putting together that application that I think should be accepted, and then we can then begin deploying those monies out. And that is another vehicle that I can use on private lands with the nexus from the reports that have been generated to mitigate hazards that we think are coming.
So, how the heck do you do all this stuff?
I'm not sure.
That's what I want to know.
Okay.
In my mind, you should have some help.
Help is on the way. I've had help. I asked for immediate mutual aid. I've had a number of engineers come into the county to help me for a week at a time. I've given each one of them discrete assignments related to the fires, and they've been completing those assignments before they disappear. In the process now of negotiating a longer-term aid, I've made a request through Caltrans to give me people that can help manage and execute the federal highway emergency recovery program as well as public assistance because they are experienced in this and they know which forms to fill out, which acronyms to use, and they also know how to repair the damage that we've already identified. So that will be a large help. to me. I have a conference call, I hope, today on that. And so it just takes a little bit of time to put the structures in place and the people in place to be able to recover from an event this size. I mean, we are talking about 117 miles of burned area, which is more than a tenth of the county.
So why don't you just go ahead and finish, and then I'll ask all my questions at the end.
Okay. I've also early on been identified as the task lead for the watershed recovery. In the watershed recovery, I've broken it up into areas of major concern so we can hopefully identify teams that will respond to each of these areas. The areas are as follows: reservoirs. I have New Hogan in harm's way, and I also have Part E in the way. Part E is fed by the North Fork of the McCulmney, and New Hogan, of course, fed by the Middle and North Fork of the Calaveras River. I also have major drainages that are part of those water systems and that are outside of those water systems. Major drainages such as Jesus Maria Creek, Salamander Creek, Murray Creek, and even the small drainage along Mountain Ranch Road coming. It misses the area of San Andreas, but it's still at risk. I've got local drainages, which would be much smaller, potentially ephemeral or seasonal creeks that are in harm's way, and those also may or may not include, depending on where they're located, some of the privately dammed ponds on private lands. Obviously, the watershed is part of our road systems that feed to those road systems, especially those roads that are running at the bottom of drainages. And then, of course, the private land mitigation. And that will fall into several categories, including how do we handle and treat burned trees, how do we mitigate lost forest, how do we essentially repopulate the watershed for protection against future flows. So while those are areas under my purview, it's obvious that it's a much larger task than one person or even a team of 5 can be expected to do. So I am continuing to reach out to populate and staff that particular watershed task force. And tomorrow afternoon I will be in Sacramento meeting with the Butte and Valley Fire larger watershed task force to see how I can fit into their program as well. And that would make my efforts much easier. Okay. Yeah. The third area of concern from my perspective is that we know that rain is coming. The season has already demonstrated early and often, and there are predictions of higher than normal rainfall events coming to the county. Those necessarily will trigger debris flows, mudslides, and a fairly dangerous situation. As a result, I am also encouraging the formation through the SO, the county OES response, so that we can plan for the emergency and we can then also deploy to recover from the emergency. Things that are as simple as the deployment of sand and gravel bagging stations throughout the county, where we can provide facilities that residents can come and get their sand and gravel bags depending on what they want to deploy, as well as reverse 911 call-outs to people who are still populating the burned areas, and the ability to quickly respond to flood areas that we know. I'm working with BLM and the National Weather Service to deploy additional rain gauges outside of the burn area that will give us earlier and more complete information so that our predictions will be more accurate, so that we can be ready for this event. And I'm pretty sure that I've got good support from the Sheriff's Department and OES on this effort, and we will run this right up the flagpole and keep that piece moving.
Questions, sir? We were aware of our weekend downpour. Our cleanup operations, are they considered construction sites?
Well, I'm not sure where you're going with this, but no, that's considered either a response or an operations and maintenance.
Okay. Are we subject to state water quality control regulations?
not for that type of response per se, but much of the work that we're going to be doing in terms of road recovery and much of the work that is going to be done on private lands would be considered construction. So that comes in several flavors. The work being done through environmental management for the cleanup of burned debris, buildings, and stabilization is subject to stormwater, water quality control rules. But the Regional Water Quality Control Board that Central Valley, which is the enforcement board for Calaveras County, has reduced the requirements within Calaveras County and within the burn area so that all construction work related to the fire is associated with what's called a risk level 1 plan. So it does require the filing of a notice of intent. It requires the filing of a stormwater pollution prevention plan with the State Regional Water Quality Control Board. It is associated with a $200 fee, but the fact that everything has been reduced to a risk level 1, which is the lowest level risk, certainly foreshortens and reduces the cost and the oversight required for this type of construction-related work within the fire, be it done by private or public agencies.
So we're not subject to SWIPs.
We are subject. Well, it actually.
Can't be fined or request.
That's correct.
Within our level.
That's correct. And we will not be responsible for measurements, for pH or turbidity measurements. We will not be responsible for putting out activated treatment systems. So these are the things that drive the cost of construction mitigation projects out. So it hopefully will smooth and make it easier for us to move ahead with everything that we can do.
Thank you.
One of the things that Jeff hasn't mentioned is that over the weekend I signed a contract with the California Conservation Corps to bring in crews to assist him with his efforts. And I believe the first crews were on site yesterday, Jeff?
Yep, second crew I think has either arrived or will be arriving within the hour, and the third crew will be arriving on Wednesday. The first two crews I've deployed to our county road crews within the fire burn area, and yesterday they were out on Jesus Maria and some other areas. They were focusing on cleaning out culverts, protecting inlets of culverts, removing brush that are potential hazards along the roadways. The crew that is being deployed on Wednesday, I have assigned to East Bay Mud. East Bay Mud I've been working with them on stabilization efforts in the Mokelumne Basin on the Calaveras side. They're also reaching across to Amador County to do some mitigation efforts on the Amador side. And so I've assigned to them that crew of CCC. And we are looking for places to house these crews. The northern CCC crew with East Bay Mud is going to house at Comanche, where they have housed in the past. They will be working 14-day straight shifts. And then the two crews assigned to, let's just call it the Mountain Ranch area or the southern side of the burn, they'll be spending the next several nights at the community center in Mountain Ranch. However, we will be losing those showers and those laundry facilities, so we're currently looking for another place for them to land. And I will reassess with CCC dispatch in about 10 days to see if we want to include the next 14 and the next 14 and the next 14.
Good job.
So why are we losing the facilities there?
I'm not certain why it was. I don't know how the showers and laundry facilities were deployed. I think it was part of a volunteer charity organization that did that, but I'm not positive. We're working on it now. Thank you for the reminder.
All right. So I'm just trying to figure out, do you sleep very much?
I have to. If I don't, I won't be effective the next day.
Yeah, well, all right. So from what I see, the need is you need some right-hand people in each of these categories to help you run these processes.
That's correct.
because I don't know how you actually put all this stuff together.
Tennis shoes.
Running hard. So thank you for what you're doing. This is huge task that's going on here. Any other comments from the board here?
Yeah. All right.
Then, you go first.
Okay.
Chris, Supervisor Wright, you're the best dressed. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I just want to say thanks for all the work you're doing. It's an enormous task, but I'm sure you're up for the challenge in the next 10 years.
And your crews. I know they're working hard too.
I do have a question regarding first of all, the October 12th report. Did you send us a copy of that? I just missed it, or can I get a copy of it?
You can get a copy. It's a fairly large file. And so right now I do have it on the county website.
Okay.
If you'd like a copy of it, we can either make you a hard copy or we can get it to you through the county FTP site. Right now GIS has it. I moved it up to them and notified them of that yesterday.
Physical copy is great.
Okay.
I mean, whatever is easiest for you.
At the end of the meeting, if you stop by Public Works, we'll have some copies for you.
Cool. Thanks. And then one of the big things that I get, and I forwarded you a couple of those emails, is just individual landowners wanting to know, what to do. And so I'm just wondering how you're working with kind of the private land mitigation effort and how your offices are coordinating with that. I know that, like Calaveras Grown has been out there, and I know different organizations like NRCS as well as others. I'm just wondering, when people ask, should I just say I called Mike Krilitich at Calaveras Grown, or should I say, contact you, or should I just go out there and do the work myself?
I would choose the latter. No, I'm kidding. Let me give you a little bit of an idea of the facets on public land and public watershed restoration that affects private landowners. And this is kind of the message that I've been delivering as people have been calling me or I've been going to various meetings, is that there is an order to things in terms of the way to go after recovery from a fire. And the first thing we've got to protect is life, human life. And to do that, the landowners know their land. They know where the mudslides and the flows are going to come because they've lived there and they've lived it before. If you had water flowing surface after a rainstorm, you're going to have mud flowing in that same gully after the rainstorm, and it will scour and it will be rolling large rocks, and it could very well be moving trees. So they know to stay away from that. But in terms of protecting life on the land, we have trees that are dead, standing dead. We're competing against 2 years of harvesting out of federal lands on the rimfire. So there is not a large market or a large value for these burned trees. There is some. And so I've been making available to them information that has been published by local CAL FIRE in terms of emergency response areas, what can be done, which is an emergency harvesting plan. So any type of harvesting that would be timber for sale, for barter, for trade, would be subject to this program. It's a very foreshortened process. And in the outline that's on the CAL FIRE website and is also linked to the Public Works website is the instructions for how to go about that, including a list of registered professional foresters that can run the private ownership through that, as well as logging companies that have been recognized as having done good work through CAL FIRE. And so that handout becomes very important. I also counsel private property owners that if there is some interest in the timber, that's a good way to dispose of it. Second alternative of it for disposal is to use it for a preventative measure for mudslides on the land by following the trees perpendicular to the steep hillsides, keying them into other dead trees so that they maintain their position, and potentially deploying straw wattles or some sort of pine wattles on the upstream side to start to begin trapping sediment while allowing water to flow through. All this is helped by gentle rains. All this will be exacerbated in the worst way by hard rains. And hard rains, we're not even talking about a lot. We're talking about 1/10 of an inch in an hour. Will be more than enough to cause migration and of soil. So the first thing is to identify those trees that are definitely dead and have the potential for falling. If they've been severely burned, they should come down. If they've only been burned and killed and it looks like they can stand 5 or 6 years, then occasionally leaving those for habitat is a very good thing. They do attract all kinds of wildlife, and the more wildlife we can attract back into the burn area, the better we're going to have distribution of seed. Okay. The next phase for private landowners, of course, is to stabilize those steepest soil areas. So I have got requests that I'm working on through the field office in Sacramento on the Valley burns, through their GIS division, to take the results of this report, where they have identified the most severely and moderately burned areas in the fire, overlaying those with the steepest slopes, overlaying those with the distribution into surface waters of concern, creek, streams, and rivers. And then when they return that GIS layer to me, I will then populate my outreach to private property owners as my highest priority private land areas for deployment of some of these hazard mitigation and hazard mitigation grant funds, working with the property owners.
Direct outreach at that point?
It's going to have to be direct outreach at that point, and that is my intent.
That's a really good idea.
I thought it was. We'll see if they buy it.
I mean, it seems really challenging logistically, and as far as what Cliff was saying time-wise, but
time-wise,
very important.
Well, not just time, but it's
time-wise and logistically wise, using GIS as a tool, since that's how the reports have been built, and that's exactly what BLM and CAL FIRE have done on their 2 reports. It's just a matter of me getting those areas identified, that those layers of concern for me, and then overlaying those with my land net, my property owners, and then going out and reaching, because that's what we have to do. I have yet to talk to a property owner that wouldn't like help.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are you doing this yourself, or do you got people doing that for you? That's what I thought. So
a little of, I'm getting a little bit of help, but I'm getting there.
So I did have, just to follow up on that, the coordination aspect of it with all the different agencies. There was that one meeting I attended at the Sheriff's Office a couple of weeks ago, and I guess there's another one that happened, or maybe it didn't happen. I'm not sure. How's that proceeding forward with all the different groups and agencies, but then also the NGOs out there. So there's is there a meeting happening once a month, once a week, never?
I had the initial meeting of those agencies that I had reached out to, and there were definitely positive outcomes from that. Each of those agencies are continuing to do their mission tasks, but they're also doing their mission tasks having contacts with other people that are related to their mission. So, for example, BLM reached out to NOAA. I'm getting more rain gauges. Those are going to be deployed. So that helps with the emergency operations, emergency response. And so that piece is moving. It's a question of responding to immediate needs where immediate needs can be responded to, and then also building the infrastructure for the long-term deployment and long-term response. So one can't get necessarily a higher priority than another. It's a matter of continuing to ask, continuing to receive, continuing to deploy. I don't anticipate I have to run at this pace for another 2 or 3 years. It just wouldn't happen. But I do think that within the space of another 2 to 3 weeks, these teams will be built, they will be deployed, and they will be reporting. So in terms of when the next meeting for the watershed coordination group is, I'm feeling like it's a little bit early for me to recall that until I find out what the larger group is doing and how they're going to fit into our needs.
And then can you include at least Calaveras grown, I know, is one. Maybe Mike knows of others that are on the ground. So, and maybe you already are all talking. I want to make sure that, everybody's on the same page as far as, what techniques are best management practices and all the other coordination that needs to go on is happening. At least attempt to do that.
Okay. So to that subject, I've been working very closely with NRCS, both the Fresno offices and the Jackson office. They've got their website, and I've got a link on Public Works directly to a whole list of treatments and a whole list of instructions to private landowners on what they can do for deployment of what we call BMPs, which are best management practices. And they specifically relate to stormwater and debris flows, mud flows, that kind of stuff. There is also a workshop scheduled for Town Hall on October 28th from 9 to 4. And that will be staffed by a number of interested agencies. I'm hoping that Calaveras Grown is invited. Hoping that there's a group, a Calaveras Amador census group, that I'm going to see them in the morning. And they are doing some things on the Amador side as well as the Calaveras side. And I'm hoping that we can also get Calaveras Grown. Jason and I are scheduled to have a meeting with them this week to let them know what we are doing, to hear what they're doing, and so that we can coordinate. It makes it more difficult for me to coordinate with state and federal agencies when I have volunteer organizations together. It's much easier for me to essentially do them separately and let me be the middleman.
However you want to, whatever's the most efficient way. I just want to make sure that there's, that communication that's happening. From my standpoint.
Yeah. So
it sounds like there is. So that's great.
Yeah. I'm also working very closely with the water districts, major water districts that are impacted by this, and they've been helping and giving me areas that I can use up in the burn area, land that I can use for potential sandbag gravel stations, deployment for debris cleanup crews. Jason doesn't know about this yet, but he will soon. As well as places to store donations. We've already to date received a truckload of straw wattles and 1,000 bales of rice straw that are being deployed both by county crews and by East Bay mud crews, utilizing some of the CCC people. So, there's a lot of moving parts, and the important thing is to keep them all going in a reasonable direction and not waste time attempting to deploy resources and donations in an area that may either do no good or get wiped out in a very small event. Okay? So we are in a form of triage in terms of our watershed. And then there are the long-term issues that are coming. We've got immediate issues, which to me is the next 3 weeks. Then I've got longer-term issues, which is the rest of the winter and the spring. And then whatever work I can do before the next winter. And then we have long-term issues, which are how do we manage what will grow back? How do we prevent this type of event in other areas of our county, right? Mm-hmm. So got to keep our eyes on all the balls and keep working on all of them in any way, shape, or form that we can.
Thank you. You talked about, I heard you talk before about aircraft seating.
Aerial seating?
Yeah. I know that before the rain, there was resistance to that because there was no moisture in the ground, but the days are getting shorter, a little more moisture in the ground. Is that a possibility now, do you think?
It's always been a possibility on private lands. The question is, how is it paid? And the other thing to consider is that the lands in the fire, to me, fall into several categories. They fall into a forest category, a rangeland category, a chaparral category, and an oak woodland category. And what might be appropriate aerially for one area may not be appropriate for the other area. So it's important to have proper deployment of seed mixes. And I have seen it work. Sometimes you do a lot of aerial seeding, which is expensive, and feed a lot of birds. But there's all kinds of techniques that are out there. Again, until I have certainty of qualifying programs that will be funded, it's very difficult for me to deploy my staff on this. And that's why I've been basically the one carrying the ball.
All right. So would that be something that we could maybe get somebody involved in to help you with that? Do you think you're interested in that still? Or?
Yeah, I definitely am interested in that, especially in the areas that are otherwise very, very difficult to get anything done in. But the reality is that we really need to take on trees first before we can get into seeding, mulching, cover, and that kind of stuff. Other techniques that I have been mentioning to some of the ranchers who have livestock on their parcels is that they do get erosion control seed mix, deploy that, and then deploy feed, because they have to pay for the feed anyway, spread it out into various areas, especially the steeper areas, and allow the livestock to track the straw into the ground and push the ash in and kind of mix it in and get that seed into the soil. That does a lot in terms of stabilization, and you're using the livestock as they're eating and attracting them to these areas. Of course, before you can do that, you want to make sure you're not going to fall a hazard tree on your livestock. So that's why this hazard tree program is fairly important as an early, quick deployment.
Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of areas where there's no trees left, so, and pretty steep areas. Jesus Maria is a good example of that in a lot of those places, so sure would like to see some of that stuff.
Yeah, and Jesus Maria, I mean, the way, and I can't predict the weather. I can only assume that it's going to be similar to 2010, given what NOAA is predicting and knowing how this season has already started. But I know that already from the slides, the small little debris flows that I got in the last two events, that we're going to see events that are going to be closing roads, either temporarily or long-term, specifically in areas of Whiskey Slide, East and West Murray Creeks, Baker Riley, and especially Jesus Maria and Hopper. That intersection of Jesus Maria and Hopper Road, I don't think that there's any way that's going to survive this winter.
We have a pretty good emergency system that for employment for evacuations and communications. It's starting, but it's not where it needs to be. We have another 3 weeks or so to get that in place, I think. Unless we get one of those big clouds that come over, right?
So far, the long-term forecast the near-term forecast looks okay.
All right. That's about all I have. Anybody else?
Mm-hmm. No, just thank you and your staff. I know you've been working hard. Please know that we understand that. I appreciate everybody and what they've been doing.
Thank you.
I share that same thought.
So I ditto that. And Chris asked some of my questions as well, but I had a few more that I wanted to address. When you mentioned all the different folks that you were meeting with and coming together with, you had mentioned East Bay Mud as being one of your partners in this meeting in regards to watershed. Are the local water agencies involved with you as well?
Yes, they are, and I'm letting the local water agencies reach out to other water agencies. So East Stockton Municipal, which takes their water out of New Hogan, East Bay Mud, that takes their water out of Pardee, they're working either directly with me or through CCWD.
Okay, so CCWD and CPUD are part of that process?
And they are all part of the process. They've been cut to these meetings, and we're working. They're very concerned with the watershed.
Right. When you mentioned community partners in regards to erosion control and even the watershed, has the tribe reached out to you at all in regards to being a part of this process?
Who or what?
Tribes.
The tribes. We fortunately had a meeting with the tribe in the burn area right after, and you were there for looking at some of our highway bridge program, bridge replacement projects. We did a field review. Prior to the field review, I went over with the tribes, the burn area, the severities, the flows, and then I've provided that contact to Cal Recycle, to OES, and FEMA for cultural resource site protection. The tribes had already reached out for cultural sites that they know were in danger along Highway 26 and got those protected. So yes, they are they have a seat at the table, and their contact has been given to our team.
Good. Thank you. Along those lines too, when you talked about community resources, so I was happy to hear that you have a follow-up meeting with Calaveras Grown and with Jason and being a community. I know Calaveras Grown would like to be a partner in some way in offering a lot of resources. I knew they're kind of the folks with boots on the ground currently, and I think there's a potential for some good future partnerships there with that organization and perhaps some others. I know in the burn area it's a great concern in regards to our road system and watershed and potentials of our storms as we look forward into this season. But we also have the other half of the county and this part of the county in regards to snow. And I know staffing-wise, you typically are hiring a lot of, temporary folks in regards to snow removal. Do you look at those folks being helpful too in this burn area, as well as any snowfall that we, cross our fingers, hope to have? Not in the next 30, 45 days, but hopefully snow by Christmas.
Yes, and in fact, within days of the fire, I had called in several extra hires that are snowplow drivers, and they became drivers for FEMA and Cal OES to tour the burn areas. They then became drivers for Cal Recycle and DTSC. They're still driving for them. We have called in others to supplement my road crews right now for the work that we're doing, and we're definitely reaching out so that we are prepped and ready to go for the snow. Now, I will admit to you that we are falling a little behind up in the higher elevation snow areas that weren't burned, but we will be getting to those, and that's why I've asked for not only engineering and project management type support through Caltrans, but also for crews either under mutual aid from other counties or from Caltrans to help my crews get those people deployed within the fire area for the type of work so that my crews can then go back outside of the fire area and try to catch up.
Okay. Are utility companies part of your team, you might say, in regards to the watershed management and protection of properties and things along that line?
I met last Friday morning with NRCS and PG&E, and we discussed what they are doing. PG&E is in the process of going back and doing erosion and sediment control and protections along the corridors that they have repaired and have been dropping trees, and that's very active. They will be providing me with mapping of those areas. And AT&T, of course, is still working, so until they're done with their construction side work, they generally don't follow up with erosion and sediment controls. For the most part, AT&T's lines are on the poles where they're joint poles, where they're AT&T only. I'm assuming that they will follow, but I haven't yet reached out to AT&T. I've also reached out to, at the same meeting PG&E was at, larger kind of look at this. PG&E is looking to help us with Arbor Day, Earth Days within the fire area, probably starting in January, and PG&E will be looking to supply trees for planting within our burn areas. So that's a good source. And then there are other sources that we can use for the reforestation, but we really need to have a couple of very, very good, decent rains before we can begin deploying small trees for reforestation. Okay. And then, of course, it's species specific. We want to make sure that we're getting species that are going to do well. The ponderosa pines are good post-fire. They're very quick growing. Mm-hmm. They're good, and we want to use trees that are native and are also bug resistant.
Okay. And then lastly, when we do have a storm and it's kind of overtaxing our system, I'm assuming you have access to CAL FIRE, their inmate crews and such, and perhaps engine crews to help in regards to downed trees and clearing roadways and digging out culverts and things along that line. Is that still a resource available to Public Works?
Yes, it is, and it reminds me that I forgot to mention another piece of my pie, is that I'm anticipating, since I'm anticipating higher than normal runoff, I'm anticipating areas in the county that have historically been challenged, specifically the creek here in San Andreas, Cosgrove Creek. I've made application to Fish and Wildlife Service to allow me to get in there and clean those of debris. And those have been in for the requisite 15 days. We'll follow up with a telephone call and let them know that we're going, and we're filling out the applications to get the CAL FIRE groups or the CCC groups to get into those creeks outside of the fire areas so that they're better able to handle the higher than anticipated or higher than normal runoff.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you.
Jeff, would you also consider on Cosgrove, the upper Cosgrove area next to Highway 12, because that is seems to be really plugged up here lately, so as they go through that process.
That is one of the targeted areas. I also, I know it sounds a little bit pessimistic, but I also want to make sure that I've got materials for sandbagging station down in Valley Springs as well.
Jeff, Camp Lodestar up in Wilseyville could be a potential CCC site.
If you could provide me with the contact.
Just Google it, yeah.
Camp Lodestar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Any other questions?
So I know that you've run down this thing really good. So that means you must have a plan, that basically an overall plan that kind of puts out the resources that you need total?
Right now the plan is still captured in my head, and I have to get it down onto paper. And so that's critical that I force myself to have the time to do that, and that's why a couple of right and left-hand people related to the fire will be quite helpful.
Okay. Thank you.
And a follow-up question. Mr. Provost, what can the county and the Board of Supervisors help you in your task? Is there any area that you need assistance in to make this program work efficiently and fast?
Obviously, one of the most important things that we need, and I mentioned earlier that it is kind of a hole in the funding programs, is the ability to do watershed recovery, erosion sediment control, and protections of our resources, such as the reservoirs, that haven't really ever been deployed before on private property. And it is holes in programs only because it hasn't occurred. So any outreach that you have with congressmen, senators, both federal and state, would be very good, letting them know that this is an area of acute need that's very unique to the event here in Calaveras County. This is very different. I mean, you look at what the Valley Fire has, and I'm not trying to say that they are in any way in any better shape than we are, but the 1,000 homes that they burned in the Valley Fire are in cluster. They're close together. The 550 or so homes that we currently know about are spread out across 117 miles. Tactical approach to respond to that. And so so any outreach that you can do that assists the flow of money and the allowances for us to mitigate on private lands and help our landowners, our large landowners, with resources would be really, really big picture helpful.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for carrying your load.
Okay. I'm going back to work.
So we'll have public comment. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Giannetti.
Come on up, Lori.
I'm Lori Giannetti, and yesterday We were engaged in a meeting that was facilitated by Cal OES and FEMA, and the Long-Term Recovery, Butte Fire Recovery Steering Committee was formed. Alan Cinder is the chairman. I am the co-chairman of that committee. And you guys have all done just amazing work, and thank you very much. I also, the main thing that we talked about yesterday is erosion control. And being, our home wasn't lost, but part of our ranch was affected, so I'm concerned about it also, and as is my husband. We would, as a ranching community, and I'm so glad that Mike Prilatich is here and has been involved, would like to have the county reach out to the Calaveras Farm Bureau, who's already reaching out to the State Farm Bureau, also to the Cattlemen's Association and the State Cattlemen's Association regarding seeding. As there is a lot of historical knowledge in this community, and there's people who, because it's been passed down from generation to generation to generation, understand the ground and understand what works and what doesn't work. And we would really like that ranching community reached out to and just part of the conversation. Also, as somebody in the ag industry, I would like to see that our ag commissioner and Kevin Wright and his office are also pulled into the process. There's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of education there. And these people are doing amazing work, but I think that we can reach out broader because they're overwhelmed. And there's people in the community with knowledge that's inherited knowledge, or, you know, they're 80, 90 years old. Ed Robinson up on Highway 26 comes to mind right away. He's entertaining too. So just talking to some of these folks about seeding and what they think, you know, and not to discount the science. I get the science and I get what the university is trying to do and all of that, but there's some people in the community who really understand this ground and what works with this ground.
When are you guys meeting next?
The steering committee is meeting Thursday at 3, this Thursday at 3. The Mormon Church, and it is, I believe, Church Street and Sunset. I think it's right there in their meeting room. So anyway, thank you again for all your amazing work. It's important, and whatever we can do to help, we're willing to do that. Alan also wanted me to convey that he would like members of the county employment force, not necessarily as, you know, this is my job because I have to be here, but, you know, there's several subcommittees that we're going to need some help with because this is long-term recovery, and just to be involved because it's their community, not because it's their job. All of us are involved because it's our community. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have before we move on, public comments, we have to take a 5-minute break. Okay, so we can continue, please. We'll continue with public comments on the Public Works presentation.
I guess I can talk now.
Yeah.
So that's good. Yeah, there's some different place we all live in now, and let's not forget that, especially those of us that don't have to look at it every day. So, but anyway, just to let you know about Calaveras Grown, which is kind of a little tiny organization. A lot of people in the county don't even know about it, know what it is, but it's a group of, you know, some agricultural producers in the county and people that care about ag and good food and healthy, you know, healthy lifestyles. Well, during the fire, we had an emergency board meeting that was called together by we have a project director that we pay whenever we can get some money, because you know, we don't get any money from anybody except dues or, you know, occasional donations. So anyway, and that person, who's one of our, you know, farmer producers, says, what are we doing? You know, are we ag producers? do we care about? What's the most important thing with us besides, life? It's water and soil and all that. And, and he's also trained in earth sciences from UC, so, University of California. So kind of made us listen, and sometimes you kind of go, oh, yeah, we should do something. So what we did is we created, kind of on the spot at our emergency board meeting, was the Calaveras Grown Community and Forest Recovery Program. What that was going to be, we really didn't know, so we just started, okay, to start there, how can we help? So one of the things we've done, we started with some Facebook presence, and I'm going to give some commercial announcements on this. So if you could look at our Calaveras Grown Facebook, we also created a Calaveras Grown Butte Fire swap. And that the idea of that, and it worked pretty good so far, except there's some people that just have to put comments because they're going to, there's a lot of lip service now. We need action. So the Butte Fire swap is like, I have a trailer, say. I have a trailer that I can give to somebody. Who needs it? Then somebody can say whatever. Or like this farmer that I talked about says he's taken, actually 2 days out of his own pocket each day to take his crews to, people's property to do some, erosion control, initial erosion control. And that's pretty amazing, I think, when you take people that are, doing something just to help now. And I think what's nice about what Calaveras Grown can do, we can do that because we're not encumbered by a system that I lived in for 31 years and, retired from, and kind of glad I'm not in that right now. But anyway, it's because, and I understand that, government's got to be slow, but it really can't be now, and our community can't be slow. So and it was nice to hear Jeff's thing, because what we've already been putting out is all this contoured felled trees. There's really simple stuff that's out there right now that's on people's property that can be used. And it's all about just, and I'm not going to get into the whole science or the mechanics of it, but you can go to the Calaveras Grown website, Facebook, that has the information that we're going. But to learn how, people need to take some responsibility, even the victims of the fires. What we found is that the work we're doing is giving hope back to some people to be able to get back to their property. To date, it's nice to know that government agency has one load of straw. We put 6 loads of straw down for free. People will take that, equals 3,072 bales so far. We are staging them up at Station 1 at Central Fire, Calaveras Central Fire, and then one at the Horse Arena in Moke Hill, because we figured those were the original. We'd like to have other spots to put them, but it's also the matter of money. So I've gone back into some of my work mode stuff, written a few grants in the past few days to try to get some money for. So the money we're getting now from donations, we're not paying for any people and all that. So, but at some point we have to do that. So, and what I said is that farmer, who I should say for being open, happens to be my son. So.
30 seconds.
Okay. Oh, even this, it's shorter than the first deal. Okay, gotcha.
No, you're 5 minutes.
The what?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay. So anyway, so we're doing that, and now, and there's information on that. But I'm just going to read. Hopefully, I'll read fast. This is one of the families we went to last week, and what she posted. The cavalry has arrived, just like those old westerns. The relief we felt when. I'll stop. I'll be good. I'll be good. Can I come up later and say something else?
There'll be another time for you to come up.
Okay, good.
Mike, one quick question, Mike. What is your website address?
Calaverasgrown.org. Anybody else?
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
House County Taxpayer Association. Sometimes I come up here and I say negative things, and this time I want to say something really positive. I think we got a real winner with our Director of Public Works. He's doing much more than we could expect from him. and taxpayers are really proud of that.
Thank you.
I make it a practice of listening and what is not being said. One of them is there's going to be some benefits to the needy, and I think it's probably needed, and I support it. But I want to make sure that you folks are in the decision making. I believe there's 3 different agencies was mentioned, including Public Works. But I want to know who, what, where, and how much going to be distributed to the needy, because it's going to be your clients or whatever is supposed to be living on that area, how much is going to be given, and it should be, you're aware of it and agree with it. Also, one thing that kind of puzzles me, there was going to be some hay or something going to be dropped on a farmer's land so the cattle was able to stomp the hay and the ash into the ground. I thought that was a big no-no because you don't want that ash to be getting into the groundwater. Now, which is it? Is it a poison, or is it okay to be put in the ground? I mean, I can understand why you want to control the rundown from that water. But is that ash the reason you're keeping people off of that property? Now you're having the cattle stomp it into the ground, so it drains the groundwater. That's another thing. Watershed assistance. Well, before I get into watershed, there's another thing that I noticed this was missing. We do have local fire districts who are quite familiar with the area. And it's really nice that we're bringing all this help from outside the county, all these different fire agencies and so on. But you do have local fire districts. And instead of them going out, renting themselves out to different areas to make ends meet, they were the first responders. And I didn't hear too much about how you're going to get those folks involved in this saving their neighborhood. So, yeah, it was a nice presentation. I'm dazzled, folks. I'm always dazzled what they're going to do. But I would like to see the end results. Good intentions are great, but good results are even better. I would like to have local people get involved also. I'm still going to be undiplomatic and tell you, past experience with FEMA is not exactly outstanding. You know what, do it to me once, shame on you. Do it to me twice, shame on me. And if I get it done to me 3rd time, we deserve it. And that's FEMA, folks. I can afford not to be diplomatic. You shouldn't be. But FEMA did us real good, folks. Don't forget that. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other public comments on the Public Works presentation? Okay. None? All right. Thank you, Jeff. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Joe.
What's next? Okay, Jason.
Jason Baitzer, Agency Administrator of Calaveras County Environmental Management Agency. Just to touch base on Peter's question regarding the ash. The ash regarding protection of public health and the health officer proclamation is ash from burned structure, not the ash from the natural resources from trees or other vegetation that's in our forest. So just to make that clarification, the ash that we talked about in our debris removal program and the health officer proclamation is from burned structures. So with that being said, just update the board where we're at. We have Cali PA, Fed EPA with their contractors, along with my staff who's escorting, and mutual aid from Sacramento County, along with drivers from Public Works, coordinating 6 different teams performing household hazardous waste removal. To date, as of today, they've been to 403 properties removing household hazardous waste. In addition to that, we also have teams that are performing asbestos surveys and radiological surveys in the burn structure area prior to the debris removal teams reaching those sites. As far as the number of people that have signed up with the county and state debris removal program, we have 575 right of entry forms, so that number continues to increase with good outreach with our public information officer, with Sharon, and also my staff educating the public when they come into our office to describe the two methods of cleaning up their property, either going with the county state debris removal program or the self-certification process, which those documents will be put on our website today if people choose to clean up the property themselves and self-certify and meet the same standards to ensure that we're protecting public health and the environment as these cleanups take place. As far as properties cleaned, let me step back with that. So last week we ended up with 6 debris removal teams at the end of the week in 3 different areas of the county, with the western part of Jesus Maria, central part of Jesus Maria, and then Old Gulch, and looking at these areas as environmental sensitive, receptive areas that we want to get cleaned up. Also coordinating with Jeff and logistics with heavy rains, and knowing that these properties are going to be have the potential to be more impacted with the heavy rains. As we ramp up, we have the county in 5 divisions, and as we increase with the number of teams, we'll be breaking more teams out in each of those divisions. Starting tomorrow, we'll be in cleaning up the Golden Spur and also Window Road area. And so by the end of this week, we'll have 12 teams, debris removal teams deployed. That's approximately 150 workers out there removing debris from properties. So next week, we continue to ramp up, and hopefully within 2.5 weeks from now, we'll be at about 24, 25 teams, and then hopefully continue to increase. With that, we also have teams going out ahead of the debris removal teams and putting in, for lack of a better term, ash containment or runoff. So we are deploying mitigation measures. So when we have these rains before we can clean up the property, that ash from a burned structure is contained to that property. So we have the U.S. Army Corps assisting with our operations. They were put in from FEMA and assisting with that. And my goal is by the next week to have 5 to 7 teams ramping up and deploying that ash containment and those mitigation measures. So that's where we're at with that, and understand that and that's a high priority for me as it is everybody else. So we have 7 properties that have been cleared of debris and 4 properties that have been sampled. We started last week in the debris removal. It's been almost 3 weeks with the household hazardous waste removal, so we're making progress. As we continue ramping up our teams, the numbers of properties being cleared will increase. Dealing with logistics and safety concerns, we're forwarding all our information daily to Sharon with the public, with our PIO, so the public can go to the county Facebook page, the Butte Fire website. We're also putting information out on our trap lines on where we're performing the debris removal. It's imperative for me and our teams that the public knows where we're heading. Also, public safety. Last week, we almost had one of our flag people get hit because somebody didn't slow down in the construction zone driving 40 miles an hour. So we want to get this information out where we're at, so the people know to be aware in those areas where we have a lot of heavy equipment and people work in those areas. So as we move forward, we'll be reaching out to those property owners that have not signed the right of entry or have expressed interest in the self-certification process. Right now, we have a date of November 6th for people to sign up for the debris removal program. That's not a hard date, but as we get closer, we want to encourage people to sign up into the program if they're going to sign up, because logistically, especially as we're in areas and we clean up in an area, and if somebody comes back, signs the right of entry form, now we have to deploy teams back to that area, which we'll do, but we really want to encourage people to participate in the process. So as we expand, and especially we get out there the 24, 25 teams, and look in our logistics with the roadways, that we can be as efficient as possible and clean all those properties up in those specific neighborhoods. So we'll be coordinating with all the county departments as we have. We've shared our list of right of entries with the assessor's office, so help them and their job, and also with the building department, and we've been coordinating with Jeff with stormwater mitigation on the private property, and have performed outreach with Calaveras Growing too. So we're moving forward. I have right now our operations center is out of Angels Camp. That's where they found a building. So I have an operations chief and a planning chief. I also have a retired director from Sacramento County who's assisting as a liaison between the operations center and our office, so we have information funneled in. He's also been coordinating our class that we had last week. We had 36 people take the 40-hour HAZWOPER class. We'll be offering that class again October 26th, and that's open to the public, so it's also open to people that may not participate and work as a contractor in the county state debris removal program. But if they want to take the class, contractor wants to take the class to become certified to help a homeowner through the self-certification process, that class is available to them. So, any questions?
Are you connecting with AT&T at all?
Our OES last week made a request. We also have a duty with State OES working out of our operations center to look at getting additional cell service in the area, because communications is an issue for our debris removal teams right now. So that we did put that request in last week. I have to get an update from her to see where that request is at.
So, okay, because it was a topic of discussion on Friday too through OES about the many dead spots up in the area, and it's kind of hard even with the cows because of the terrain, you know. But what I'm talking about is it possible for you to connect with Stan, who has a connection with AT&T, so that when the lot is cleared, you can inform them of that, and that way, and maybe the property owner, let them know, you know, that because they aren't going to come and put a service in or even consider that unless there's something there that they can put a service to.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. We are notifying, all the property owners are notified at least 24 hours before the debris removal teams enter the property. This is giving the property owner, you know, if they want to, you know, communicate anything that they want to keep, whether it's a piano harp we have requests, to wood stoves that they want to keep, the debris removal teams will set off to the side for the property owner to keep. So we will add that notification in to and include Stan in that, because as the properties become clear and receive the analytical results back that shows that you know, there's no hazards left from the soil samples, then we'll make those notifications to the building department, planning department, and so then those people can come in and submit their plans for rebuilding.
So we were at a meeting with AT&T, and we asked them to provide a publication or a handout or, you know, some information so the property owners know when they get to that opportunity they can connect. If they choose to connect with AT&T.
Yeah, and if it's AT&T or whomever, you know, if there's a packet, we have some information that we're giving to the property owner, but whether it's other departments that want to include information in kind of a packet that we can hand property owners after there's property cleared to help them rebuild, we can include that as part of our process. And because communication is tough right now for a lot of people.
So when was the first test that you sent in for?
That first test was, the samples were taken Wednesday, and they got to the lab, I believe, Thursday morning, so we should be getting the results back today. It's a 5-day turnaround on that. So I asked if we could expedite. The fastest that can go is a 3-day turnaround for the CAM-17 metals. That's the metals that we're testing for that they find in a lot of ash, whether it's, you know, arsenic, copper, nickel, cadmium, lead, those metals that we're testing for.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify, how many teams by when?
So by the end of this week, there'll be 12 teams. So tomorrow we're deploying, right now there's 6 teams. Tomorrow there'll be 2 more areas with 2 more teams existing in the 3 areas of West Jesus Maria, Central Jesus Maria, and Old Gulch. There's 2 teams in each of those areas for a total of 6 right now. Tomorrow we'll be getting 2 more teams, and then by the end of the week, 12 teams.
And then 2.5 weeks from today?
I'm hoping in 2.5 weeks from today that we're up to 24 teams, 25 teams throughout the county. So
by
the first week of November, end of October, first week of November. All the teams, there's a lot of, as you can imagine, logistics that go into it. Some of you have seen the sites with the tenders, dump trucks. We also have air monitors at each site, so make sure as they're removing the debris, ash that's being wetted down, that we're not impacting neighbors' properties. This is all with part of OSHA requirements, and that they're meeting those standards. So it's getting all those logistics, getting these teams deployed. As we got 36 more people trained last week with local contractors and those wanting to participate in the program, we'll be able to deploy more teams out in the field. So.
Okay. And then as far as long-term monitoring, are you going to need to go back in there to the sites after it's been cleared and approved?
Once our right of entries once we've cleaned up the property, we've procured our samples, and we're done, everything is clean, that right of entry is terminated at that point. Okay. I know that's been some of the public concern that if that allows government agency back on their property at any given time, no, that is not true. So once we're done, once we procure the samples, everything's good, and we review it, certify it, then that right of entry is terminated, and there's language in those right of entry forms.
Okay,
thank you.
Yep.
Question, Jason. Once the property's termed clean and accessible, is that registered anywhere for future sale of that property or something, or does it keep on file here on?
No, what the building department and other departments that need that information will get a certificate that shows that it met standards, okay? The certificate will be issued once, for those properties that have insurance, where the county works out the insurance pass-through for debris removal from the individual insurance company through to the county, to the state, then they'll receive a certificate, but the property will be cleared at the time we get the analytical results and everything was good, so we can expedite the permitting process, so we can start the rebuilding process. So they may not get an official piece of paper until all the transactions with insurance is completed, but that's not going to hold up us clearing the property so they can rebuild and start, getting back to, getting where they need to be. So, and then those people that don't have insurance will be, same process, and there'll be standard language that we have that every property owner will get when the property is declared. And that's going to be standard language whether they go through the county state program or they self-certify.
I have a question you may be able to answer. PIO, Susan, can you step up for a moment? Sharon, I'm sorry. Terrible.
That's
I received a call this morning from another supervisor in an adjoining county that happened to know a resident in Calaveras County. Happened to have lost his home and property. And he was totally unaware of our cleanup program. Now, I know we made every effort to notify the folks out there. Is there any way we can get a hold of folks that may be out of the area or living in a remote area where maybe their mail service has been interrupted by the fire or something of that? Do we have any interface with property listings of those type of APNs versus what we're cleaning? And how do you recommend we get this?
We're using all the resources that we have, meaning Facebook, Twitter, posting hard copies throughout the community, radio, TV, newspaper, county website.
We're actually doing radio advertisement?
Oh, yeah.
Good. That's great.
Well,
folks will listen to the radio.
Public service announcements.
Public service announcements.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
And the other thing that we're doing, the teams that are out there are carrying the right of entry forms along with other information, health effects of the ash, denial of right of entry forms. People don't want us on the property. So that's the liaisons with the hazmat sweep teams and also with the debris removal team. So we're trying to do as much outreach while we have people out in the field, educating them on the program. Also last week spoke in Mount Ranch with the United Policyholders. They invited me. And last night in McCulmy Hill at the Hotel Leger, speaking to a group of people there, that insurance company invited me to speak on the debris removal program. So anytime that there's, whether it's nonprofits, private organizations, community organizations, we've been given our updates. Number one, communicating to the people where we're at, what's going on, but also the programs that are in place and encouraging people to get their properties cleaned up.
We've also posted on all the in all the areas that I mentioned a list of telephone numbers, one of which is for the Joint Information Center. So we're able to receive calls from the public with any questions that they have. If we don't know the answer, we research it, get back to them, and so that's the other way that we're communicating to the public.
Good. Thank you.
So, kind of is what Mike mentioned with Calaveras growing, and every little step, the whole point is restoring hope to our communities and people seeing what's being done. And so we're trying to communicate that out. And I know those people that have had their properties cleared this past week is seeing a definite mindset switch, and to me that's exciting. And our goal is just to keep ramping this up. We have a lot of boots on the ground. There's a lot logistically that we have going on with all the different teams and stuff. And so, as we continue to, get our success stories and market that, and I know Mike was out with public television yesterday. They shot a video last week. Somebody out of Sharon's office shot a video kind of showing the before, during, post removal process, and we hope to get that out. So all that good communications and media is good for the community, and also hopefully those people that haven't signed up in the program get them signed up so we can get everything cleaned up. So thank you.
Jason, I've got some questions also. And I know you said this, but I was writing so fast.
Yeah.
I wasn't writing as fast as you were talking.
Sorry.
No, that's my fault. The locations.
So the locations.
That you're at, if they go to the Butte Fire page.
Yeah.
They'll have an up-to-date where you're working.
Butte Fire page. The two new ones that I just received 5 minutes before I walked in here were is the Golden Spur and Wendell Road. So the other three locations are already on the Butte Fire page. These two locations will be going out to Sharon's office today to be posted out to the Facebook and Butte Fire page. And then also on the county trap lines, as far as the sandwich boards that CAL FIRE use. So we're putting out, they have staff that are going out and putting up our updates on that daily. So.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Brian Moss, and thank you, Brian, for sending out the essential elements note that you sent to us. It's actually very helpful. Sent a pretty good page with a lot of info on it. I've got a couple questions. The sign up for debris removal, on here you have 570 right of entry forms signed, but number of properties with pre-debris reports 700 plus. So the difference is 130 plus have not signed up for.
Yeah, and some of those properties, those pre-site assessments were what my staff and mutual aid from Sacramento, San Joaquin, and LA County Environmental Health Departments, and also El Dorado County, we performed, and that was looking at burn structures, but also looking at the well and septic. So there's some properties where there maybe the house is okay, but they lost an outbuilding or the well was impacted, or some of those in that 700 and some, I know there was no impacts to the property. When we did our first initial sweep, we were looking at all the properties that were out there to get an idea, one, the resources that we needed coming in from DTSC and get that information so they could, expedite their haz waste removal, and also for the debris removal team. So and that's why we're sharing the information with the assessor's office and other county departments, because as we get people coming in to inquire, whether it's the right of entry forms, also with, or self-certified, that we're documenting that. And then we're going to go back to look at our site inspections and perform that outreach that Supervisor Calaveras was mentioning, to now that we're kind of, we've contacted a lot of people regarding the right of entry, and staff can start doing some outreach to these property owners that we haven't heard from. So it may be hard to get a hold of them, like you said, but at least that we can start putting those individual efforts to performing that outreach. So, continue to get, because we just had a call yesterday. Somebody was from out of county. This was their second home, and we provided them the information and went through the different processes and what they could go through to clean up their property. So whether they go with the county state program or self-certified.
So there is a little outreach to these people still needed.
Yeah, continuously.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now on October 26th, you're having a class for construction, and they will receive a certification to remove the debris?
So the certification meets, the class on October 26th is the hazardous waste operations class. In order for somebody to work as a contractor, to remove debris for a homeowner, or to be part of the county state debris removal teams, this is an OSHA requirement that they have the 40-hour HAZWOPER class. And so once they're done with this class, they'll get a certificate. They meet the requirements set forth by OSHA, and then they can continue that. If they want to keep that certificate, it requires an 8-hour refresher annually.
How do they register for that?
They can call our department and register. They can call Environmental Health at 209-754-6399. And all the contractors that initially expressed interest in people that are with our department for the first class, we sent out a blast email to all of them again. Even though a lot of them were in our original class, we sent out a blast again to all the people just to say, hey, we're having a second class if you weren't able to attend the first class.
Great. Thank you for doing that. Another note that was on here was a hazmat sweep properties cleared estimate of 320 properties. Does that mean you have been through 320 properties that are hazard-free?
It's actually, that is now up to 403 when I gave that number. So I received some new information from last week, this morning. That is the removal of household hazardous waste. So that's not the removal of any ash or any hazards within the burn structure. It's removal of household hazardous waste. For example, propane bottles, unspent ordnances, ammunition, 50 caliber or less. If there is a lot of lead-acid batteries that melted from solar systems and vehicles, it's removing all the lead from that. Some places where maybe a lot of people had drums of material where those drums did not release the material, but they are bulging due to the heat, they will remove the contents of those drums and render the household hazardous waste removal, render that safe for the debris removal teams. We're still going to have the hazmat teams in place, because even thus far as they're removing the ash from the structure, they found household hazardous waste, and then those teams are on standby to come by and pick up the household hazardous waste from the debris removal process.
Thanks for clarifying that for me. Appreciate that. And just as I said to Jeff, thanks for all you and your department are doing. We do appreciate it. I know you've been putting the midnight oil on, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. I get good people, so that helps. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a couple. Follow up on Steve's. What I understand is that you have the class, and you have 36. You have another class coming, and the fee is waived. Is that correct for this class?
That is correct.
So, but if I wanted to take the class and it didn't fit into this time frame, can I, as a contractor, go online or go somewhere to take this kind of class?
Yeah, that's a good point, Debbie. There is a lot of online classes that offer the 40-hour HAZWOPER, so I understand, too, that during the week that's when people are making their money, so it's hard for them to attend. But if they wanted to take an online class on the weekend and take that class at their own pace, they could do that. I've had to do it once. It was painful, but they can do it, and it's self-paced. And if they have questions whether the class meets the OSHA requirements, they can contact our department, and we can help them out to say, yes, this is a approved class.
This is the class.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
that's the other thing I've learned, too, is that there's different levels of hazardous material kinds of classes. And so getting the right kind of class for this process
Yes,
is...
they would need the 40-hour HAZWOPER, but if they're going to take an online class and they had questions, they could call our department, and we can help clarify that for them.
Okay, all right. And then, I know there's a lot of, you talked about when you go on to these properties and if there's a burned structure, what are you doing about just this, the not simple thing, but the more maybe less complicated cleanup in regards to like a well or a sewer? Are there specific folks that just go out and concentrate on that aspect of the cleanup?
Yeah, so what we've done, because we understand if it's, looking at our original site assessments, and we've had a few people, and we've coordinated with Jeff from Public Works and Cal Waste, that, for instance, a chicken coop burned down, okay? There's no electrical, there's not all the metals that are in place that are in a garage or a normal house. So with that being said, either myself or my operations chief, Dean Peterson, will go out, verify that, and then we've created a form where the person can, order a bin by Cal Waste, no ash to be removed, okay, because it's just the wood and the metal to be put in the container, and that is picked up. So we've looked at an expedited process where a house and garage are not impacted, but it's just an outbuilding with no hazmat, waste in it, no electrical, no other appliances, etc., that could add heavy metals to the ash, where they can do an expedited cleanup with that. We've also, since we're on this topic, we've also developed, I mentioned this last week, but we continue to receive our self-certification forms that we provided to well drillers and pump people that are working on the wells. So to help expedite that process and understand the importance to have those wells buttoned up and sealed prior to, well, we had rains on Saturday, but we get any more rains, so we protect our groundwater supply. So we continue to provide those forms, and in essence, the well driller pump person can self-certify what they did at that property as long as all the work is above ground, whether replace the casing above ground, the pump, etc., and we're receiving those documentation and receive good feedback on that. So it helped eliminate them coming into our office and obtaining a permit for everyone. We want to get the boots on the ground and get those, our groundwater protected.
So kind of a little different system than the overall bigger picture of a home and a garage.
Yes.
Make it a little bit simpler and maybe less complicated.
Yeah, and so we recognize that.
And do you, and I don't know if it's appropriate in your department area or not, but I have people saying, I don't know who to call for some level of service, whether it be for a well or your sewer system. I'm sure building, Jeff mentioned last week about having a list of who the contractors are for building and plumbing or plumbers and so on and so forth. Do you have something similar in your department about, who's, I won't say best, but who folks can maybe call to say, this out-of-town person, I have no idea who to call locally to look at my well or my septic. Do you have something similar?
Yeah, we have a list of whether it's well drillers, pump people, septic contractors. Of course, the list is, we're not endorsing anybody on the list like you mentioned, but we do have those lists. And what I can do, too, is work with Sharon. I believe they're on our normal environmental health page, but that's, a little bit buried now with the Butte Fire stuff, so we can get that information. So it's posted on the Butte Fire page and also on the Facebook page, and so get that information out for people.
Yeah, I was just curious if you had something similar through your department. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I have one quick question. I know you are overwhelmed with the duties that have been put on you in the last month, but I'm getting questions from people also on our regular business going forward. Are we still trying to do things like finals on wells?
I still have, so I pulled back staff, over the last couple weeks slowly incorporating mutual aid, and then this is where Jeff has helped out with having his seasonal workers be the liaisons with some of our hazmat sweep teams. I still have 2 staff out there, but we're rotating our schedule, so staff person, if they're out assisting with the hazmat sweeps for a couple days, they can come in, tend to off, and then tend to their normal duties and make sure that we have that coverage. My whole goal in all of this is not only serving the victims of the fire, but also make sure that we still can have that level of service to our normal day-to-day operations and continue that. So we're continuing that. Sac County people that are here are also helping with the debris removal process, but I'm also down 2 staff of normal. We're looking to hire 2 staff, and so they're assisting in addition in some hazmat inspections that we haven't been able to get to. So it's nice having that mutual aid here to assist on that. Hopefully we can get our 2 staff hired sooner than later. That will help with our day-to-day operations.
Thanks. As I said, thanks for what you're doing. I know you got your hands full.
Well, this whole process, it's moving, and again, as I stated here and before in our community meetings, this is about a process that we're protecting our properties, our neighbors, and our communities in the cleanup of all this debris and hazardous materials and hazardous ash that's out there, and in a process that we look at it from a global perspective, but also getting those individual property owners back on their property as soon as possible. So thank you.
I sent you an attachment to a website the other day, I think it was, for Cal Recycle. And
yes.
on Cal Recycle, they have a disaster preparedness and response 2015 Valley Fire cleanup, and it is updated. It looks like probably every other day.
Well, the last date I saw was October 7th on that.
So this is October 14th or something.
Okay.
And it's a really helpful.
I've requested that to be done through my Cal Recycle liaison. So they're working on that. One of the things that I need to talk to Sharon about, as we start updating multiple websites, where do we want to direct people to? And that information now is going to be included in our essential elements of information that we provide to administration. But nonetheless, I've sent Cal Recycle an email that that Butte Fire should have that exact same thing. But also locally, I see more importantly that we try to direct people to our local information, because we have more information there for our local citizens versus the Cal Recycle site. But I did get your email, and I did forward it that we at least get our statistics and information on the state website.
Yeah, sure. So you get our statistics on this format, and then we can always put that onto our communications stream. But this is super simple. Yeah, thanks, Jason. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Right.
Public comments?
Public comments, please.
Oh, thank you. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I appreciate the good work that's being done here. There's several questions. We're coming to the rainy season now, and one of the concerns that we have is erosion, because the fire not only burned brush but burned grass. And I'd just like to know if there's reseeding going on in more dangerous areas, perhaps by a helicopter or airplane. I think it makes sense, and it may be being done, but it might be worthwhile to look into that, and as soon as possible, to get those seeds on the ground, so that in the first rains, they can germinate during the first rains. And that may prevent some real serious problems with erosion. The second thing, as a real estate broker, I have access to I got a copy of the assessor's roll. It's less than $100. It's a disc. It's in Excel format. And from that, you can identify the mailing address of the property owner of every property. And you can do this And also, the county has a GIS system, which you can identify property by contour map, and you can see which properties are in the gullies, which are on the ridge tops and such, with the roads on the same map. And also, by just a click of the button, you can go to aerial satellite photos to get a picture that way. So by using the assessor's tools, what we talked about earlier probably could be headed off. You should have a database of every property owner that is in the fire area, and also every property area that had a structure on there. In the same database, there's a distinction between improved and unimproved property. Bingo! Now you got every place that had a structure. Even though I understand a lot of the structures are not permitted. I don't know how many of them, but we shouldn't let the permit issue get clouded into the efforts we're doing now. We should treat every property owner in a uniform way, respecting their property rights. And the next comment we have is, has there been an identification of which properties have fire insurance? And I've been having a hard time getting that picture. I've been hearing guesses of 3%, 30%, 50%. Well, it's good to know which properties where the property owners have fire insurance, because usually in the fire insurance, the cost of cleanup is included. And another thing we might want to be concerned with is keeping track of the expenses of all these things that are going on. Who's paying for this stuff? Is it the state? Is it the federal government? Is it the general fund? Maybe not. Maybe not. There's a lot of private money. I know I have donated, and I know a lot of other people have donated to help. So it might be a good idea to get a grip on what's happened financially on this whole thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Sorry.
My name is Tiffany DeAngelis, and I live in Mountain Ranch, and we lost 2 homes to the Butte Fire. So cleanup is pretty big to us. It's our understanding, in order to obtain a building permit, our property has to be cleared first. But there's no list telling us when our property will be cleaned. Yes, we understand you're at the Old Gulch, we understand you're at this and this, but how long will it take to get to us? We don't want to be first, we don't want to be last, we just want a list. Are we a month down the line? What is it? In order to get FEMA, to move a modular on your property has to be cleared. So how long will it take us to be cleared? I know one of the things, my understanding you're going to talk about today is clearance. So our devastation, we have 40 acres. Where we want to build is not going to be on the same part of the property where the devastation was. We're actually 800 feet from there. It has its own entrance. There's a gate that is between the devastation and where our new build will be. But we've been told you can't get a building permit, until the devastation is cleared. So I think for us, it's how long will we have to wait to rebuild? How long is it going to take?
So the site that you're talking about, you said that it had its own entrance and all that. Were there any buildings burnt on that area?
On the part that we want to build on now?
Yeah.
No.
Do you have well and septic and all that stuff over there?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Jason, do you have an answer for that?
So we'll, as one of our board agenda items after this, we'll be talking about our temporary housing.
Not that part, but the list part.
The list part, yeah. So as we ramp up teams, we'll know, our overall goal, as I talked last night with Macomb Hills, 3 months. And I know as we ramp up teams and get people out in the different areas of the county, that we'll be putting that information out. If you can give, people have given me their address, and as I see teams coming in and we get into the different areas that we can communicate to you so you have a better idea. As we'll know, as we ramp up to our full 25 teams here in a couple weeks, have a better idea logistically where we're at and where we're going in time frames. Right now, as we continue to increase teams, we pick different areas because we don't want to jam our roadways with trucks, and also in looking at public safety and logistics that way. And we have the area, as I said, the burn area in 5 different divisions, working outside and towards each other in those areas and looking at environmental sensitive areas with our watershed. So if I can get your address and afterwards, and then I can, find out where we're at and when the operations center, because that's what I need to get plugged into as far as potential time frames, where we'll be deploying teams in your area. I can get you that information.
Yeah.
But here's what we can do in the meantime. If I'm going to build 800 feet from my devastated area, allow me to build my slab and get going on my building, where somebody who doesn't have the opportunity to build in a different spot like I do, go clear their property. Help them out. Put us last on the list to clear the devastated area. Allow us to get our building permit 800 feet from there. We have no problem being moved to later in the list as long as we can get a building permit to start.
Yeah, that was my point last meeting.
And of your 40 acres, was it totally consumed in the fire?
No.
Your home was?
We had 2 homes.
Give me a rough percentage of property that was consumed in the fire. A rough percentage.
Less than 10%.
Less than 10%.
So it came up our main driveway, took our homes, but it stayed up at the top of there where the rest of the property was not.
And you have water and septic on
Our well was not touched. And 200 amp service. So like I said, we're willing to say, give us a permit, because you guys say, as long as you're within 155 feet or whatever you guys are going to talk about today, let us put our slab there. Let us start rebuilding. Go deal with people who don't have the opportunity to rebuild in a different spot like we do, and then come to us later.
Sounds good.
It does to me too. Yeah. What are the thoughts of our building officials? And
well, we can't talk about that right now because we got that's the agenda item.
It's the building permit, right? I get that.
But the map and the communication, all of that, I did a little calculation. By the end of the year, looks like it'll be around 300 homes, or 300 sites will be claimed out of the 500 something.
I'm hoping more than that.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping for much more than that.
So, Jason, is there a way to develop a list that we can publicize or that people can get access? Because she's not. I mean, there's
actually this here is that on the Calvary Cycle site, the one we talked about earlier.
Another thing that doesn't quite make sense is you're telling us that we can't live on our own property and rebuild, but say like somebody next door to us, their place didn't burn down. They're already inhabiting that place, which is probably closer than where I'm wanting to rebuild.
Yeah, what the problem we're facing is that there's the on-the-ground reality, and then there's the legal reality. And
right.
So that's the disconnect.
That's an agenda item that we have to get to. We can't really talk about that now.
Right.
So if you can hang in with us, we'll get back to you.
Yeah.
But as far as I'll talk to our operations team where we can, as we start getting more teams deployed, if we can say, okay, we're going to be, this is our area for the week. And I think we can do that once we logistically branch out and expand to full operations, and this is our area teams for the week, and get that out to people. Right now, we're building it up,
right.
So we haven't, and it's hard to.
There's no list. You can't make it yet because you don't have enough.
We don't have all our teams built out, and so we're, this is a process, and I'm asking people as we're getting there, just and we may be closer to your property depending on where we deploy teams in the next couple of weeks. So by all means, share the address, and I can get some information to you and share that with you, and then we can go from there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Jodine Mills, and I'm a Mountain Ranch resident. One of my questions was directed to kind of the same thing. My daughter and her boyfriend lost every structure on their property. They have no idea where they are on a list, when the cleanup can begin. They were fortunate. They are insured, so they have that in place. But some hope of when it's going to happen so that they can start moving forward. I think that's what a lot of our community members are just kind of looking for, is some timelines and some sort of hope so that they feel like something's moving forward. The other comment that I wanted to make, you were talking about AT&T. I'm still without a landline. I have Verizon as a cell carrier. I have no way to communicate with the outside world but email. Who can kick AT&T in the butt and make them start fixing these phone lines? We have a lot of our people that are still there are elderly people that need access to emergency services. They have none. And it's concerning to me because I've lived up there a long time. I know these people. And no phone. I know when I've called AT&T, I've been given 3 different dates that it would be back up and running. We're right off Railroad Flat Road. We're not in the interior. Everyone around us lost their homes but us, thank God. But this is a long process. And with no phone service, like when my daughter and her boyfriend come, because they're living with us now as long as another person, they can't contact who they need to contact from home. So, I mean, is there any help with the county kind of giving them a swift kick and seeing if they can start maybe, PG&E moved in here like an army and got the power restored, and AT&T is just trickling in.
Yeah.
And I heard when
that procedure is in progress.
I feel your pain.
Because when I've been down at the park helping out and stuff, I've also been helping with our board of realtors placing trailers and stuff for people. That's their complaint. They're just like, they're without any way of checking in on what's going on with anything, and they feel absolutely helpless and hopeless. I just don't think that's good.
So that was another issue that was brought up in a meeting on Friday with the director of OES, and he was going to reach out and touch someone.
I would like to as well. No, thank you.
Thank you, Max.
I have noticed we have had several meetings. Cliff has been really pushing them hard with AT&T. And I have noticed they have ramped up their crews, but I also noticed when, right at the end of the fire, the amount of PG&E crews here probably were like about the same population of the county. I mean, they were huge. So I want to see that level of AT&T crews. But what I've been informed is that they don't actually have that many people that they could even employ.
Could you come up? Thank you.
When I called it one time, they told me to, which I thought, maybe you should just find someone that's working in the area and ask them when your phone will be restored. And I was told by one of them that they had cable back-ordered. So they didn't even have enough cable to restring what was needing to be done.
Right.
And we're all kind of, it's not like we can go choose another phone company either. So we're all kind of trapped in what's going on.
So, their infrastructure is different than PG&E's.
It's more intricate.
It's a more intricate, they have like lots of pairs of wire. Right. The PG&E has 2 or 3. But they've all, in fairness to AT&T, they've also brought up a communications tower and set it up in Mountain Ranch.
So will they provide us with AT&T cell phones to use some of those?
Well, I don't know about the cell phones, but for communications and data, so people can use their IPAs and things like that there as well, and their cell phones within that area. I never had 5 bars up in Mountain Ranch before. Matter of fact, I never had 0.
No, we always would get Golden State, or they were a better provider in that area in little pockets. Never AT&T. So
all I can say is, it's on the radar, and we're pushing as hard as we can, and so is the folks that we asked to help with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm from the government. I'm here to help you folks. we're getting a lot of hazmat teams coming in and verifying it. And it's great. I really appreciate it. Who's holding the liability for the verifications? Is it a county or their own particular county is going to be holding it? There was some discussion prior weeks that what caused the fire was PG&E was accused. I don't know if it's the air or not. Has any band more news? Who's looking into that? Another thing. As far as I know, and I'm not very well informed, I don't know about these big county issues, other than a sheriff department, has any of you firehouses supplied with hazmat training and suits and equipment?
I didn't understand your question, sir.
Is any of the local firehouses or districts, are they trained, have the equipment for hazmat work? Thank you. As far as I know, the sheriff department is the only one who has it. Think about it. And it would be a good time to train the local guys. The other thing I'd like to know is, I didn't hear a commitment. Are the local fire districts going to get involved in this rebuilding, rejuvenating this county? It's nice that we're having all these different organizations. But for one thing, it shows how short-changed our fire districts are. And that's one of the, I think it's the second priority of this community. Cops, firefighters, and local roads. After that is secondary. But local hazmat team should be in here, and hopefully you consider having it in here. That's not a turf war between the county supervisors and my local firemen. Those are the ones who first got up there. And somehow they got kind of pushed out of the way. Well, I trust if somebody comes up to my property and said, hey, I'm to a federal government, I'm here to help you, hit the road, schmuck. If my local fireman comes up here, hey, I want to help you, but the potential danger, I trust him. And you know it. You would do it on your own property also. You got to be polite. I don't. I trust my fireman, even Consolidated Fire District. And I know a couple of guys in the other fire districts. I trust those guys. I trust my local cop. All the other gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen coming from out of county, get real. But those folks who don't want to cooperate, maybe should be approached by local firemen. The ones who know if the broken arm or a bite by the snake, those guys show up right away and help them. Not 2, 3 weeks or a month later. This young lady brought up a good point, and it was thought about before. And we thought, well, let's put it off till things get settled. The emergency communication in this county, we got mixed companies, so I can't really describe that. But it was not exactly satisfactory for somebody at Murphy's or Valley Spring or whatever to know exactly what's happening in this county. I have to go to Sacramento station, a radio station, or a TV station to know what's going on. Communication totally sucked in this county during the emergencies, and you know it. So please, consider that. So, yes, ma'am. I want to give these guys a break. Thank you. You guys do a good job. And I know you're catching hell. But I want you to guys know, thank you.
Hi, my name is Mona Baruti, and I'm a community advocate. I'm also a substitute teacher. And I've heard a lot of really good things today. But what I'm not hearing, and I'm hearing the words liability, you've got a big liability coming. Not everybody had insurance. Not everybody has the ability to, once their land is cleared, once the list is done, to actually move back onto that land. And when they move back onto that land, what are they moving into? Are they moving into trailers? I know that you're going to have a discussion about this, but I'm not hearing you recognize that not everybody will be able to have a home to live in once all of the permissions are done. So who's got liability for the county? That was a good question, and that's an interesting thing. I'd like to see you use your power. I know that you are under liability restrictions. Put some heat under the Federal Communications Commission to get communications to people. It's not existing. Put some heat under the insurance commissioner to get some movement. I'm hearing from the community, our insurance company isn't responding. They're taking too long. We can't get a hold of them. We have no way to get down the mountain. Use your power. Use your community. Your community feels forgotten, but they want to help you help them. They don't need more clothes. They have no place to put them. They need a place to live. What are you going to do when it rains and snows? I thought maybe a solution might be the fairgrounds building. Maybe a solution might be the overbuilt jail that has a lot of room in it right now, but there's probably legal problems with that. But are you thinking about those things? We need to know what you're thinking about. It takes 7 to 9 times, statistics say, for people to get the message. There's a lot of information out there that is not being repeated enough times for it to be heard. There's a lot of misinformation out of there that is overpowering your messages. Think about it. Tell us what you're thinking about housing people who can't do it on their own. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Any other public comments on environmental health? I guess that was close. Okay, so let's move on, please. And we'll go to...
You have board comments on that, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah, let's do that. I thought we did, though.
After public comment?
If you want to do that.
Just a quick issue. Regarding your question on the local fire departments, I know it is kind of confusing. Yes, your local fire departments are hazmat trained, but in a different fashion, in a different area. And you can step in any time, Jason. Fire departments are trained in hazmat spill response. What we're doing right now is hazmat identification, hazmat remediation, rendering sites safe. Fire departments, they're your first responder to a hazmat spill. Example, you have a hazardous material in a vehicle accident. You have a train accident or something. You have a diesel spill where a piece of construction equipment actually lost a drain plug to a tank. They are going to respond to that for containment and prevent anything that they can until you get the proper responding agency or company, which are commercial hazmat remediation, take care of that problem. Their responsibility is a public safety of the immediate danger. I know we have this in our fire situation. That's the difference. From what we saw and what I'm familiar with and what we saw yesterday during our filming, I don't think you're going to be able to have our fire department out there in Tyvek suits and respirators, working shovels and brooms, cleaning up, going through foundation demolition with heavy equipment operators, because you're going to take away that public safety factor that what they're hired for, and that is putting out fires and helping the public. I'm not saying that they wouldn't do that. I'm saying they're not really qualified or certified to do that. Their job is responding. And I say this only to give you an explanation of how that hazmat certification. Am I correct, Jason? All right. Hopefully that we can address that issue. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak there? All right. Kevin, somebody asked about ag seeds, that sort of thing. Could you please give us a little bit of...
Yeah. First thing I'd like to say is the ag community is a resilient community.
Kevin, can you identify yourself?
I'm Kevin Wright, the ag commissioner. First thing I'd like to say is the ag community is a resilient community. They're used to disasters, and they know the proper channels to access for help. Because of the drought, many of them have already had communication with the NRCS and Farm Services Agency. They know them by name: Amy Roca, Jeff Torres. These are familiar names to people in the ag community. And like I say, they're also used to dealing with disasters, because we've been dealing with a drought for 4 years. So along those lines, we've had meetings at the library where many people were able to sign up for their programs. It was well attended. We got the word out. There were, besides the larger farmers, a lot of the smaller ones who hadn't been in communication with those agencies before were there, and I was happy to see that. So, basically things are going good. It's a tremendous blow to many people. There were 30 or so larger farmers that had Williamson Act contracts in the fire. Of the 72,000 acres or so that got burned, I would say 20% of those were rangeland or scrub rangeland, had something to do with ranching. So let's say 14,000 acres. I think the loss for ranges, because there's going to be a lot of cattle that can't come back to their rangeland this year because there won't be any grass this year. So losses would probably be maybe 500,000 total just for the range. There was also 4 vineyards that were affected, 2 of them substantially, 2 of them maybe more or less their irrigation. And other than that, there's many miles of fence that were burned out, and the ranchers are going to be able to get at least some kind of a cost share back on that when they apply for the aid through FSA or NRCS. So that's good. There also, interestingly enough, when the brush burned out, the brush in a lot of this rangeland acted as fences. There may not have been fences there before, but now that the brush is gone, the cattle can get through there, so there's open areas. Longer term, ranchers in the past history, including if you go all the way back to the Indians, they've always kind of used fire as a tool for range management. And farmers or ranchers are kind of used to using fire for range management. And it had been neglected for many years now for, air pollution concerns and things like that gotten away from that practice. So in a longer term, it may be that the fire will actually be beneficial if people turn around and start taking care of their land now. And putting up the fences, there may actually wind up with more range land in a couple of years from now with less weeds on them than there were. So it could be long-term benefit.
So less ladder fuels and that sort of thing, right? Is there programs through ag that people are able to get some seed and maybe some materials for the watershed and reconstruction, that sort of thing?
Yeah, they can go to, the NRCS is good for conservation programs. It's cost share 25%, 75%, and they have to show up and go down there and explain what each situation is so that they can funnel them into the right program. There's some innovative things that they can do. There's low-cost loans that they can take out so they can get going right away. Once they make the purchases that they need to make and get the work done, they can then receive 75% of that money back, which they can pay off and only be left with a 25% to pay off at a low interest loan. But what you got to do to get to the details of all of that is get down there to your NRCS, Amy Roca, or Jeff Doherty's at the FSA, and then talk to them and see what program exactly is good for you. And like I say, many people did show up at the library a couple days ago with that.
Yeah. So is that information posted on our all of our website and Facebook and all of that?
Yeah.
All the ag possibilities?
Yeah, I think I sent it to you guys too.
Okay. All right.
But, I think there's a little bit room for improvement, that some of that stuff could get lost just being posted on the county. And probably can get it out there a little bit more. Okay. But I think most of the players kind of know.
All right.
You, first off, thank you for getting over here so quickly. I appreciate that. There was a lot of questions about ag that I'm glad that you're here to help us through it. You sent out a note on a UC workshop at the San Andreas Town Hall.
On the 28th?
Yeah, can you comment on that a little bit?
Well, that's a very good workshop to go to. That's Scott Oneto's workshop. It's going to be all-encompassing about how to recover from a fire and conservation efforts that you can do that are available. So if you have land that you think is going to be impacted by erosion possibilities, then this is one that you really need to go to. And if you're unfamiliar with the aid that is available, it's one that you need to go to too.
Do they need to register for it ahead of time or just show up? They do? Okay.
You should register for that one.
Okay, thank you.
Just so they know how many people show.
And that's an all-day seminar, sir?
It goes for a pretty good part of the day. I think it's 9 to 4.
Yeah, it is.
I sent the Board of Supervisors that. The other thing I'd like to say is, besides these governmental agencies, that many people on their own have taken the impetus to help their neighbors, and it's just kind of the way it is. Especially Calaveras Grown, they've stepped forward and done a lot of help as individuals for other people in the community, and I think they deserve a lot of kudos.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah.
So you talked about losses, some millions. Well, can you restate that, please?
Okay, so as far as losses mostly it was rangeland up there.
Yeah.
And I would say of all the acreage burnt, 70,000 acres burnt, about 20% of that was probably rangeland. So it's about, 14,000 acres of rangeland. Might not be the most prime rangeland in the world. Some of it was really good rangeland. Some of it was kind of half rangeland, half kind of scrubland. So of it, 14,000 acres, and that's land that the cattle aren't going to be able to come back to this year.
Right.
So as far as putting a value on that, just ballpark value, I'd say about $500,000.
This is an animal value.
Yeah, the rangeland value.
So is there some
of gross profits lost?
Right. And so will the ranchers be able to apply for,
Yes. Okay. So yes, there's actually, the good thing about, I can't say good thing, but one of the things was that there weren't that large number of cattle killed. I would say less than 100 that I've heard of. Cattle perished in the fire. But there are a lot of small animals that we don't really count that much, or sheep, goats, horses. I don't really have a good figure to say on how many horses were that. I think probably sheep and goats may not have been more than 100 either. So, and it was just lucky the cattle were in higher grounds at the time
Right.
So
they'll be able to apply to a...
there's actually indemnity. There's one program for just things that have perished.
And who do they go for?
Farm Services Agency.
Farm. And what was that guy's name again?
Jeff Torres.
Say his last name again?
Torres, T-O-R-R-E-S.
Torres. Oh, Torres, okay. And where do they have offices? In
Stockton.
And most people you think at Los Gatos are already familiar with the program.
Yes.
Probably not much outreach there necessary.
I would say that most of your larger farmers know. There may be a few small ones that still don't.
Okay.
But
It's okay. We can put that information out anyhow. It'd be a really good idea.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So we can still put out the information.
Yes.
It's good.
Yeah. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
Yeah. You know, Kevin, I want to thank you. I was able to attend the session on Friday and talk to Jeff and learned a lot more. As you said, most people who are well established and this is their livelihood are aware of these particular programs. And, you know, he typically is up here anyway on a regular basis to help people apply for the different services. And because of the Butte, he brought his entire operation up here for that day, and that was very helpful. And what he did say is he saw some new faces and new people who weren't aware of the program. So he felt that through, you know, the Farm Bureau, your office, Cattlemen's Association, Wine Grape Alliance, Calaveras Grown, and the other kind of support organizations, word was getting out. And what I didn't realize is that, you know, we do have 2 elected representatives who work for the Farm Service Agency. We have J.W. DeLordo and Patty Spence who serve on that board, and they were instrumental in getting them up here and getting the word out for that. And what he was finding is that, you know, typically you have somebody who might qualify for the rangeland type of, you know, benefit, but because of the fire, there was opportunities and funding opportunities for repair, replacement of fencing, perhaps even barns, you know, the livestock replacement and those kinds of things. So, you know, I would encourage that somehow this too gets onto our particular website information. And I know through the Farm Bureau and such, you know, there's a network there, and I know this gets communicated quite frequently through their organizations. And I understand the state agencies of the Farm Bureau and Cattlemen's are here to support these area ranchers as well. Do you find that this kind of, you know, service too is available to, say, somebody who's involved in 4-H? You know, a young person who's just kind of starting out with a project, and who knows, they become that future land baron and you know, are raising their crops and animals and such. But is there a program through 4-H, or is that through kind of the UC extension that their kind of support services come through, or FFA kids and things like that?
Well, I think that would be more the extension than
the FSA.
Yeah.
And
okay. But as far as that goes, if you're a new farmer,
mm-hmm.
that there are programs specifically to encourage young people to get into farming or stay in farming,
right? And
low-cost loans available through those guys. And it's just somebody, if you're in agriculture, interested in agriculture, to get plugged into.
Okay, so probably more appropriate for the UC extension.
Yeah, but as far as the financing side of it,
mm-hmm.
Historically, that's what the Farm Services Agency was for.
Right, right.
I'm not familiar, Debbie, with the Farm Service Agency that much. Was that who you were talking about? That they're elected to be on the board?
Yeah, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but through the Farm Service Agency, they have representation from our county and others as well, and they're elected among their membership to serve on this board.
That's clear.
Yeah, no, it's not it is an election, but it's not it's through their membership. So Farm Bureau elects somebody, the cattlemen's.
Sure. Yeah, they advise Jeff Torres on conditions in the county.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions from the public to Kevin?
I will say, too, though, there was a question about ceding of land, and it's through these agencies that there's opportunities for folks to reseed their properties.
Joe Kelly, I think Al brought up the seeding thing. I'm not quite sure. Peter brought up airdrop seeding. Is that going to be used in this, or is this seed going to be picked up by the farmers and then they're going to go take it out and mechanically spread the seed over their property? The other question would be, is the seed certified? No yellow star thistle. Years ago, the one time I remember, and probably still have paper on it somewhere, the federal government, state government were going to do us a grand deal, and they did. They started the unadopted flower of California, yellow star thistle, and they've never come, and they actually started a program to stop the yellow star thistle spread. It went well, too, but I'm just wondering if these kind of things are going to be involved in this seed planting or seed spreading. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rosemary Wilson from McCallum Hill. I just wondered if the meeting on the 28th was going to be videotaped for people that couldn't get to the meeting, or if
Yes.
it will be. Fantastic, thank you.
All right. Any other public comments on this? Okay. So, lunch break? Well, what do you think? You know, I'm sorry for, well, then I certainly. I'm sorry this has taken so long, but we normally have to take a lunch break right about now. And I know we have a long ways to go. So I'd like to come back at 1 o'clock. Okay? All right, so we're going to begin again. And we'll start with Mary Zwicky.
Nope.
Hi, Mary.
Hi. Okay, Mary Sawicki, Director of Health and Human Services. And the first thing I'd like to address is an email that was sent to me where there was a question about that there were hundreds of people left in the campsites in Calaveras County. I'd like to tell you that we sent some workers out to check, and the party is closed. There's no one camping there. Comanche reports that all evacuees have checked out. Hogan, there was just one family that was there, and they are not there due to the Butte fire. So there aren't. That report apparently is false. We did check with Common Grounds this week that as they originally had received $10,000 to house seniors and disabled due to the Butte fire in hotels, motels, and apartments. There are 8 people left of the 34 originally placed. They are checking with them this week, and so we will see after they check with them, because Kathy Topol was gone, how much money they have left and what the status is on the 8 remaining. So I'll have that for you probably sometime next week. She expected a report hopefully to be completed by tomorrow. In the area of the Community Development Block Grant, we have been notified by our consultants now that the state would like us to have a public hearing that we will be placing on the board's agenda for November 10th, that the $93,000 that was originally scheduled for the West Point Affordability Housing Study, those funds can now be utilized for the Butte fire victims. We could use that for things like some well hookups, etc., where we estimate we could even do like up to 10 or 11 wells, or other kinds of costs where that may not be covered by other things. So that will be coming to you as to your decision to switch that money over on November 10th. I also would like you to know that we will be, as you know, we've been having the public hearings, and on the Community Development Block Grant, we can ask for the funding for that same study in the 16-17 application, so it's not as if it will be not happening. It's just going to go into the next application. So it's just a delay, and I have talked to Supervisor Wright, and he's fine with that issue, unless he's changed his mind since our last discussion. Okay. So also, the county may apply for some grant assistance with some home replacement or renovation costs in the 16-17 funds application for upward of anywhere between 600 and 700,000. So that also will be in the application coming to you for your consideration through the Community Development Block Grant, and that's also coming up very shortly. So you have a number of decision-making processes coming up on that issue. In the area of mental health, the CCP grant is close to completion now and is scheduled to come to the Board of Supervisors also very shortly. This would provide funding of $112,000 for 3 crisis workers, 1 lead workers, fiscal and administrative support, phones, and other expenses that staff normally incur. It can be renewed up to 9 months as needed. These would be workers that would be used exclusively for the Butte Fire area for crisis intervention. In addition, our behavioral health department are offering workshops. It's called Mental Health 101 Awareness at the Veterans Memorial Hall in West Point on October 29th from 9 to 11 a.m. in Mountain Ranch, at the Community Hall October 19th and 20th from 4 to 6 p.m. In addition, behavioral health staff will begin to be present at our outstations in Mountain Ranch on Thursdays and Fridays, Railroad Flats on Wednesdays, and they will continue in West Point during their regular set days that they already are there. Under the local assistance, we have 2 workers ever since the Butte fire was put out, and we were able to start going back out, who took the list of people who were in the shelters and the campgrounds, and they started with those with the Mountain Ranch addresses, and also have been working some of the other areas as well, but took those initially to start seeing how people have fared since returning to their home. And they have seen they have attempted to see 114 addresses so far. 54 homes were verified as okay. They gave out 2 gift cards left for tools and some food replacement. 37 residences they were unable to locate or get past the locks. They attempted calls on all available homes with phones, and they are starting to hear back now on some of those, and I'll have some more information by the next report. 24 of those homes were lost. 1 of the individuals would like a trailer brought to the property. They distributed 7 food boxes, hygiene supplies, tools, and water at all the residents where someone was present. The outstations, the contacts since the fire has seceded, and we were able to reopen the outstations in Railroad Flats. There's been 11 contacts. In West Point, they've seen 112 people, and in Mountain Ranch, there's been 51 people that have come in. In each of those areas, there's not just information about our services, but all of the information that was available at the local assistance center that was possible to gain and bring up to the areas. Under the donation management area, the VOAD group met yesterday, and so I should have a report from them by the next meeting, because I was in a different meeting. You can't be 2 places at once. There is a meeting scheduled with the churches and nonprofits on October 21st at 9 a.m. in our building. This is for the foundation, at a request of the foundations and the funders of those. What it is those agencies and groups who have provided services for the Butte Fire. People have been asking for some recommendations of who to give some funding to. It's not county funds. They just want to know who actually provided services and who we might recommend that they provide funds to cover some of the costs that were incurred. So we're having that meeting to find out who did what, who hasn't received funding yet, and who we might give some recommendations to. So that's strictly about that issue. Then under Disaster CalFresh, which is the old food stamp program, there were 35 applicants. The benefits issued were 9,799. We replaced we had a mass replacement of 792 households. The amount came to $100,400.65. We now have the FEMA list of properties that were destroyed, damaged, and we are looking at our various websites that we have of clients, both in behavioral health, public welfare, and veterans, and we are trying to look to see that those who may not have been able to, or who have applied so far to FEMA, to see if perhaps there's a reason, and we will see if perhaps those individuals might want to go and apply for FEMA now. There might have been a reason perhaps that they might not have been able to do so. For example, many of our clients are disabled for a variety of reasons, and we will see if there's some way we can encourage or assist them in that process. And that's the end of my report for present.
Thank you for that information, Mary, and the work you guys are doing. It's a big process. And that was one of the key questions I had for you was how are you, when you mentioned that you're cross-referencing those, that FEMA list, how are you going about determining, do you have staff calling, or, how do you do that?
We actually got the list of properties that they had, and then we are taking a look at the addresses that are there. We are then taking a look at our addresses, because we in that area, and then cross-referencing those to see if that person has applied or that address has actually applied into the FEMA system or not, and then we're going from there.
So if somebody has applied for it, you're not following up with them at this point?
Well, then we know somebody in that household has applied.
Right.
Yes.
And but you're not contacting them right now. Mainly what I would like to see happen, and I would like to see a lot of things happen that are just impossible. So this might be one of them. But I would like to see each of those people, especially the 575 who have already signed their right of entry forms, to be contacted by the county and ask, how can we help? Because I think, that outreach would really go a long way to getting some of the gaps. And I realize that, even if it's the 575, that is a lot of calling or, tracking down people. But I'm wondering, is that logistically possible for your department to do? It sounds like you're kind of doing a part of that.
We're actually doing many different things. We're doing the people who are going out and actually visiting all of the, like I said, all the people who were in the shelters and in the campsites, and we had those that we knew that they were in there.
That's excellent.
Okay, and we're also encouraging, we have all of Jason's information, like about encouraging people to go on and sign off for the property. We have all the information about the toxic waste, and the metals, etc. We have all of that information there. And we've done that since day one. We've worked together as a group. You need to know the departments do work as a group. So we've been doing that. In addition, we have all of that information in all of the outstations and have been doing that. And so that we have that. In addition, we are now Also taking a look to see, though, who hasn't applied for FEMA, because that can bring people some more information about benefits that they could be eligible for, especially because they may be the group that may not be insured because they're low income. And so that's the next thing that we're attacking. And so that is what we're doing, and we're doing it from several different databases, because somebody may only be in one database and not necessarily in another database. And so that's what we're doing on that. And I know you would like everything perfect, but it's the best I think we can do. I have literally half the eligibility staff right now and half the social service staff. And I think given that and the fact that the Affordable Care Act is opening up November 1st, it's the best we can do. And I think when you look at the numbers, I think when we've already hit like 140, just the two out on in the pickup truck already hit 114 properties. I think that's pretty good for just, what, a couple of weeks. Yeah. And they're back out. And we have all of the, and then you take a look at some of the numbers, you add them all together, I think we're doing pretty well.
Mary, how are we advertising or getting the word out on the mental health workshops that are in West Point, Mountain Ranch, and so have you?
We use the PI person, and that has been going out. We also have been using the local community groups as well, working there, and the outstations, you name it. We've also put it out to our fellow county departments. We also use it with each group department has shared our list with each other, with the churches, etc. Yeah.
Thank you, and thanks for your efforts, all your departments.
I have a question. Mary, are you, with the FEMA, do you have a number of who is in temporary housing, or is that kind of a FEMA number that they're working through?
I would think that's probably with FEMA. It was only recently that we got the list, and that we're just starting. I have two people working on that right now on the databases.
Okay.
And what I'm sorry, just to follow up on that, we do know that for the temporary housing, the very short term, there were 7 families that had applied it and were seen through that. I don't know about the number of temporary, the longer term rental assistance, that type thing. Mm-hmm. But what we did hear on Friday morning was that 5 families have been identified for modulars once the properties are clean, and that FEMA can contract with the hauling and installing and permitting. Okay. But those applications are all through FEMA.
And we also are getting a report now from the State Department of Social Services about those who get the maximum amount of FEMA grant, who are then eligible for their additional grant. Mm-hmm. So we are getting those reports as well.
And additionally, FEMA, I believe that Brian emailed this out to the board. It was a summary report, and FEMA has committed to getting that to us on a regular basis that we can forward it to the board.
Mary, good job. A couple of quick questions. You mentioned we had 8 people housed right now.
Common Grounds has 8 senior and disabled left.
Are they located in San Andreas, or are they the group up in Arnold? Do you know?
They actually went in various locations. I know that Kathy placed some people, for example, as far as Modesto, et cetera, wherever she could get a spot at that time.
Okay.
And that's what she's getting me a report on now.
Yeah, there was 8 people up there originally, and I wound up saying 8 people. It must be a nightmare tracking all the dollars spent for what we're doing as a result of the fire versus what we're doing as a result of the county in our normal operations. Are we tracking that somehow? I know we must be.
That's why we had this discussion yesterday in the meeting that I was at, is that the foundation has been tracking the funding that they receive, and we have not been receiving funding purposely internally to give out because that would be a major issue. We recommend that the foundation, who is a volunteer group, go ahead and take care of those issues. I do know that, and so we only track our own expenses that we did. And the other organizations are tracking their expenses, and that's why they're spent a variety of meetings to look at, like we're having tomorrow, who has been providing what services, where are they getting some of their funding from, or if they're not getting funding and they have expenses, perhaps we could make a recommendation to someone who has said, we have some money to give, and it's for like medical, which is one area I've been asked to give some recommendations for. Then I'll say, okay, here's somebody who's provides some medical services. You can make a decision, but here is a group that has during the Butte fire. You may want to talk with them further, and they may meet your criteria. It's just to give some recommendations. I'm not going to tell people what to do and where to place their money. I'm just going to say, here's some recommendations.
And as far as county costs go, if the board recalls, back at the beginning, the auditor's office set up a specific fund, and all county departments are tracking their costs and they're charging it to that fund. There's a meeting last week in October that will go through the claiming processes for federal and state funding, and all participating agencies, entities, nonprofits are invited to that meeting. I believe the email went out to all of those that we had on our list, and I believe we, at Chair Edson's request, we even sent the list to him. So and Brian's here, possibly to all the board to ensure that we captured everybody that could claim under those, the FEMA and state funding, and they're invited to that meeting to understand how they can go about claiming reimbursement of their costs.
Thank you. So I'd just like to say something about that. To qualify for those costs, the costs for them to get their money back, basically, those nonprofits would have had to be, as the FEMA and OES folks said, it would have had been asked by the county to be a part of that whole response, and just not too many of them that were.
There were a few. Yes.
But there was a lot of folks out there that did, thank goodness, because there were so many people coming out of District 2 and District 1 that it would have been virtually impossible, I think, for us to even consider reacting to that in a way that was actually reacted to. So, it's just one of those things where, who's going to be ready for something like that, So, I would suggest that we try to figure out some kind of a process where we determine that these, as far as I'm concerned, every one of those nonprofits that responded did so for the people of Calaveras County and to help them. And so I would sure hate for any of those folks to not qualify after giving so much.
The purpose of the meeting tomorrow is to try and see what we can do to get as many people's bills paid as possible, one way or the other.
Okay.
Other questions?
I do want to say on the mental health workshops that I do see where there's a 24-hour hotline as well, and that's being promoted too, as I see, for folks to call. So when they're calling, are they being offered additional resources as well? It's kind of the information line.
What I had here is only just a startup.
Right.
We're still looking at more and what else we need to do. This is just the startup, because on issues of depression and as you know, on issues of trauma, it goes much further.
Right.
Because as people realize the loss, it hits at various times much longer. It takes a while to get over shock.
Yes, it does.
Right.
Thank you.
The Rancheria, is there, that was a huge evacuation point for most people who weren't affected by the fire, but there were some there.
Yes.
Have you talked to them at all?
I have not talked to them since the night we were up there, because that was primarily a Red Cross site, and I've just only talked to the Red Cross briefly since that time.
I was just wondering if there's still people up there.
To my knowledge, there wasn't.
Okay. Thanks.
So one of the things that I've noticed is, I get a bunch of these folks that come into my restaurant to eat. There's some people that are pretty much trying to figure out how to take the next step, and they're confused, very confused. A lot of them. They're trying to figure out where to go next. I talked to several folks that just talking with their insurance companies was almost too much for them. And then you say, hey, well, come on over here to sign up for FEMA. And we're not talking about we're talking about people that are in their mid 60s, maybe late 60s, that have just lost everything they ever worked for in their whole life or ever had, and they're having a hard time walking through this process. Very hard time. And there are a lot of folks up there that are not contacting us. They won't. And reach out and touch them is going to be hard to do anyhow. But usually, and I talked to somebody at FEMA, he said usually they'll come out just about the time FEMA's ready to leave. Because it takes time for everything to start rolling again, and which is unfortunate in a lot of cases, I believe. But it's one of those things I think we're going to have to be prepared for.
This is my 5th or 6th disaster I've worked. This is the worst one, of course, and it's not unusual. Like I said, for people, they come in different because people have different reactions, and I've had people come much later to finally come and begin to talk about issues. We certainly can look at asking, for example, our area agency on aging to come and do some senior insurance counseling to see if they have something for the housing piece. If not, we can certainly look at seeing if we can't figure out something to do with that. But in general, we are Health and Human Service. We'll always figure out something, and certainly send people to us. Even if we have half staff, we've always figured out something. I can't remember a time we haven't. Supervisor Ponte certainly knows that, and so, I just want people to come, and if they will talk with us, we'll just try and figure out the best we can. That's all I can say.
So part of your
I can't figure out everything for everyone.
Yeah. But I do think we should contact each person who lost their place that has signed the 575. I mean, we have not just your office, maybe, but the county.
And I didn't say that we weren't. I said we got to 114 so far.
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
So
I'm just saying.
But you didn't say you were going.
I didn't say I wasn't going to. I said we've gotten to 114 so far.
That's what I want to hear is yes, we are.
I think we have the largest number of anybody you've heard so far today. So give me a break.
Well, Jason contacted 575. That's what I'm saying, is that we've already made the contact, right? They've signed the paper. So why don't we start with that as the goal, is to try to contact all the county offices, try to contact the 575 people that have signed that paper, so we can make sure that they're getting the help they need.
But to do what? What would you like me to do with this?
To call them up and say, hi, I'm here with the county, and you realize you signed this right entry form, realize you lost your house, We just want to make sure that things are going okay for you in this time of disaster. Do you need additional help from the county?
Okay, I will tell you this. I looked at some of the FEMA lists the other day, and a number of those folks who lost some of those homes are out of the county. They are not in Calaveras County, so they would not be at the top of my list right now because we also have our day job to do in addition, and as you heard this morning, there are people still wanting certain things. And we do have people, I still have child abuse, elder abuse, and a number of other things to do as well. And so I have to get to those things as well. I'm just being realistic about it.
Sure.
So we will be getting to as many people as possible as quick as we can. That I can guarantee you that. But also, I will tell you this. We have tried calling some people. But realistically, you know as well as I do, more than anybody else, Supervisor Wright. Some of those phones are non-existent, and the phone lines are non-existent right now. And until, you can't say call them because it's just not there.
Well, yeah. And
that has been, if it was that easy, I probably would be done by now.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying that we have, and it's probably not that's whatever.
I'm just saying it's very difficult because I had people say to me and ask my department, why don't you just call people? Right. And we can't because the phone line isn't there on those properties that are destroyed, many of them. Yeah. And many of the people who live in areas that didn't have their property destroyed.
I know their phones are gone.
Their phones are still not.
Yeah.
They may have their home, but they don't have a phone.
Yeah.
And that is for many of our elderly and disabled. And I'm getting those calls, and people are coming to say, you need to do something about that as well. And my issue is like, what would you like me to do? I can't address that issue. It's beyond my control. And I wish it was in my control, truthfully.
Do you also, you guys have a warehouse over there too, or is that not yours?
We worked that out initially with Kelly Figueroa, and we are continuing to work. She's on my list of calls this afternoon.
Okay. Is there resources to be able to go in there and help them?
I need to find out what the status is right now with Kelly and with Ms. Johnson.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever get to act on the Red Cross person that the Red Cross said that they would provide to you?
I got the information to the Red Cross, and I have heard back they wanted to connect with me. The gentleman that is traveling to Washington this week, so I emailed him and suggested that we have that phone conversation on Monday.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor Wright.
Never mind.
I'd be more than happy to talk with you further, anytime.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Any public comments?
I'm glad we have a staff. If I recall a couple of weeks ago, that was stated in here, the budget or whatever grant was approved, any and all emergencies, they were prepared. You judge it. Any and all emergencies was stated in here that they were ready to go. There's a number of donations came in from all the way from Modesto, middle of the night, because they were working the day. I believe that some money was brought up, some goods were brought up from Discovery Bay. It wasn't done because they wanted to be reimbursed. So I think there's those folks who were running those organizations, like in Burson, I guess kind of drafted over there, but they just did it. Some people just did it. Okay? Another thing I like to point out that sometimes they're having a problem what to do with all those Well, first of all, there was another folks that was hard to place. Now, let me remind you, in this county, you have a fucking bunch of empty buildings right in this town. Old office buildings. Old office building called CCWD. It's empty. And I believe that you have a list of facilities that the county owns. Because I don't like to get emotional, you know. But when I had to give a little radio to a lady so she can call me when she had to do something, you go in there because she could not stand up in the middle of the night. Hey, folks, if we were ready for any and all emergencies, you know, we as people in this county did a pretty piss poor job. I don't care who else is involved. Your staff. If you want to take it personal, that's fine. You have a shitload of mental health specialists on our payroll.
Peter, you gotta watch the...
Okay, manure load of mental health. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I have a problem with English language.
We do have.
But, okay, manure load of mental health specialists. Wouldn't it be nice if we make use of it? You're paying them for standby. Maybe they can get their body down here and help those folks. Because that's what they need. You know, it breaks my heart when I say, hey, you got a nice dog with it, guy. Oh, what's nice about it? I just lost 4 kids. Cal Fire wouldn't even dose my dog down. So some of those folks need some mental health specialists, the ones you're paying for a standby. Let them earn their keep, folks. That's in you okay the budget. Let them get down there. Somehow, some kind of correlation. When you need evacuation, you have public works. You have a bunch of buses. I'm sure you could put a good use to it, right? So all I got to say is, folks, hopefully we can learn how it could be improved. How it could be improved, coordinating it. Everybody wants to do good. Everybody wants to do right. Bless their hearts. I want to thank them. But it breaks your heart when, a guy all broken down because he lost a family. There was no communication there. Somebody who cannot get up because they're stuck in a tent. When you got empty buildings over here. Not this one. I'm talking about other buildings around this county, what you own. And I'm sure you have a list. So, please, hopefully we can learn some lesson and get some improvements. I'm not faulting anybody, but please. We got asset that was not utilized the way it should have been or could have been. Thank you.
You got to go to CCWD, right? Oh. You're going to CCWD now, right? Right. Just letting you know.
Oh, don't worry.
We'll call anytime you're coming down, Peter.
They got the nicest courthouse in this county, believe me. It's only costing you $9 million. Don't worry. Region's been paid off. All you pay is for capital, folks.
Okay. So we have another public comment.
Mona Baruti again. Earlier I said, help us, help you, help everybody else. So I want to extend my offer to Mary. I have access to the whole women of the Moose and several dedicated community members who are already vetted and doing work, not just saying they want to. We can contact everybody on your list in one day. From the results, we can build a new list that'll separate those who are contactable by phone from those who need visits or those who may live elsewhere and this is not their primary. We'll ask your questions.
Mona?
And I'm going to give you my card.
Thank you. No racing.
Rosemary Wilson from McCallum Hill. When this fire took place, I had just gone over to England to visit my 93-year-old mother, and in fact, I left to come back to sort out the claims adjuster the day after her 93rd. And I was looking for whatever information I could get from about the fire, the course of the fire, what people were doing in response to the fire. And as a result of what I found, as a member of the Mental Health Advisory Board, I put an item on the agenda whereby the department could let us know what they had been doing. And I learnt of how people were at the evacuation centers. They were wherever they were needed to provide assistance, and ranging from hand-holding, whatever it took to reach out to the community. And I didn't want you to get the impression that mental health was sitting on their hands doing nothing, waiting for a list to be developed, because I think far from that. Although it was very difficult for me to find out back in England, people were working on and doing their job. Last week I got up also because although there are centers in West Point and Mountain Ranch, and there is some, oftentimes in the conversation, railroad flat is brought up, I still have to say and ask the question, is enough being done, Mary, for the people of McCallum Hill, and also Glencoe, although I admit Glencoe may not have a definite center, it's certainly a strong community. I live where, if I look out my window, which fortunately my house in McCallum Hill was okay, but I can look out and see dead parts of dead trees from distance about a quarter of a mile. So although downtown McCallum Hill survived, if you look at the map, McCallum Hill stretches a long way, and it's a strange, at least according to the Postal Service, it's a strange shape. So you could be in McCallum Hill with no house, but it would be extremely difficult to go up and through Jesus Marie Road and down Railroad Flat Road to get to Mountain Ranch, and equally, or maybe not quite as difficult, to get up to West Point.
Most people, Rosemary, sorry to interrupt, but just to answer that, for the people I talk to have lost their place, and you know this as well, to me it seems like most folks are going to San Andreas, because that's the closest center. It's only a minutes away. So I just don't know about logistically what we would put in Moke Hill and how many people that would actually reach.
Yeah, I don't know either, but each time I listen, and McCallum Hill is as if it had not been affected.
Yeah. But I've been thinking about it, and when I just don't get the feeling that there's a lot of people that would utilize it.
I don't know. It's been quite a while, even though it's not, we're early into this process, but it's been quite a while since the fire, so I expect people have sought out their own information. But I just want to get some guarantee that McCallum Hill is being given the same whack as Mountain Ranch, say.
Well, you're going to have, Mountain Ranch is going to be more of a focus, just simply because of and you know this, the size of the destruction and where it's located is the epicenter is Mountain Ranch. And so, logistically speaking, you're going to have most of the activity there, rather than Moke Hill, where, yes, it was impacted, but not nearly to the degree Mountain Ranch is. There also was they did have a FEMA trailer center, remote center set up there. Probably not the best location, but it was in Mobile across from the gas station.
Yes,
And very few people utilized it. So I'm just, I agree. I mean, Mobile is, very important to me, but I'm just not sure how many people we're going to reach.
Well, after all, that's the important thing, getting the word out to those people, but they should be included as well.
I think the people that are out there right now probably have the word. It's just that you're probably just going to have to reach out and touch them somehow to get them to come in. And that's could be a distinct possibility.
Thank you.
Thanks,
I could address that issue. The Resource Connection had a food distribution center there, and they also provided information. And we've been out there actually quite a few times with staff doing addressing issues with people who with the Butte fire victims. So it's not as if we haven't. We've been there quite a bit.
Yeah, I think maybe
It's just that we don't have an outstation, so I didn't list it as such. But I can probably have that listed as a separate report on the next one.
That'd be great. Thank you. That's an easy one.
Hi, I'm Keith Zylstra. I live on Jesus Maria Road. I'm looking at you guys, and you're all very clean and very well dressed, so I'm assuming you all still have a house. Is that correct? Didn't burn down? 50, 60 years worth of possessions aren't gone in 10 or 15 minutes? You're coming in here. I got work to do. I've got cleanup to do, so I can't wait to get to this urgency ordinance thing. Actual help to fire victims would be wonderful. I'm talking shovels, chainsaws, hands, dump trucks. That's help. Adopting an ordinance that makes more hoops and puts more time limits. I remember at the first fire meeting, I think it was Miss Stedfield. Were you at the first fire meeting up here? Some representative of the council was there, and they said, we're considering registering all the RV trailers that people are going to stay in. In what world does that help a fire victim to register the RV and check up on them every 6 months? That's another hoop. That's another barrier. It's another problem. This ordinance addresses RVs. You don't need an ordinance. The last thing you need right now is more ordinances, more hoops, and more things to get in the way. If you want to help fire victims, help would be appreciated. Screwing us up is not appreciated. I've heard the terms this morning, I believe it was legal reality. Last week I heard the term political reality. If you had lost your house and all your possessions, you would be dealing with reality. Has nothing to do with ordinances and paperwork and everything else. That's what happens here. If that's the way people think that you're going to help, the most help you can be is to sit quietly, fold your hands, and stay in San Andreas. If you want to help, we need help, yes. We do not need ordinances. We do not need laws. We do not need exorbitant permit fees. I know that could be voted out, but it hasn't been. Basic permit fee is $166 to get the people that burned my power down to put it back up. I had to give the county $166 for one guy to drive a pickup 17 miles and sign a card. You want to help? I could use that money. I just bought a new chainsaw because my old one burned, $300. That would have been over half of that chainsaw, that silly permit fee. Why are we doing this to people when you could be helping? I hear all day you want to help the fire victims. Fine. Help them. Don't get in the way. That's all I got to say. I got to go to work.
Any other public comments?
House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. This is probably on the next topic coming up, but that gentleman hit it nail right on the head. You don't need more laws. And we're going to get into discussion of more laws, but boy, It's a reality check.
Okay.
I've been waiting all day for this proposition to come up before you, and I can't wait any longer either. I'm Carol Phelps, Mountain Ranch resident, and I also agree with what that gentleman said. He's been sitting here all morning, all day, like you. I read quickly the proposition that's going to come before you. This is a disaster.
So we really can't talk about that one.
Other people have been taking lots of time. The gentleman in the red shirt has spent 20 minutes since this morning. And you're going to cut me off?
I don't want to cut you off. I just know that we can't talk about what's on the agenda as an agenda item. It's the next one.
And when do you plan to get to it?
Really soon. We're going to talk way faster with these next gentlemen over here.
But if you want to talk in general terms, not specific terms, like the gentleman who just said, we don't like permit fees, then you could.
Yeah, he was real general.
Okay. Real general. Okay, I'll try. I've been working with the fire victims in Mountain Ranch and all the way over to Moke Hill. Please, please, please do not put more in their way for getting assistance. There are a lot of people with, is it general?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. There are a lot of people, I don't know the numbers, maybe 100, 200 people that don't have insurance, that fall between the hoops. And as this gentleman said, he needs the money to pay for the chainsaw. Please help these people who are falling between. They're your residents. This is disaster. What about disaster? And this is exceptional. The only other disaster that's probably happened like this has been to the Miwok Indians when we came along. This is the first time something like this is happening in Calaveras County. Please make exceptions. Thank you.
All righty. So I'm going to make an exception right now. Let's move on to the next agenda item. And we'll come back to this one because we still have Peter, but Peter's going to be here anyhow. So. We're going to come back to it.
Oh, you're going to come back to it?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to chop to this.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a chop.
5 minutes.
So, Carol, if you want to get more specific on this, we're going to move it to right now. But it may take a while before we get to public comment.
Jeff, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're a department head. That's right. Yeah, so we have 2 more department heads to have come up and give a presentation after this. But there's a lot of people who've been waiting all day long to get to this ordinance, and I think we should get to it. So here we go.
Well, that was a heck of an introduction to an ordinance.
Thank you.
Peter Maurer, Planning Director, and I think what this ordinance is trying to do is remove constraints, so it does allow people to get on their property and allows help. It may not be the help that everyone wants, but this is what we can do to remove some of the constraints that are in place under our current code to allow emergency housing. There was one big issue that was hanging over everyone's head last week. We went back to look and see if there were other options. We reached out to other counties. I know that Megan, Jason, and I each spoke with our counterpart in Lake County to see what they have done. We still not feel comfortable recommending approval of an ordinance that exposes people to hazards. And so we haven't come up with a solution that we probably knew we couldn't come up with anyway. It's really a decision that you as a board need to make. But if you wish to allow residents to be placed back on the property before they're certified as being safe, the language that was proposed last week we feel is the best we can do. There are a couple other changes that we're recommending. And I passed out a sheet earlier this morning. I think you got it. It's to deal with the Section 1793-070, temporary off-site housing. And after some discussion yesterday with Supervisor Wright, doing a little bit of research on some mobile home parks up in the area that could be utilized for off-site housing, realized we needed to make some modifications. There's an additional modification I would like to make to subsection C, and I'll just read the way we would recommend that it be changed. Temporary shelters or emergency housing consisting of more than one unit shall be connected to water and sewer service and a power source approved by the building official. A single off-site unit shall be connected to water and sewer as provided in section 1793-040 B4 and B5. So just differentiate between a single house on someone else's property versus more of a trailer park or more of a cluster or complex of temporary housing. The other changes that we had discussed last week were adding alternative power source. This should be under section 040. Other power source approved by the county building official. And after discussion with HCD this morning, we're recommending a change to section 040C. After the end of the first sentence, add this phrase for RVs. And then at the end of that section, a sentence says, all other temporary residential units shall be subject to permitting inspection requirements as set forth by HCD standards. That's something that HCD has said they're going to require regardless.
For what?
For anything other than an RV, HCD is going to be inspecting the FEMA housing as well as the any kind of mobile home that goes on the property. Our recommendation is that the ordinance be adopted as originally recommended with those changes passed out earlier this morning that differentiate between a single unit on another piece of property versus multiple units on a site, adding recreation zone to multi-units, and the other changes I just read. A couple of things that I wanted to point out as well. We talked about last week the 2 years time frame with the ability to extend it 1 year. This ordinance, I would hope that it would ultimately become a permanent part of our county code, so that if, heaven forbid, we have another emergency, it's in place. People can do, we can respond immediately. And we don't know what the state might do in that case. We can and we will extend things for a period of 3 years for this specific emergency. It's provided in that. The language in there also says that the EO, the executive order from the governor, would supersede anything in our code anyway. And that we really trying to find as many different alternatives as we can for housing off-site and be able to get people back on houses on their site as soon as possible. One of the things that I know I spoke with someone who was unaware that this ordinance would allow someone, say, if my home was lost and Debbie offered to put a trailer on her property for me to live in, that would be permitted. So that's something that we would also allow, and a very simple self-certification process to be able to do that. So with those changes, this is our recommendation. If you have any questions, Jason, Jeff, Megan, and I are here to answer those.
Yeah, I guess I do have a question. Sorry, Mike, go ahead. I guess it just comes back to what we were talking about, last week. And that is, the question of common sense. Like the lady who came and spoke earlier today, she has, a textbook example of where there should be an exemption. So, it not only helps her move forward, but, it helps the county use the cleanup efforts go to other places that need it first. So, it just doesn't make sense that we can't come up with some type of exemption for common sense.
I did want to clarify to the board that although Mr. Maurer was presenting some additional language that staff came up with regarding recreational area and placement in different zones, I wanted to remind the board that there is also language that staff presented to the board after lunch last Tuesday that offers some alternative language as well regarding the footprint and distances from the footprint. It's, as we were discussing last week, it's imperfect, but staff, we have reached out to our resources. We've looked at other models. We've looked at other language, and the language that was presented to the board last Tuesday after lunch, together with the language that was presented this morning, is likely the it allows for the most possibilities for people to get back to their property sooner rather than later.
So the language that was presented last week in the afternoon after lunch does allow for a property owner to get back on their property before it's certified clean. Again, we're not recommending it because of just the safety issue, but this is an alternative that could be adopted by the board if you felt that was appropriate. I think that's what Megan was trying to say.
Mr. Maurer, could you clarify that statement just so I understood it correctly?
Sure.
Language contained in the proposal now allows people to come back on their property, although we don't recommend it, but we're not preventing them. Is that what I heard?
If you choose as a board to adopt the language that was presented last week after lunch, that would allow that to occur, yes.
Yeah, so we actually don't have that in our board packet.
Something that we can make copies of. It was an oversight when we inserted into the program for agendizing. Thank you, Peter.
Peter, he's really resourceful.
Yeah. What else you got prepared for?
Yeah. Pull some more out of your hat there, Peter.
Something up your sleeve? You guys have that copy?
And that would include the newest revisions on this as well.
I believe that's just for the one portion of the ordinance that addressed the additional language after lunch last week. I do notice in this, there was discussion last week, and it was just discussed by Mr. Maurer about additional language under C6 that allows for other electrical source approved by the county building department that would dovetail or have similar language similar to 5D above. There was discussion last week about that, and that was something that you had just
I'd
brought up now.
recommend that previously, yes.
Okay, looks good to me.
I actually have another suggestion. That's okay. You know, when somebody goes out there on their property And they're going to have to put up a pole, right? It's got to be permitted. Good with that. It's got to be done. Couldn't, at that time, when that rent permit happens, couldn't they decide then where that temporary housing is going to be so that they don't have to come up with another permit?
Not sure I follow the question. The inspector, when the inspector goes out to the field to inspect the pole, would that be?
Because right now what they're doing, they're going to go out and they're pay for a permit for the pole, right? Then when they put the temporary housing or RV or whatever it is on there, they're going to have to pay another permit fee, right?
Under the governor's executive order, the permit fees for temporary housing were waived.
Right.
Okay, isn't it in here somewhere? That's what I read.
We're talking, there's the fees related to reconstruction of the building site, but for the temporary housing, under the executive order by the governor, those permit fees have been waived.
Has the power permit fee been waived too?
No, the power pole is a permanent, it's going to be used if they rebuild, it will be the one that connects. So that and there's been quite a few that have been put up already. And there's also a methodology for people without insurance to get applied to the Board of Realtors who raise money to cover those costs.
Correct. You can go in and you can. They have an application process through the board, Calaveras Board of Realtors, and they will pay. They will reimburse you that $166 for that permit fee. I would like to actually try to set something else up to where, instead of going through that process, where we could figure out a way to have them write a check for so many fees or permits or something like that, rather than do this constant process.
Chairman Edson, does that apply to all permits or those permits that are non-insured? Because I believe that the permits for insured properties are covered through the insurance.
Under insurance, yeah.
So we're talking about the folks that don't have insurance.
Correct.
And this is a temporary power pole for construction. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Actually, I believe it would be a permanent power pole.
It's going to be the one.
It will be the permanent power pole, whether they use it for the temporary housing or whether they use it for when they rebuild their homes. It's to bring the electricity in from the public right-of-way to the property.
Right.
Currently, we have.
Excuse me, sir, could you identify yourself for the audience?
Oh, I can remember who I am, at least to this point. Jeff White, the billing official, Calaveras County. Currently, we have issued approximately 104 electrical services, and they're generally almost every single one of them, with the exception of a few, are 200 amp services. Those will be designed by the standards for on a pole generally that are intended to be there, not temporarily. We're not considering those to be temporary.
Well, that's also the requirement for FEMA, for temporary housing.
Right. Now, if somebody brings in a FEMA home, you don't have the pole set yet, we would charge for the electrical connection to the service panel. There will be no charge for the temporary house. We're not going to charge any permit fees for those under the EO. The EO says those temporary setups are waived. So the board doesn't have to waive those. It's already done by the governor's office. Yeah. So the pole gets $166 worth. Then from then on to the house is no charge, and we still have to do the inspections. And if they come in to get a permit for the temporary house, at the same time they pay for the permit for the electrical power. That's a one-stop theory. And then ideally they'll have everything ready for our inspections that we're doing for no charge is expedited to where we can inspect the whole thing when it's set up.
Yeah, it'd be easier for you guys to do.
Absolutely. We're looking at maximizing the minimum staff that we have for the whatever this the influx of temporary housing is going to be.
So Jeff, so it seems like there's a system, thanks to the good people of the Board of Realtors, I suppose. And I apologize. That's okay. So I'm just wondering, if since this is the temporary ordinance here, and you're putting power pole for the temporary housing.
That's correct.
Yeah. So could we go ahead and just delay that if needed, for folks, just delay that permit cost until they do the permanent housing, since this is a temporary.
So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about, Jeff. Folks with insurance are probably not going to have a problem with it. Some of the folks that may not have insurance, it could be delaying them that benefit to get there. If we could figure out a way to work it out with the Board of Realtors, because they already committed to this, where we can maybe defer some of the non-insured folks to a certain point where they're agreeable with it, where they can come in and pay for those permits all at once rather than each one at a time.
Well,
maybe like 10 at a time or something.
I would say that there is a multitude of different types of confusion that we would have to deal with that. Not that it's a bad idea, but for every good idea we have that looks really nice to start with, then you end up creating problems for yourself. And we have never, typically we have not issued permits without having the money first, paying out money, then the ticket, right? So there's no reason why, if they can buy the pole, they could apply for the grant money by the Association of Realtors to be reimbursed through that process. It would probably still take the same amount of time. They'd only be out of the $166 in those cases for that length of time. Now there's a couple other things that are going on here. When we have a mobile home that comes in that's going to be permanent, not temporary, not under the EO, we have a permanent home. Those are considered new construction. So that's not in the equation. Those fees that are associated with those setups would be, with the exception of the one-time fees that we can work out, would apply. That's mobile home. Now a house, of course, would fall in the same type of condition where the fees would apply that aren't one-time fees, and that all the inspections that go along with that for issuing a permit for a reconstruction would take place. So the ordinance now speaks to get back on the ordinance language, speaks to the temporary housing. So that's what we want. I want to make that distinction, that there's other things that aren't temporary, and the power poles are not temporary.
That is true. But you never really answered the question, or maybe I just didn't understand. But what I'm looking for from your department is a little bit more leadership. Like in the other departments, I'm seeing a lot of leadership out there, but I'm not seeing it from you guys. As far as how are you going to help people recover? And so I just haven't heard how you're going to assist. I heard how the Board of Realtors is going to assist, but how is the building department going to help people get through this hurdle?
I'm listening to whatever advice you may have on that subject, because I beg to differ that we're not helping.
Well, then what do you suggest we do to help people with this?
People have called us constantly. They're asking the right questions. We give them the right information. We are providing information on a daily basis. We are meeting with HCD tomorrow for cross-training for my staff and their staff to make sure that how we do the inspections on these setups is done with the HCD standards. We want to all be doing that the same way. We are dealing with a lot of public constantly. We're giving them all the information that we have to help proceed with what is going on. What's happening now in front of us is the cleanup and the stabilization of the environment out there. That's what's happening now. We have not received
but maybe one submittal for a reconstruction of a part of a dwelling. So they're not coming to us yet.
But they're going to.
They will. They will. And we will have the ability to help them with their independent problems, whatever those might be.
So I got to say that I know that one of your employees lost her place too.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard from numerous folks how good your department has been to them. And they've been very helpful. And we're real happy that you guys were able to come up with this too. This is creative. This is helpful. And I actually appreciate the efforts that you guys are making.
I'm glad to hear that, because we definitely are doing everything that
we're
a unique operation compared to all the other jillions of things that are going on out there.
And it's a tense time for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm telling you, my department, myself, are on the ragged edge for this thing, and we're doing the best we can to hold it together. I've been working almost every single weekend.
And I am concerned about another a month from now, because it's going to start rolling, and hopefully you guys are going to be geared for that, because it's going to be a wild ride for about a year and a half. You know that, right?
Oh, absolutely, and that's what we are. We're making all the attempt to get Plus, we got the RFP is getting the final touches put on it. That's going to provide us with a great deal of reinforcement with the right people doing the right things. So I've met with the fire chiefs last Wednesday. We talked about their role in life here, and you call on them, they'll be there. I know there's been some concerns on that. They don't want to be left out of the big picture here. The fire departments are definitely plugged in. So, that for everything that we try to stay in front of, there's like a lineup of other things coming. And we're doing the best we can to stay on top of it and give real information. I haven't been able to spend much time in my department because I've been doing a lot of other things, and I'm trusting that my staff is being informed well enough, depending on all the outcomes of all the meetings we're doing, to call the shots the best they can without making mistakes. And I think they're doing a good job of that.
And that is, I don't know if people know, but Jeff was, as soon as it was cool enough to walk out there, Jeff was on the assessment teams to identify the buildings, structures out there and the buildings out there, the damage to them. So he was working with the CAL FIRE strike assessment team, right?
Yes.
Right from the get-go, I think probably from the third day, actually.
Second day, yeah.
Second day?
Actually, the first day I did it, so
so
I lost track of it.
And he was out there to identify at that time, with 548 homes is what you identified, and all that time away from his regular department, regular job, which puts a burden on everybody else in that department. So, yeah, we understand that there's double duties being played.
Well, and I appreciate the recognition of that, because I don't expect to be the guy that gets noticed on everything. I just soon stay away from that. But I recognize when I need to do what I need to do, and I try to do it without bothering other people and get the job done. And if we have good results, that's what we're looking for. There's time to react, and there's time to think about things. For a long period of time, it was you better react, and you better react now. And now we're in a phase where Public Works and Jason's shop they're leading the charge here. And we're working very closely with them. They've given us a list to go out and look at some imminent threats on some structures that are out there to see if they're going to be subject to mudslides or debris flows. So we're going to make contact with those people and let them know if there's an imminent threat, if we can remove some of those threats before we get a rain event. That's what we intend to do. So they're out. My people are in the field right now just doing that very thing. So every day we have another section of concerns that have to be prioritized. So.
Yeah, I know that you're identifying stuff right now. Jason's in a mode. Jeff is going to be, the other Jeff is going to be reacting if it rains, and then it's your turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't wait. But I want to assure the board that we are doing what we need to do to stay prepared in advance of the influx that is sure to come. We want to handle it efficiently and as quickly as possible to make sure that the best results can be produced. So,
can we talk to the Realtors Association and possibly have one of their applications put on your counter?
I think they're there right now, and do we have one on the website yet? The application it's called the
Calaveras Realtors Association.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, but if we don't, we certainly can get that one put on there.
Yeah, California Association of Realtors, and it's a one-page application, and you fill it out, and it looks like it's called the purpose for the request for grant assistance. So that's there, and I encourage people that would like to look into that opportunity to do just that.
Perfect.
So
we are bringing Jeff back. Seems like we got a little distracted from the ordinance.
Yeah, a lot of this I'll probably be revisiting some of the things we talked
about. I want to thank you too, but I'll wait, please.
Yeah. So when we get done with the ordinance
part, do it again?
In case you weren't listening the first time.
Yeah. I won't say anything.
No, you're okay, Chris. I don't mind you bringing that up, but I do have a reaction to what I know we're doing.
I think we just have different philosophy.
Well, that's the way the world works.
All right, so let's get back to the ordinance. Public comments.
Thank you. Al Segal, Taxpayer Association. There may be a real simple solution to some of the stuff. We're really breaking our brains, trying to create a new law, trying to envision how it's going to help people and not hurt people. Our doctor friends have a slogan they follow, or they try to follow, is, above all else, do no harm. Above all else, do no harm. Well, this leads us to a different way of thinking. There is a problem with that ordinance, present ordinance, that allows people to live legally to live in a travel trailer or an RV for 2 weeks. What's reality with that? Reality is it's basically ignored in this county. There could be a large percentage, I don't know exactly how many, but there's a lot of people that live in RVs. They're not harassed by the building department, not harassed by anybody, and they raise kids even. And this is called affordable housing. And it's the largest area of affordable housing in this county. That's reality. That's reality. In other words, if this is occurring without government being involved, and it's actually occurring ignoring government, ignoring the law against living in an RV over 2 weeks. Okay, so what can we do to do no harm? Well, probably, since that ordinance doesn't work anyway, repeal it. Okay, there's no more law about how long you can live in an RV. What's going to happen? Well, probably not much difference happening now. Most people, when they can afford it, like to live in a home rather than an RV. If you can't do that, then the next best thing would be to suspend it for a length of time. Probably not 2 years, maybe 5 years. And that should get us beyond the negative economic impacts of the fire. But there's things coming down the road from the state that's going to affect us, even if we ignore it. And that's increased taxation. We almost had a law that would require people to drive half as much as they do. It was defeated. Didn't quite make it, but it almost did. And there's, the CARB regulations alone are going to put a tremendous burden on the backs of people. And some people that can least afford it the retired people on Social Security and people just starting out, they're the ones that bear the brunt of this overtaxation, craziness going on at the state level. So, rather than, we would recommend that you do pass an amendment to that ordinance, basically to repeal it, or put a long period of time where people can live in their RVs if they want to. It makes sense. It hurts nobody, and it stops possible oppression. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I'm Jodine Mills again. Not so many now that I do like the direction that this seems to be going, because I came down here because I've seen firsthand what people are doing right now, and really getting them in an RV or a trailer is going to be better than them living in tents. I know there's a lot of concern about the toxicity and stuff in the soil, but when you're in a tent, you really don't have any protection from that at all. And I think that we have a lack of rentals in our community that people can afford. I think in our area there are a lot of older people that are uninsured. A lot of them bought a piece of property, put a little cabin on there that's, post and pier construction. When I was selling insurance, you can't insure those structures. So they just went without. And then they retired and moved up there full time without really thinking about the ramifications of it. And now they're at a point in their life that they can't afford the price of rentals. One of my friends that lost his home and everything he worked for, one of the statements that he made was he was able to find a rental here in San Andreas, but it's $1,300 a month. It's not a nice house. It's a little tract home, but like he said, what are the people going to do that don't have the means to afford this, or to be able to just go down and write a check, a deposit check for a $1,300 a month, kind of not so great, shoddy tract home in San Andreas? And having lived in Mountain Ranch for so long and having so many friends that were even born and raised there, we know the incomes of the people in that area, and they can't support that. And so I think that with the direction you're moving, with them being able to move a trailer onto their property, I think they should have to have water. I think they should have to have septic. But even if it's 150 feet from their burnt-up house, and even if it's a trailer that's just sitting there waiting to be inhabited, it gives them hope. And I think that that's what a lot of people up there really need right now, is some hope and some kind of movement forward so that they're not getting frustrated. And, I mean, that's, I think, something none of us want. Because if they're frustrated and go down to the building department, they'll take their frustrations out there if they're given a roadblock. And I just think it's the right way to move, to go ahead and agree to let them do that.
Thank you.
Marty Crane, good afternoon. We have a housing element that comes up from time to time, and we've had a lot of discussion about it. And there always seems to be roadblocks or things that stop it from actually being implemented. And I would just like to say, heads up, next time this comes before us, can we just remember back to what we're talking about right now? Thank you.
Mona Baruti, I have a question. I want to make sure my understanding is correct, because I'm also concerned about renters who have been evicted from the properties that their landlords own that were burned. My understanding is that if they have a mobile home or a motor home or a trailer, they will be able to go into a mobile home park as victims of the Butte Fire, having lost their home in normally non-compliant temporary shelter in either mobile home parks or on private land.
So there's a variety of options that people have if they lost their home. They can go back on the site, subject to owner's permission, if they're renters. They can place a RV or temporary mobile home on someone else's property that wasn't harmed by the fire, or they could go into an existing mobile home park, or we have provisions for setting up temporary mobile home parks or FEMA housing sites where there's multiple units. So there's a variety of different options.
Under the ordinances that I read before this proposal came up, it appeared that in order to put an RV on property, it had to comply with different codes. For example, Department of Transportation codes, or the year it was built, or that they had to have current licensing and had to be easily or legally movable. Is that still the case?
RVs are still subject to state licensing requirements. They're considered temporary vehicles. A mobile home or modular unit is inspected by the state when it's manufactured and is going to be subject to those same standards that are done when they're manufactured. But as far as our ability to allow a wide variety of different types of temporary housing, try to loosen up the rules as much as possible to provide as much flexibility as we can.
Great, thank you.
So that one there, I'd like to hear from Jeff. Because I know we have an ordinance, and you were talking about at one time, you know, some of these older mobile homes are really good shape, and then some of the newer ones are really bad shape.
Well, that's correct, and we see that contrary to some beliefs, they hold up rather well over the years. We've had, in this case, our ordinance for anything that's over 15 years or older does not apply. So on temporary housing, they can bring any a unit that is older than 15 years. So that's a good thing. Okay. So a lot of these, this executive order has relieved some of the strain that we would normally have to find as pitfalls that we are probably going to be to an advantage by the way that has been written.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? So my only question is if the executive order said 3 years, then why do we have 2 years?
I can chime into that. The reason, at least from my understanding, is the intention of this is for long-term planning also. It is something that will address the urgency right now, but our hope as staff is that we can bring it forward through the permanent ordinance adoption process to have it in our code long-term for future disasters, so we don't have to have an urgency ordinance if at some point in the future we have to deal with another disaster. It's my understanding through discussions with HCD that the 3-year term in the executive order is something that is a rare thing. That's why in this ordinance as drafted, we do have a clause that allows for if an executive order is issued, the executive order is the governing document. So if there are any inconsistencies between the ordinance that we have versus an executive order that's issued, the executive order would rule. So in this situation, because we have an executive order in this one disaster, the 3-year, we already know 3 years would apply. In future cases, an executive order may not be 3 years, it may be 1 year, it may be 2 years, and staff felt that 2 years was a good, reasonable amount of time for these provisions to apply in a disaster situation.
Any comments from the public on that one?
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment for that. So the executive order is 3 years on the state level. We're looking at a 2-year with a 1-year option.
and the executive order takes precedence over any dispute. Why are we putting a 2-year issue other than reasons explained by legal? He did a very good job. That's just a question, not a statement. To protect ourselves in the future, or is it to protect our people in the future? Mr. Maurer?
Any time frame is somewhat arbitrary, and hopefully we will never face a disaster of this scale again. But there is likelihood that we could have flooding, we could have some other fire, that there are homes that might be destroyed in the future. 2 years tended to be the standard that most other jurisdictions had looked at and had adopted. It seemed like a reasonable time period. We also provide the flexibility to have extensions of that if there were circumstances that say, well, we need more time. But as Megan explained, this specific disaster, the governor declared 3 years. We don't know what could be the future, and 2 years just seem to be reasonable.
Could I present a scenario to you? I'm Mike Calaveras, and I own a home, or did own a home, in Mountain Ranch. Total loss right now. I'm insured, but then again, I can't go on my property until we get a permit to go on the property. I'll get my power pole in there, get my clean bill of health from our health and safety department. Our health and environmental health. And then I'm going to be drawing up plans, and I'm going to be taking it for my new home that I'm going to rebuild to our building department. And I'm not going to be able to get those to them probably until another 90 days. And then the planning department's going to review those plans and issue me a building permit and going through that process. I and 55 other new homes, decided to put our plans in within 30 days each. Do you think I'll be able to start construction within 2 years? It could take me a year to build that home, probably.
Started construction, definitely. Finishing construction.
You don't think there'll be any time strain with a 2-year?
There will be. There's no question. I think that last year we issued 65 building permits for new single-family starts. If everyone decides to rebuild at the same time, we are going to be swamped.
I think 65 is a pretty reasonable figure compared to 575.
So, as Jeff pointed out, the other departments this is their crunch time. Our crunch time will come when people start getting ready to rebuild, and we are reviewing all those new plans, both planning and building, particularly building. Our review is relatively simple, but the building department will have a huge workload coming up. But yes, I do believe that 2 years is, we better have an ability to get those permits issued out as quickly as we can, given the circumstances. And if we can't do it within a few months, then we've got a problem.
Well, I'm just looking at weed. They've been out there for a year now, and they have 17 homes built in a year. I don't know how Valley's going to do. They're kind of close together. It's kind of different up here, really. I'm just thinking of, all right, so after 2 years, I guess really, I just don't understand why we're putting it in there if the executive order already says 3 years.
Let's just do 3 years.
We can bring it back at the end of the 3 years and adopt it into whatever plan that we have with whatever period of time that we want.
I just want to remind the board that in this disaster, there's already 3 years that this would apply, because that is what the executive order says. So we're looking at a future disaster. I'm like Mr. Maurer indicated, hopefully we will not face a disaster of this magnitude anytime soon, but it is likely that we may have other disasters that may not reach the level or the impact as this one has. So in essence, then, if we do an automatic 3 years, then that's what would apply for all future disasters. The way that it's drafted, it allows for 2 years and an additional year at the discretion of the board. So it does allow for the flexibility there already to go to 3 years without an executive order saying otherwise. For this disaster, we already know per the executive order that it's going to be 3 years.
if Mr. Maurer and Mr. White might decide that, bingo, I get to build my house, and it comes to the point of, uh-oh, I'm at my 2-year limit. What's the procedure? What do I have to do to get that 1-year extra extension?
Nothing at this point because the executive
Or
order.
the issue, or what happens?
The executive order applies, so the 3 years is already in place for this disaster.
Once the permit is issued, there is a time frame in which you need to make regular proceed with construction, regular inspections, and a final of the permit. I think Jeff would be able to explain a little better the extension provisions that are already in the code for extending building permits.
If you were to bring your plans in today and didn't pick them up for a year, that's okay. Then let's say you don't do anything for, that you put in the foundation, and we don't hear again from you for 6 months, that's okay. Then from that inspection, for another 6 months, that's okay. Every 6 months we show activity on the permit, we're good. Should we run into any other obstacles that are unforeseen, we can do an extension request, that's okay. So we have a lot of mechanisms in place to provide for extenuating circumstances unforeseen that will allow the construction to go unimpaired by the involvement of the building department.
So I don't have to notify the building department at the
You
end
would,
of 2 years?
Well, at the end of 2 years, if you haven't done anything, we would expect something in the way of plans or, submittal of plans if you plan to build your house.
3 years in this.
And 3 years in this particular circumstance, which is under the executive order.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
In other words, if I didn't get it, you got the plans, I'm working back, put on my porch, whatever
Correct.
I do. But at the end of 2 years, this ordinance would say 2 years with a 1-year option. But I don't have to notify the building department. I'm not completed yet. I don't need to find if I need that extra option year. It's just automatic.
Yeah, that would be under the executive order that pertains to the Butte fire.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have to.
So, yeah, the Butte fire's covered, and the Valley fire's covered for the 3-year period. So
How do you have it in there?
Well, I think what they want to do is they want to put it into a future plan, into our general plan, right? So that we can not have to mess with it again.
Okay. It doesn't. I don't think it really matters, right? If it's 2 or 3 years, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
It could be 16,000 years. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point.
We need a time frame of some sort, and if we're going to use this ordinance for upcoming events, if that should happen, and this doesn't predict that an executive order from the governor's office is going to say 16,000 years. It says that we have an ordinance for 2 years.
And this is a actually good guideline for something that may happen in the future. We don't have to go through this again.
Okay.
That could save some time.
I'm fine.
I'll get my house built.
All right, so any other public comments, please? Seeing none, bring back to the board. Any board comments?
I have some comments.
Okay.
Peter, could you, what you sent today under the temporary emergency shelter, 1793.070, REC, is that the zoning for the mobile home?
That's a recreation zone, and it is a zone where at least one recreational or one mobile home park is located in the railroad flat area.
Okay. So recreation, mobile home park for that zoning. And then going back to what we did last week, so what I hear the recommendation of this, or not, but what's being presented to the board, is the ordinance as written with the addition of what staff did after the board directed, was to say the temporary replacement housing, absent a waiver of liability signed by the landowner, meaning that the landowner could go onto the property, show that there was water, sewer, utility, and it was indicating that the area did not have to be certified clean as long as the temporary structure was 150 feet from the footprint of damage. Is that pretty much what is being recommended right now?
That is not our recommendation.
Okay.
This is language that we would find to be the most protective of public health in the event that you feel that it's appropriate to, under the circumstances, allow people back on the property before it came up.
So staff's recommendation was the original ordinance, adding the section there about the environmental health could do the sewer alternate, building could do the alternate to power, and then taking a look at the exceptions that you presented today with the single mobile home, manufactured home, recreational vehicle on a private owned parcel, adding the REC zoning.
Yes.
Correct? And then the temporary shelter or emergency housing consisting of more than one unit shall be connected to the water sewer.
Right. And one other change that we just sort of realized at the very beginning of this section, we recommend we strike the requirement through issuance of a temporary use permit pursuant to Chapter 1784. We would not require a temporary use permit for that.
What
So
section is that?
it would read, it's 1793.070. It would read construction or installation of one or more off-site dwelling units as a temporary shelter or temporary emergency housing for persons displaced by the disaster may be authorized, subject to the following.
Yes.
Correct?
I just wanted to clarify so the board is aware that this section here is for off-site, not on-site. So this would be setting up a separate mobile home park or having a unit on someone else's property.
So the off-site would be, i.e., you've been burned out, I'm going to allow you to come onto my property and set up your...
It could be a single unit on someone else's property, or it could be multiple units on recreational, multifamily, commercial, other zones.
Okay.
And I just wanted to make for the record, I don't know if I spoke about this last week. I know I spoke a lot about the health hazards in the ash with the heavy metals and dust and ash. And also the health officer supports the staff's original position as the board directed us to come up with the alternative language in the 150 feet. That's based on particulate matter 10 micrometers or less, which is ash, dust, and heavy metals. And looking at if that is mechanically disturbed, that does not, that it can have an off-site impact of 50 meters to 100 meters, but that's with it mechanically, that ash or dust being mechanically disturbed. So with that being said, looking at their wind studies felt that the 150 feet had some protections in there, and also we don't want people parked right on top of the burned structure where the kids run out and are impacted, or the dog can bring back asbestos or heavy metals in that ash. So I just wanted, so it was on the record where that 150 feet came in, so it wasn't, people didn't think it was just pulled out of the sky. So.
Yeah, but we already know it came from you, so it didn't get pulled out of the sky, Jason.
I know.
Jason, one question. What standard is
that standard, that's just based off studies off of dust on dirt roads, looking at.
Standard?
No. I had staff research on how far particulate matter 10 micrometers or less could travel, and which heavy metals fall into PM 2.5, which is in the ash, and looking at ash and dust itself. So that was looking at a variety of different studies done through universities, and that's what we were able to come up with. So.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Okay, board, what say you?
Well, I already said my two.
Are you going to make a motion?
Oh, sure. I'll make a motion to approve this with the additional changes in section B2.
It'd be 1793.070.
040, temporary on-site housing. And then with the additional language that Peter Maurer suggested today.
And that would be the 17.93.070.
Yep.
That we explained earlier.
I would like to clarify whether your motion is also including the provisions under 1793-040, 5D, and 6C that we discussed last week.
Could you read that, counsel, for me? Just
5D provides other method of sewage disposal approved by the County Environmental Health Department, and 6C would be similar language, other method of other electricity source approved by the county building official.
Thank you.
Yes, all that.
Have a second?
That's my motion.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Wright. Do I have a second, please?
So, okay, before that goes forward, so on 040B2, you're including A, B, and C, right?
That is correct. That's what I call the common sense approach.
Property owners shall implement.
Yeah, mainly it's just to, that lady who came up and talked earlier today. She has 40 acres, right? She can't do anything because we don't.
We're looking for a second.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. I'm trying to compel you guys to give me a second. Mike, you can go ahead and second if you like. But we need to be able to
I understand Supervisor, right? I'm just giving Supervisor a chance to digest all this and give him an opportunity.
All right.
I guess I just have to comment. I continue to have a concern about people living on their property under these kind of conditions without the clean waiver, clean consent, whatever it might be, as they look at temporary housing, because we are looking at this into the future, at this particular ordinance and how we want to carry it forward, and that's just a general concern. I recognize people are going to, it is their property, they can do what they want with their property, they can live on their property, they can do whatever it is, it's their property to do so. But as policymakers, I think it's important that we take a look at the overall general public health and safety well-being of the neighborhood, you might say, when you have these kinds of natural disasters that are devastating. And I just have a concern that this kind of waiver is not protective enough to the public health and safety of the community.
I will second the motion.
So we have a second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, it's 4-1. Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you guys like to take a 5-minute break? You guys want to take a 5-minute break? 5 minutes, please.
5-minute break.
Okay, so why don't we continue so that we can finish? We still have a little ways to go. So we're back to admin. And who do we have left? Jeff, do you want to go?
Good afternoon. I'll try to not overkill what we already talked about, but I will. It's worth mentioning some of the things I have written down here is what our proactive measures are. What we are going to do tomorrow is we're going to have HCD personnel come, probably 3 or 4 of them, coming to the government center, meeting in the building department, and we are going to get deep into the weeds on how we can expedite and certify and do a healthy, safe inspections of these homes that are coming in. And HCD will help us out when it comes to more than 2 units, and the county will do the rest of them. So they may even help us with some other things. But the point of this is to make sure that we're all on the same page. So when HCD makes a call, it's a county call. The county call makes a call. It's the HCD call. I've been on the phone to HCD no less than 5 times a day, and that doesn't count the emails. We're well prepared to, and this is a dynamic thing. There's a lot of different things happening all the time. Well, we got this. We want to make sure that what we are doing makes sense and it can serve the purpose for moving quickly and effectively. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow afternoon. And then I've also coordinated some meetings with water purveyors on what we will be working with the water purveyors for reconnects, because the fire sprinklers and new construction would be part of what they will have to plan for water supply. And I've worked with Donna Leatherman yesterday on arranging to have a clear dialogue and some good expectations of how we can flow and water flow evenly without a problem. So the thing that's that I'd say the heart of my lineup right now and my batting order is the RFP. We're putting the final touches on the RFP, and that is, again, the expectation of a lot of work that we will no doubt have come our way. I will be able to have a contract with professional people in the inspections and plan check to help expedite and move everything along as needed. So there'll be the idea of the RFP is to get the consultants, which we can call them contractors or whatever you want to call them. These are the experts that are out there that are available on a long-term basis to make things happen as efficiently and quickly as possible and get it right. So we're working on the RFP, should be done in the next day or so. And then we're working with, I guess Jason didn't want to hear me talk about how good he was, he left. But he is providing us with current information on the cleanups. So we will get, in other words, if somebody comes in and they want to do whatever they want to do on the cleanups on their property, we don't want to burden them with extra documents to bring in that they may not have prepared for or had in their possession. So they will supply us with that information. It'll be on a database so we can go, where do you live, your address, your APN. Yes, you are certified clean. We can go to the next step. So we're doing everything we can to pull out those blockades that could be something that would not we don't want to unnecessarily slow down the process. So we're monitoring our permit activity in the burn area. Again, I will mention that we've had 104 as of yesterday, I believe it was, electrical service permits issued. The majority of them are 200 amp services. We had virtually no activity on the part of reconstruction. It hasn't happened yet, and I believe the problem there, it's not a problem. I think the timing is all in when they can get their designs drawn by a professional or somebody or themselves if they want to. Once they develop those plans, and that takes a while to get a set of plans together that we can look at, review, improve, and take care of. So I know that's happening right now. We just haven't seen the end result of that type of work. So again, that'll go right into the mix. We want to, as I've said it before, I'll say it again, we want to put this stuff on the front burner and get people active in their participation with the process and getting themselves back on their property in a home that will be safe and sound and approved, and everything will be done in the correct fashion.
Jeff, I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned about the contractor or consultant. Is that how much of that is recoverable?
Well, one of the methodology in this is to be able to, when we charge for the permits, hopefully we will be able to recoup the permit fees to pay for the contractors who we would bring in. So it's supposed to pay for itself. Right. And that's the intent of this. So rather than go with the amount that we would be gaining back on say a mutual aid type of thing, which would be short term. The long term thing is to try to put a process in place that'll pay for itself. So if it didn't pay for itself, we wouldn't be very diligent in doing this the way we're trying to do it.
Right, and also by going with a consultant versus hiring building inspectors or hiring plan checkers, the consultant will be there as the need to ramp up comes. So by doing the RFP and getting that out and getting that contract in place, if in the spring it really takes off, then we can pull on that contractor instead of trying to go out and hire extra hire plan checkers or extra hire building inspectors. That will be in place, so it will expedite the process for the homeowners that are trying to rebuild.
Yes, that's precisely correct. So it's an as-needed basis. We wouldn't have the people until we needed them, and the numbers until we needed them.
So go ahead, quick. So on that contract, I guess, can I get a copy of that?
Right now the RFP has been through County Council and it's been approved. It's in our office, and we will be meeting with Jeff to finalize the scope of work under the contract, then under the RFP. Then the RFP will go out, and we will bring that contract to the board for approval.
Can you bring it before it goes out? Can you bring it?
The RFP?
Yeah, so we can take a look at it. Because I think what I want to make sure is that I don't want to have extra eyes on it just because it's a special situation. Because I want to make sure that like for instance, we're going to be having some there's an expanding economy throughout the region. So what I'm worried about is that they won't actually have the manpower to fill our needs. So I mean, is that going to be explicitly addressed in that, or is it, how is that going to be structured? That's the discussion that I want to have, and I want to see the actual.
Well, I don't see any problem with that whatsoever. I think if you want to take a look at that, it's gone through County Council's office to get the language right. We've done what RFPs are supposed to do, and I don't see any reason why.
And quite frankly, if we have multiple contractors or consultants that apply and they're qualified, we can enter into contracts with multiple firms to mitigate some of what your concerns are, Supervisor Wright, in that it's much like with probation or with Health and Human Services. They enter into contracts with a number of different facilities for placement of children or for seniors. We can also enter into contracts for, with the scope of work, with the cost for what hourly cost that we're talking about for a plan checker versus a building inspector, and then with a not to exceed amount on it so that we can pull from multiple contracts if we need to.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe you hear my concern is that when it comes crunch time and hopefully several hundred people want to build at the same time, we actually can utilize those, which, hopefully, we can utilize that contract to make sure we have enough people, because I don't want to then be scrambling, they got pulled away by the Valley Fire, and now they only have one guy that they can, or gal that they can provide.
Well, and that's exactly the intent of this, is to round up as many resources as we possibly can, rather than just have one independent provider. So I did talk to, last Thursday, I talked to 3 different consultant contract provider types that what the RFP would address. And they all are assuring me that they could come through. So I've had a personal conversation with them, and I'm not, just, can you do this? I wanted to sit down and actually real talk about, here's where our problems are. We want to make them go away. Can you help me? Yes, we can. So.
And unlike many RFPs where you're awarding for a specific project and a specific contractor, where you award to one contractor, this will be a professional services agreement or contract, and there's nothing to preclude us from, or the board from, entering into that agreement with multiple consultants, so that we mitigate as much as possible and can pull from as many resources if and when the time comes and we get hit with 100 building permits. So.
I understand that we don't. I just want to make sure there's the manpower in reserve.
And that's the beauty of this. It gives us that flexibility as opposed to saying, okay, we can afford to hire 2 building inspectors and 2 plan checkers, and for a couple of months they sit there, just with dribs and drabs dribbling in, and then all of a sudden get hit with a whole bunch and they can't handle it, and then we're kind of scrambling. So this really gives the flexibility.
Well, you were looking for a plan checker already, weren't you?
Yeah, we got one. We got another one.
You got another one? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Does this RFP, is it RFP?
Mm-hmm.
Does it include, front desk help?
It could. We could include that. We're contracting for services.
Because what I'm thinking is it's like we got already, we were doing maximum work as a county, and then we have this big giant ball come along.
Mm-hmm.
It's got all these demands. It'd be really nice if we could just put our folks back to work at the county and have this big old giant ball be managed.
And that's precisely what my thoughts are. What the Butte Fire would branch into a category of its own, and our everyday stuff that we are familiar with and how we handle it, we can do that. And we still have relief by bringing in the Army that we need, whoever they may be. So I do share your concerns. I was worried about if we start getting ramped up, where are we going to have anybody out there? So having the opportunity to have multiple providers to take care of this, and they're willing to do it, I think the sooner we can get a hook in them, the better off we are. And that one of the advantages with my participation with the state and the CalBO and the professional associations with the people in my line of work, we know each other. We've helped each other in the past. So I'm calling in friends of mine.
Yeah. So I noticed that in Valley Fire, what they did was they have their line for regular business, then they had a line for fire business, which kind of really made it a lot easier, I think, on what they were trying to do.
Yeah, and I totally agree with what you're saying, because I think once we can see the need, that we're able to deal with a lot of most of them are power reconnects, and that's been the meat of the whole thing.
Right now, yeah.
But by adding that extra dimension to the mix, we can, okay, you're in this line, and we'd go.
Yeah.
So, yes, I think we're all on the same page of what this means and how it can facilitate and expedite the people's needs.
Yeah, we're violently agreeing with each other. Well, we were earlier.
Yeah, no, yeah. As long as we end up with it in the same place. So moving on to the next thing, FEMA has identified 82 different sites out there for evaluation that they can look at. 7 have qualified for the positioning of, so they get 7 that are qualified. They can receive these homes. Again, I think FEMA's position is going to be a clean, certified site. I don't know that our ordinance will change that perspective for them. It didn't sound like it would. Doesn't matter. We have 7 sites identified, 82 more to look at. So things are moving in the right direction. That's only a small piece of this. 82 is not 500 and some odd. So our ordinance will work on stuff when it needs to work. So if FEMA has their own rules, we can deal with.
So what do we need to do to make it FEMA good?
You'd have to talk to them. But I don't know that that's going to be a problem for the 150 feet. I don't know that. I don't have an answer for that.
It is for the folks that we're going to get.
I agree with you, and I think it's a FEMA.
Even despite the ordinance that was passed, FEMA's requirements are that it's a certified clean lot.
Mm-hmm. So that's a sorry. I never saw your lips move.
Sure glad that wasn't my
So that's it. I don't think we have control over what FEMA's rules are. Obviously,
I guess I'll have to talk to FEMA.
Yeah, no, FEMA's requirements, as they spelled out in the meeting we had with their housing, said it had to have power, water, sewer, access a certified clean lot and a level area to place the modular.
Well, I mean, what does a lot mean?
Yeah, I think that's where it gets.
We're talking about the same parcel. You're on a parcel, then they're going to review that parcel. Now, if there's a place that out of, say, the 82 sites, we have 7 that qualified, they're going to review the other 82. It's up to them to determine whether or not they can provide the housing for those that they're reviewing.
Brian, we're meeting with them tomorrow, right? In the morning? Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So we're continuing to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
And then, like I mentioned, I met with the fire chiefs last Wednesday, and they were critiquing everything that they wanted to critique amongst themselves, and it was pretty interesting to listen to what they had to say about things there. Everybody had different aspects of this giant thing that happened that I think rests on all the emergency services is questioning what can we do better as good as we did. So the fire chiefs are very much a part of being interested in anything that comes up that requires emergency services. They're on board. They want to be part of it. This is their community too. They made that very clear. And CAL FIRE has been part of these meetings, and they've been exceptional. There's a good partnership with the fire chiefs. One last thing I'd like to mention as a point of caution. When you have solar arrays on a roof or a solar ground mount system, those may be on the ground. And what people need to understand by going back on their properties, don't touch those things. They're energized. Just because they're off the grid or not on the grid, those things are still producing high voltage. So if you walk up and grab a hold of a solar panel, that might be the last thing you ever touch. So that's a real, I don't think, those are one of those millions of little things out there that people may not be aware of, but I think it's worth mentioning here that if you see solar panels on the ground, don't go near them. They could be energized.
The house may be on, but
the solar's still cooking right along. So if you have any questions, I'm free to answer any questions you would like to pose to me.
I have a question. Jeff, when you talked about the fire chiefs, they have their own particular fire codes in regards to building codes.
Actually, we have the California Fire Code, which is adopted through the California amendments of the California Code of Regulations. So we do, and a lot of that is designed for commercial. The other part of it is a residential fire code, or no, the residential code for the Code of Regulations and the building code. So all of these are, all 12 of these volumes are connected to each other. So they rely on the building department to get all of this taken care of, that whatever particular issues are in regards to construction. Water supply and access is their chief concerns.
Have you thought, or is there an association within the kind of building industry? I know there has been in the past, but what I hear a lot of is that, you know, someone who built their home in the 60s, 70s, or, you know, bought a home that was built a while ago, to rebuild, you know, the codes are very different today as they were, you know, 10, 20, 30 years ago. So is there, like we're hearing about workshops on insurance and the questions to ask, and workshops on, you know, rebuilding. Do you know of anything in the industry happening for your area?
I've been told that I should expect a visit from the Board of Forestry, because the Board of Forestry does write what we call the 4290 and the 4291, which are the laws for vegetation and construction, which has to do with fire-resistant construction and materials and clearances to the property, driveway slope and access, hard surfaces on the driveways, all the things that give people a no chance to win when they're not done correctly. So most of these houses, I'm sure, were built, who knows when, but probably quite a few of them before the 2008 codes came in with a fire-resistant construction. Mm-hmm. We had an opportunity to look at some of those that survived, and whether it was strictly with the construction type or not, I'd have to say there was a high probability that at the time had an effect on the survivability.
Mm-hmm.
But this fire was 30,000 acres in one day is not going to be impressed by very many codes, so it's a catch as catch can. But we do believe that the codes are heading in the right direction for passive protection.
So I guess I'm looking for education. You know, USDA has had this workshop, and, you know, people are having workshops, and I just haven't seen anything, you know, and it's kind of early now, I know, but kind of planning in the future for those who want to, you know, rebuild and can rebuild, what they're going to be kind of faced with, because the codes are so different now than they were.
That's correct, and we can't use codes, obviously, that are no longer in existence, so we use the current code. And then I'll go back to the reason that I met with the engineers and the designers and the architects and some contractors, is so we all understand what those design criteria will be for a successful future in construction in these high and extremely high severity fire zones.
Yeah, okay.
So the professionals that are putting the package together will include all those elements that are recognized by the code for passive fire protection.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure those sprinklers would have done a great job on this fire.
Well, the sprinklers are designed to allow you to get out in a fire that would be inside, and you have to, you know, there are almost no deaths in the United States of America in any occupied building where the sprinkler systems operated properly. Almost none. Conversely, where sprinklers are not in interior buildings, we lose maybe 6,000 people a year in the United States because of dying in their homes during a fire. Where do they go? They go to the place they came in from, and they may not have any way to get out. They may not think about those things. The sprinkler system will allow you, under almost every condition, the opportunity to get out and save your life. That's what the current California code is designed to do. So it allows for a certain amount of flow for a certain amount of time to allow people to get out safely. And if I'm considering putting sprinklers in my house just because of that reason. I've got all the other stuff in place for, you know, if another wildland fire event takes place. But we do the best we can with, and you have to know about this stuff to make, or it doesn't make sense.
Right.
So I think the sprinklers were met with a lot of opposition, but in California, the fire chief, the state fire marshal's office was tasked with this, to do this and it came into the 2010 code, and that's part of the codes that we have right now. So it's the exterior construction gives you the chance when impinging flame lengths come up onto the building. So if you've got the right construction for the amount of time that you're going to, and you got the clearance, you got no vegetation, you clear that stuff out of the way. You remove the fuel or the oxygen or the heat, the fire goes out. And sometimes they'll say if you remove the fire chief, the fire will go out. But at any point, the more things that you get out of the way that'll burn, I saw it firsthand out there. These houses that had clearance were safe. No problem whatsoever. It got a little warm around there, but I was at those houses when the fire went around them.
Another question that has been raised is that, you know, making PG&E put everything underground. Probably can't do it from their public wires, but when it's on somebody's on their property, is there a code that encourages to be? I mean, you got to have the pole there, but after that, underground, or is that kind of an owner preference?
They can hang them in the air. We have actually what we do is when it hits the meter head and at the meter, that's where we take over. That's building department inspections at the meter head. Okay. And then beyond that is all whoever provides the electrical service, which would be in this case PG&E. So there's real need to keep wires a certain height above driveways for obvious reasons, and above the ground for obvious reasons where people are walking, those sorts of things. So that's all in the code. But if they put them underground, which is a good idea, then we do have standards by which we inspect that.
Okay. And then on the power poles, so it's my understanding that people are paying the permit for their power pole on their property, and then PG&E is called out to put the pole in. can a private person put their own pole in if they meet PG&E standards, or?
Yes. The Business and Professions Code does allow a homeowner to work on their own property, and they could make that installation. We would still inspect it for compliance.
Sure.
So if it's not an electrical contractor or somebody who has the discipline for that installation, then the homeowner can do that if he does it right. So that is out there. And what we're looking for is a lot of things in these poles that are to meet the depth. It has to be so, when somebody climbs up it, it doesn't tip over. And the type of the panel, the wire, the grounding, all the things that make it a safe installation.
Right.
So I think they're able to get if they buy a power pole, they're probably able to get one for $1,500 or something like that set up. Mm-hmm. And if they get an electrician to do it, it might be another $500 to do the work. Sure. So anywhere from $1,400 to $2,000 is what they're going to pay for that.
There are options.
Yes.
Okay. Because I understand PG&E is on overload too now. So many of these crews have gone home, and it's local crews, and there's somewhere around 500-600 permits. And
yeah, I would imagine that if it got to be an urgent need, that some kind of a request to bring a few of them back to make up for that.
But people can still, i.e. meeting code, people can still do the work on their own.
Well, plus PG&E to come back and make the connections once they're safe to go.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's about $250 for the whole, $1,200 for the pole and the box,
mm-hmm.
and then $166 for
the permit. Yeah. So if you're going to do it yourself, you could expect to be out about that much money to do it yourself. And then if you hire an electrician, which most people are doing, they supply the material and put the thing up and make the calls and come in and get the permit, and you go home and you got a certified pole in the ground with a green tag in it to hook it up.
Let's get you water.
Yeah, because the well's not working, and there's a lot of them out there. So bringing up the wells and the septic, we will want to, and Jason didn't come back, we want to make sure that we have coordinated effort between them, that their sewer and water is, we got things out there that are not going to hurt anybody. You don't want to drink bad water. You don't want your discharge to go places where it shouldn't go. So we're going to do everything we can to make sure that the environment they return to is properly cleaned up and safe. So.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right.
Any public comments, questions from the public?
I just wanted to update you where Calaveras County Fairgrounds is with FEMA housing. I have met with 8 different sets of FEMA folks, and they say I will probably meet with 8 more sets of FEMA folks. And we're all in. I mean, the board at our last board meeting said, yes, Lori, whatever we need to do to make it work, we're going to make it work. We can put somewhere between 16 and 20 units there in the RV park. We'll have to do some improvement to the infrastructure, but it's a good time to do the improvements. So I asked FEMA the last time they were in, what the time frame would be, and they said once they decided, then it could be 7 days to 45 days before we would actually see movement. So anyway, we're there, we're available, we're ready to go. We want to serve in that way. We actually have 5 families now living in RVs that are displaced residents in the RV park, and they seem to be happy. And in addition, just a little update, we still have 7 horses and 1 rooster. So we're trying to get everybody home. Thank you. Thanks.
You're going to have a hard time getting rid of that rooster. Take it to my neighbors.
So I didn't fall asleep almost. But so I'll try to be within my 5 minutes. One is, as former probation officer, there's a bunch of people sitting in jail and or on probation that could be utilized, maybe that hazmat course. So hopefully we think about that. I tried to get more community service going, but the former board was, it has to do with money, so whatever. So, but think about that. You've got a workforce that has to do community service or is sitting in the jail that is, lower risk, but because there's a jail now where people can spend some time.
We need you to come back and run those crews.
Love it. But another thing, just to remind you all too, you probably all know, and not a mental health professional, you probably need it, but I've taken a lot of grief issue classes, was a grief buster, did that for a while, but the whole grief cycle is denial, anger. I think you saw some anger from one of the victims here now, and that's all right. We're all feeling that. You just have to realize where you are in that cycle. And the last one is the actualization and moving on. So just try to get there. And it's not necessarily going to be quick, but so take some time to breathe. But what I want to do now is, and the other thing Calaveras Grown's worried about is you're talking about, well, if we ever have we will have another fire. Mm-hmm. What we're really worried about is the poor maintenance we've done on our wild lands. Mm-hmm. And if we want to live out here, then we've got to start having some will, political, social, financial will to start cleaning up, because there's still how many more acres are in the county? So that, and this, a lot of this
two-thirds more. There's 2/3 more acres.
Yeah, so. But anyway, so one of the things we've been going to people's houses at no cost, just first come, first serve. We're going to help you. We don't care if you're rich, poor, whatever. If you ask, we're going to go there. And it's not necessarily Calaveras Grown, like I said earlier. It was, my son's farm, so it's kind of fun working for my son. But anyway, so our last person that we did some work on, she wrote this little thing, and she says, she posted it to us. It was like a, thank you note. The cavalry has arrived, just like in those old westerns. That's the relief we felt. So weak on this. When Sean and his international erosion control team showed up on our property Thursday morning. Even while our introductions were being made, Sean was evaluating our property and needs, and in no time at all got everyone to work. Sorry, I don't get angry. I just fall apart. But anyway, so his crew was made up of volunteers from Amador. That was kind of nice. Calaveras counties, as well as Europe and Israel. So we knew we needed to start preparing out our burn land for the upcoming rains, but weren't certain which approach was the best, and wisest to take. Thanks to Sean's guidance and everyone's hard work, we were feeling more optimistic on our way to helping our land recover. You lifted our spirits, and we will forever be grateful and never forget your kindness and hard work. So anyway, the thing is, people need to get back. They need to get hope. And so
Mike,
do it. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm glad you feel that way. Because that is, you're into it. You're in it. And I appreciate that.
Yeah. So, and some people, they just want to, it's okay. It's okay. Sorry, County Council. It's okay to hug. It's just, anyway. So, thanks for the work you do, because this is a tough situation. But anyway, take it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
All right. So, who's left?
Before Jeff gets away, though, thanks for your department and what they've done.
Thank
I know when we were at the MAC meetings, you all hit the ground running, and you put a lot of energy forward, and I want to recognize that, and I do appreciate it, Jeff.
Thank you. I appreciate your recognition. I'm not done yet.
Well, we know.
Well, I want to thank all the department heads and the board and everybody for doing such a great job. I want to thank the 39th Agricultural District employees from shop for doing such a phenomenal job, especially with all the animals. And you might be in the modular business here very soon. So that's really terrific. Good things happening. I wanted to clarify for the record, Cliff had asked me about a meeting. I said 9 a.m. That would be correct. What I did also say was 1 till 1 p.m. That's a different meeting. So usually these meetings only go for about an hour. I will not be at that meeting in the morning. Mary Rose from administration will be there, as I have another engagement. The meeting we're talking about is a quick update that I meet with FEMA and Cal OES on Wednesdays and Fridays at 9 a.m. So I actually asked Supervisor Edson if he'd like to join us, that he was certainly more than welcome. There are also other meetings that occur down at the area office down at old Calaveras Title, but that's for FEMA and Cal OES, et cetera. So with that said, I just want to clarify for the record. And
say that again, Brian?
That is the area field office down at...
that one's at what time?
That is at 8:30 on Mondays and 9 on Thursdays. The 9 o'clock is really for department heads that are your leaders that are reporting on the EEIs to report out in part, and then they report out again on the following Monday. So, because as you see with Jason's shop, things are changing daily, sometimes hourly. And especially with those right of entries, those are just every day I see that go up by 15, 20, or 30 notices, which is great. But it's really a moving target, and you've heard that all along. So just so you know, there's a lot of work, a lot of activity going on behind the scenes. We're going to do our best as the administrative office to make sure that the local governing body is aware of everything that we can that we're aware of, if you will. Some of the things that we hear out in the community, or that some of the board members have heard out in the community, we haven't heard yet. So you're kind of our eyes and ears as well. And so with that said, I just wanted to reiterate that, you know, one of our missions is to make sure you guys are all informed about what's going on. So, and I think we're making progress. I really do. I'm very, very, very pleased to see, because it's been quite a challenge, and everybody's really stepped up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from anybody? Okay. All right, so that that concludes that agenda item. Oh, no, we got you. Huh?
Yeah, actually, the board at last Tuesday, at least I heard a majority of the board direct me and ask for information on our code and on the EOP. And so that information was going to be wrapped into the discussion today on the update of the Butte Fire. And so I wanted to, it's really going to be somewhat of a historical discussion as well regarding our code. And so I wanted to start with, and I created a timeline, and I'm going to be referencing some documents. I handed all the documents that I'll be referencing out to the board. I did place copies up on this table here in case anybody in the public would like to get a copy of them. But to begin, in 1970, the state passed the California Emergency Services Act, and that act is specifically found in the government code, starting at 8550, and then it goes on from there. In that section, or in that act, the state really was looking to confer a lot of emergency powers on both the executive, chief, and the political body of both the state and local jurisdictions to allow governmental entities to plan for disasters. And one of the provisions of the act allows for the creation of disaster councils, and it allows for the creation of disaster councils, and the purpose of the disaster council is to create emergency plans to be used in times of emergencies.
Part of the act also was very clear in that there's supposed to be a shared emergency power of the executive and the legislative branch of the government. In county government, the executive branch is the CAO's office, the legislative branch is the board. So that is, those were some of the primary purposes of the act that when it was adopted back in 1970. One of the things that the act does provide also is when an emergency is so extreme that the local jurisdiction can't handle it within the local jurisdiction and you need to seek outside assistance, such as what we are dealing with the Butte fire. And in the act it does provide that when a state of emergency is declared and you need outside aid, the aid shall be rendered in accordance with the approved emergency plan. And that is something that I would like everybody to remember, is that because we are seeking outside assistance, the emergency plan is the plan that should be followed per the state law. Now, in 1970, that was what was adopted at the state level. In 1971, the Calaveras Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance that was related to emergency services. I did not include a copy of that ordinance from 1971 because the board turned around in 1975 and repealed it. When they repealed it in 1975, they adopted Ordinance 766, which is over here and which the board has. The Ordinance 766 from 1975 created or amended our Chapter 2.72, and it is how our code is written today. So our code is from 1975. I want to go back to what I had previously said about the executive and legislative branches from what the state had adopted. And in 1971 and in 1975, Calaveras County did not have an Office of Administration. We did not have a CAO. So really the board functioned in a much more involved, they were much more involved at the time. And one of the things that the California Emergency Services Act does provide is situations when there isn't a CAO, that the board can delegate certain powers to one board member versus the CAO. And state law it applied to the code when it was written in 71 and 75 because we didn't have a CAO. In 1989, the board adopted ordinance establishing the position of CAO and establishing the Office of Administration. So in 1989, the county did get a CAO. There are areas of our code that, as written, it specifically delegated or identified the Director of Emergency Services as the chair of the board. And that is something that is still currently in our code. We also created the Disaster Council, and all of that was very much in line with the California Emergency Services Act. In 89, when the CAO position was created, our code was not revisited to address different functions from the board chair being the Director of Emergency Services to administration. And however, in 89, from what I've been able to gather through reviewing old documents and reaching out to various people who were in local government at the time, trying to gather information to present to the board, From what I've been able to gather, when the CAO position was created, it specifically called out that the CAO was to function as the Chief Administrative Officer, which is a key term in the state law. And at that time, OES was placed under the administrative office, but there was nothing that was changed in our code to delegate anything or to change anything as far as who the Director of Emergency Services was. So the day-to-day operations of OES was in administration. And in the early 1990s, the MAC was formed. And the MAC is the Multi-Agency Coordinating Group. It's unfortunate that I have not been able to find clear documentation on when the MAC was created. There's been a lot of supporting documentation of reference to it. There is an MOU that, from what I understand, was entered into, and you'll see from the cover sheet of that, it indicates that the MAC is to act as the Calaveras County Disaster Council. Since then, the MAC has functioned as the Disaster Council. Through all of the plans, the MAC is referred to and brings forward the emergency plan, the adopted emergency plan. For instance, in our code, it talks about the duties of the Disaster Council, and the primary function of it is to review, come together, develop a plan, and bring that plan forward for the board to adopt. And the MAC has done that in our current EOP. It actually is part of the EOP, and it clearly lays out the functions of the MAC in the EOP mirror the functions of the Disaster Council. So in practice, the MAC has been functioning since the early 90s as the Disaster Council. In 1994, the board adopted a resolution appointing Clay Hawkins as the Deputy Director of Emergency Services. He worked very hands-on at the time. He was under the administration office. He was very hands-on in the Office of Emergency Services. And in 1996, the board actually appointed Mr. Hawkins as the Director of Emergency Services per Resolution 96-401. I did provide that resolution as well, because that was the resolution appointing him as the Director of Emergency Services rather than just the deputy. At that time, Mr. Hawkins was still working within the administration office. He was in the administration office from the point that he was appointed as director all the way until 2002, and from what I've been able to gather, he then went, he and the Office of Emergency Services was moved to the Sheriff's Office. He oversaw the Office of Emergency Services up at the Sheriff's Office for multiple years. And I did want to note that in 2008, the state legislature adopted additional laws that created the state OES. So we do have the state OES that was formed in 2008, and then we have local OES. and the importance of the interchange between those two agencies is critical, and that's why when the state or outside agencies are resources are sought by outside agencies, including the state, that our emergency plan kicks in, because then it coordinates all of those things. In 2010, Mr. Hawkins returned to the county administrative office, and but from what he returned to the administrative office, but the Office of Emergency Services remained under the Sheriff's Office management. From what I've been able to gather, there was no formal appointment of a successor by the board after that. And because there was no formal appointment to somebody into that position, since Mr. Hawkins leaving the Office of Emergency Services, it would revert back to what our current code says, which is the chair. So OES continues to be up, the Office of Emergency Services continues to be up at the Sheriff's Office, and that is to today. The Sheriff's Office does oversee OES at this point. In 2011, OES worked with the MAC, did an update to our emergency operating plan, or I refer to it as the EOP, and that EOP was taken to the MAC. The MAC vetted it, they made recommendations, and that plan was brought to the board in December of 2011, and the board adopted that EOP as the official plan of the county. And that is the emergency operating plan that has been functioning for us through this disaster. So the 2011 plan, like I had said, it is what all agencies, whether it's our local agencies, local departments, local special districts, everybody who are affected, who are listed in the EOP, are working collaboratively through the plan that the board adopted in 2011. Some of the things, one of the things that the board did ask for is for some information about the EOP as well. And I did print some of the pages of the EOP. It is a very lengthy document. But for purposes of today's discussion, I wanted to point out a few things within the EOP. And in the EOP, there you'll see a chart. It is the Calaveras County Responsibilities and Supporting Organizations, and there are these charts for various types of disasters in the EOP. There is one specific for wildland fires, and so obviously that is the one during response that would be utilized. And I wanted to point out that the primary function of the board is the emergency declaration, and so that is the very important part and involvement of the board in a disaster like wildland fires for the overall management and the declaration, because the declaration provides for additional resources. It provides for a variety of other things that when disaster is so significant that we need all of those additional resources, that's one of the trigger points, and that's what the board did. But I did find that was a very interesting chart that kind of laid out primary and secondary or supporting agencies for various roles within the initial response, within the general extended response of the disaster. Now, under the EOP, it references the EOC director, and it also references the the director of OES. There are some areas of the EOP where it appears that they might be one and the same, or that they are essentially to assist one another or work collaboratively together to oversee the management of a portion of the EOP or the implementation of the EOP. According to the EOP, the EOC director, the primary is the sheriff, the alternate is the county administrative officer. As I indicated earlier, because the board has not appointed a director of emergency services after Mr. Hawkins left the Office of Emergency Services, it would revert back to the board chair. So since we would have two different people, and one the EOC director and one the director of emergency services, they would work collaboratively together in the functions where they referenced together throughout the plan. I did print off two of the sections regarding the MAC, and it is just additional supporting documentation to show the intention and the past practices and the history of the MAC and the MAC functioning as the disaster council. In the board-adopted EOP, the MAC is specifically mentioned, and in that it indicates the MAC consists of key public safety and supporting agencies responsible for countywide emergency response planning and incident coordination. The responsibility of the MAC is to review and recommend for adoption by the Board of Supervisors emergency and mutual aid plans and agreements, and that is the duties of the Disaster Council. It doesn't specifically reference the Disaster Council in the EOP, but the purpose and the duties of the MAC mirror what the Disaster Council does. And the EOP also lists the primary and the primary agencies that are part of MAC, and that is included as well for your review. Okay. So I wanted to also remind the board and the community as a whole that we are in, as long as we're working in the EOP, we have an emergency. We have an emergency situation, whether we are in the initial response stage, whether we are in the extended response stage, or whether we're in the recovery stage. Recovery is still an emergency, and recovery is still responding to the disaster, responding to the emergency. And Part 4 of the EOP is the recovery operations, and that is primarily where we are at this point in the process. Under the EOP, Part 4, the recovery operations, it indicates that the recovery operations will be managed and directed by the CAO, and the CAO is to work with designated representatives. It does indicate that the Office of Emergency Services Director will assist the CAO in facilitating and leading the recovery process. So although the CAO is responsible through Part 4 for managing and directing this aspect of the EOP, there is the CAO would work collaboratively, and the chair would help assist the CAO in facilitating the process. Finally, like I indicated, in the recovery process, there are short-term recovery goals and long-term recovery goals, and the EOP goes through that as well. And right now, because of what everybody heard, all of the various departments coming up and giving updates, it would indicate that we're still in the short-term recovery. We are in the short-term recovery of the EOP with hopes to move into the long-term recovery. And I also included the page in the EOP that discusses short-term versus long-term. Under short-term recovery, the goal is the short-term goals include utility restoration, expanded social, medical, and mental health services, reestablishment of Calaveras County government operations, transportation routes, debris removal, cleanup operations, abatement and demolition of hazardous structures. So we're clearly right in the throes of that, making efforts. We're progressing, and we're making very good progress in the short-term recovery goals. And once those short-term recovery goals are met, then we would be moving into the long-term recovery goals, which is to restore facilities to pre-disaster condition. Other long-term recovery goals include hazard mitigation activities, restoration or reconstruction of public facilities, and disaster response cost recovery. So certainly all of the affected departments, it appears that we are still primarily in the short-term recovery with certain things focused on long-term as well. But that is where we are to date. The EOP is a working document. It is the board-approved document. It is what all county departments and all officials should be following. And that is really, that wraps it up for my purposes of informing the board of our current code. Our current code is that we still are working out of 1975. I do believe that there are some areas of our code. In practice, we have followed updates in state law. We have, in practice, followed. We've made changes in practice, but haven't gone back to update the code from 1975. I do recommend that the board consider looking at that and bring it up to state standards, whatever that may look like. I just want to make sure that it meets state standards. And but in practice, we have historically been following state standards, and our EOP shows that. And our EOP is the plan that is what's being followed and should continue to be followed at this point through the response and recovery of this disaster.
Okay. Thanks, Megan. Did you get all that?
Thank you, Megan.
You want me to repeat it back to you? Just give me the tape.
So do you have any questions for me?
I do, Megan, I do. From what I understand, you were not involved as county council in any of this prior to being appointed county council. Is that correct?
Well, I was not involved in the drafting of the EOP. That was before I came to the county.
Understand.
And that, no, I have not been involved. I've been involved in the implementation of the EOP through the disaster to the extent that I have a role per the plan to do.
Okay. And you were not involved in any MOU or anything that happened in 96, 75, or anything like that?
75? I don't think she was born yet, was she?
I was a twinkle in my mother's eye in 75.
Just want to clear the air.
But no, I personally was not involved, but I'm sure that our office was in some capacity.
All right.
I don't know. They may not have had counselors back then. Yeah, the lawyers were the first position created. That could be, Okay. So, I see that at least in one spot it says every 3 years the entire emergency operation plan will be reviewed, updated, published, and distributed. So I take it that that's overdue, and we should probably
That is something that I have through this process, and that was something that our office has discussed with OES, and it is something they are updating the hazard mitigation plan currently. The EOP is just one of many emergency operating, or the EOP is the emergency operating plan. There are multiple emergency plans that are adopted by the board, but the EOP is what would be followed here, and yes, it would be something that we would need to look at and potentially revise. I don't believe that it would be prudent to revise it in the middle of implementing it.
Might be a good time.
No, it's not a good time.
But certainly it should be updated and looked at.
So what does Clay Hawkins' position, what is his position then right now?
He's no longer with the county. He left the county in 2013, I believe.
Retired.
Yes, I believe he retired.
Will we bring him back for extra hire?
We have brought him back as extra hire, and he's overseeing the operations which is above the 4 task force.
Where does that fit in? Where does that fit in this chart?
That chart is just for the. In the EOP, there are various charts.
Okay.
And there are various organizational charts. And in the planning meetings, they have been able to use the information in the various parts of the plan to create the working structure. So what was presented to the board last week may be a little different than this specifically.
Right.
And this is this chart here that you were referring to, which is the EOC director handout, is more of a general organizational chart to show where the EOC director falls in line with the various other departments.
So Clay Hawkins is just kind of an invented position based on the current on-the-ground kind of need.
Are you talking about his existence right now?
This operations in my notes. So this is what we had the last meeting. So we have Clay Hawkins up here at operations, but that's just kind of like, well, we need to put him somewhere, so we'll create a box here.
It wasn't just so that we can put him somewhere. When we met in the recovery effort planning to set up the organizational structure in accordance with the EOP, there is an IC or an incident commander, and that is the assistant CAO that oversees it. Under that box, there is logistics, there's finance, etc., and operations. And then under operations are the task force that you see there.
So that's what. So that does follow this chart then.
It does, but
operations. It would be okay.
That one is for the MAC. There's also one, if you notice, that talks about operations for the EOC while the EOC is going on, which is different. And then, and that's under the EOC, though. And I assume I could look in the book and find a similar chart for recovery.
Okay.
So it's not really a made-up position.
I'm not saying like...
It is the structure that is the standard structure for disaster recovery, and it was, because we have limited resource, limited staff, we brought Clay Hawkins back in as extra hire to fit into that box because he has been here before, he knows the county, he's been through the disaster as the director of emergency operations. We thought that it would give us those additional resources and knowledge of not only the process but the county itself.
And just so the board is aware, there is, like Shirley indicated, an organizational chart for recovery operations. I was going to make a copy of it, but unfortunately I made the copy of the wrong side of the piece of paper, and I apologize. But for anybody who's interested, it is page 313 of the emergency operations plan, and on it it indicates that there's special districts, the recovery management, and in that box it indicates that it's the county administrative officer, and then below the county administrative officer there's operations, planning, intelligence, logistics, and finance and administration.
Okay. So where's the board of supervisors and all that? We're up here. No, actually, we're not anywhere on there.
Yes, you are.
We do one thing, and then we're done.
Is that it?
Yeah.
The general management. The general management is the board. The board does oversee various things. The primary purpose of the board in implementing the emergency operating plan, the emergency operations plan, is declaring the emergency. And then from there, the emergency operating plan does designate to various departments and various entities their responsibilities and their role in responding.
In theory.
That is the plan.
Is it your feeling, Megan, that the code we have in place for the disaster council is not compliant with current state law? Because, I mean, after the last meeting, I really didn't see creating the disaster council taking away from the hard work that had already been done. And that wasn't my purpose for even bringing it up.
The disaster council is in place. It's just in practice, it's been the MAC that has functioned in that capacity. As far as our current code, because it was drafted prior to the administrative office being created, it does designate a lot of powers in the Director of Emergency Services that, according to the California Emergency Services Act, it does indicate in that act that if a jurisdiction has a county administrative officer, the county administrative officer is to be tasked with certain things. And only if a county has no CAO may the board delegate the single task to a single board member. So there are things within our code that I believe we have in practice been following this. We've been following this because certain things have been moved into, responsibilities have been moved into the administrative office after it was created. But I do believe that our 75 code should be updated to dovetail with the Emergency Services Act, as well as with the changes. I mean, the structure of the county has changed since '75, and so our code needs to be updated to dovetail with the changes in the county structure as well. Whatever that may look like is up to the board. The board does have a lot of flexibility, but the way our code is currently written versus the way that it's been used in practice, the language should be updated to match the practice.
That's one of our problems.
Well, before I relinquish my microphone to you, Mike, I'm sorry. That's all right. Don't apologize. I'm not mad. After the last meeting, I kind of went out of here a little confused and not knowing what had happened, actually. So I did some research in other like counties, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At 5, I just kind of gave up because they all had, or didn't give up, but just stopped looking because they all had disaster councils, and they all looked similar to ours. And my reason for bringing it up last time was, to me, that I don't see a disaster council here. The disaster council involves a lot of different elements, and it doesn't take away from the work that has already been done. Like a lot of these counties, they ask for someone, the superintendent of schools, to be involved, the fire department, somebody from the fire department, and certainly law enforcement. And the chairman of the board shares, in most of the counties, shares the authority with the sheriff in bringing these things forward. and it's more like a, I don't know, what did you say, the supervisor up here? It's more like a advisory council to what is going on, and to me, that seems like it's missing.
Now, keep in mind that the term disaster council is going to be used in most all jurisdictions because that is the term that's used in state law.
Right.
So regardless of the function or the form, they're going to use the term disaster council in their code.
So you looked at the makeup of it? Was it similar to what our code was?
Yeah, Tuolumne County, Amador County, Alpine, Lake County, and Siskiyou County. The Amador County was done in 2005, Siskiyou 1973, Lake 1996, Alpine 96, Tuolumne's 95.
Now, again, the term disaster council is something that would be used and coined in any code. And it's my understanding that in the early 90s, when the MAC was created as a multi-agency coordinating group, it's just a different term of art that has become another tool that a lot of jurisdictions use at the state and federal level as well. And under our EOP, the MAC, it actually lists the primary agencies in the MAC as the County Sheriff's Office, California Highway Patrol, U.S. Forest Service, PG&E, Calaveras County OES, Calaveras County Administrative Officer, California Department of Forestry, Calaveras County Water District, Caltrans, and the City of Angels Camp. So that is in our EOP, and those are the primary entities that form the MAC. And like I indicated, that in practice the MAC has functioned as the disaster council. Our code lists certain things in what the makeup of the disaster council is, and for all intents and purposes, the MAC does fit very much into what the disaster council could be. And so, in function, it has acted as that MOU indicated also, and as past practices indicated in prior disasters. That the MAC has convened. All of these players have worked collaboratively together with all. The whole point of the MAC is for all of these various agencies, the multi-agency coordinating group, to come together to create the emergency operating plan so everybody can work together, work collaboratively to respond to an emergency when needed. I do have our current code, which is 2.72. It can be found on the website. The disaster council is made up of the chairman of the board, a vice chair, and then such chiefs of emergency services as are provided for in the current emergency plan of the county. So that would be our EOP. Such chiefs of emergency services as provided for in a current emergency plan of the county. It's redundant. C&D wanted to really make sure that it was the chief emergency services provided in the EOP. And E is such representatives of civic, business, labor, veterans, professional, and other organizations having an official emergency responsibility, as may be appointed by the Board of Supervisors as a whole. And so that is what our county code currently says as far as who the disaster council is. In our emergency operating plan, the MAC is that, and those are the key players that the board adopted when they approved this emergency operating plan in 2011 as the official emergency operating plan of the county.
Okay.
Just a real quick comment, if I may. For somebody who's been here a long time, the MAC has functioned in the past. I've sat on 3 different disasters. It was Darby, Leonard, and I can't say I sat on Oak take that back. So it was Darby and Leonard. And for those incidents, we were out at the old EOC, which is at the airport, and it did have all those representatives, actually, and more that Megan is speaking of. I can't speak for when the MAC was meeting necessarily on, as an example, they've got a winter update coming up, and I'm not sure who's that's going to comprise. But I do know, and a notice went out the other day from the SO's office. But I will say in the past, in my experience, it's worked very well because you have the multiple and multidiscipline approach. And it's true, I know that in addition to CAL FIRE and Cal OES, CHP, SO, City of Angels, multiple jurisdictions are involved and have been involved, and that's been always been a very good approach. So I just want to speak from a history standpoint, personally sitting at those long meetings in the past for those two instances. So just FYI.
I can appreciate that. My concern is, I lived in Tuolumne County during the complex fires, and that was 170,000 plus acres, but it was only 28 structures that burned. And it's a disaster to lose the timber and to lose the wildlands, but this is a completely different situation than anything any of us have ever experienced before. And that's why I think we need to reach a little further and not only, I hope in my lifetime this never ever happens again, but I think we need to establish where we're going from here with it a little bit. And, I just can't compare this to some of the past things that we've dealt with.
Chances are, it's going to happen again. We don't even know what's going to come up when we start getting these rains. We can speculate on that, but we don't really know. And I've listened to CAL FIRE, I've listened to the EOS or OES folks, and I've listened to Jeff. And Jeff is scared to death. He's not scared to death, but he's preparing for the absolute emergency for that, because we had half-inch rain this last time, about a half an inch, and we already had some debris flows and a couple of mudslides. If it dumps like it did down in LA on Jesus Maria or any of the burned areas, it's not going to be another little drill. It's going to be another major incident. And I think that we should probably bear that in mind. Plus, if we get another fire somewhere that's similar to where this one started, or even anywhere actually, if it's over here on Bear Mountain, we're going to get the same thing. It's going to roll fast, and we're going to get the same thing because of the underbrush and all of the ladder fuels and everything. And I think it's really important that honestly, I think we actually did a pretty good job responding, considering, it was something I think that caught us all by surprise. Nobody expected this. And I think everybody's done a pretty darn good job to it. Can we improve on stuff? Heck yeah, I think we can.
I don't think anyone thinks any different. I'm proud of the staff. I'm proud of the way we've all worked together. It's just how do we make this better going on from here?
Yeah. And paying attention and getting everybody involved and working together is the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. There were some gaps. We can work through those gaps, but we're not going to do it by creating more gaps or more division.
No.
I don't know if this is appropriate, but I'm Stacy Johnston. I'm the executive director for the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce. And I was happy to see that the Chamber of Commerce was listed on the organizations for your supporting organizations in hazards. Another role that I took during this Butte fire was we organized the evacuation center at the Burson Church. And one of the key elements that I'm not seeing in this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is I don't see community in here. And that was huge. The community that stepped up, and we talk about gaps and moving forward. And if it wasn't for your key community individuals and organizations that are not listed in your EOP, I think we would have had a much bigger disaster. And I think it's important that if and when you do get to revising and creating a new plan, that the community needs to be in this from the onset, in my opinion. We had organizations I've not even seen on here that stepped up in a huge way was our fairgrounds, and they're not on here. We have, throughout Calaveras County, there needs to be specific organizations that are community faith-based organizations that need to be in a plan, that need to be in on some of these meetings to be given specific roles that can be placed on call when a disaster happens, because it is going to happen again. And I hate to, to say that, but it is, and I don't want to be caught like we were just running from, 48 hours in, opening the door with absolutely no idea what we were doing, but we did it. Next time, we want to be prepared. And you can identify those community organizations because we stepped up. There were several that stepped up, and because we love our county, we love our communities as a whole. Most of us have born and raised here, so we're here for the long haul. It's not just the response and then we're going to turn away. We're here for the long-term recovery, so we really want to be involved. And so in saying that, just really visit the opportunity, I will say, to include your community on a much larger scale in your emergency plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, like it or not, you were involved. That was for sure.
Mr. Chair, yes. Question. It was under my impression, I believe I was at a meeting and was told that Mr. Hawkins was hired to revise our EOP. Am I incorrect in that?
He was not hired to revise the EOP. No, you're incorrect. He is strictly working on operations, overseeing the operation in the task forces under Brian for recovery.
Okay, so
Supervisor Calaveras, you may have, there was a consultant that was brought on to do the update to the hazard mitigation plan, which is a different plan than the EOP, and that may be what they were talking about.
But that was not Mr. Hawkins.
I wonder why I would remember that. Has anybody ever submitted a revised EOP in the last 60 days?
The OES has, OES is responsible for the EOP and updating it, reviewing it. Mid-September, an updated EOP was circulated, updating, identifying changes in state agencies, names of state agencies, from what it is in 2011 to what they are today. But it's my understanding that that update was just to update agency names.
Was an updated revised or just updated?
I'm sorry?
Required by law every 3 years, correct?
According to our plan, our plan is to update it every 3 years.
And that was last updated in 2011.
Yes. But that is the current, that is the EOP that is of record that the board adopted, and it is the EOP that is on file for the county to follow in an emergency situation.
2011 is on file.
Correct.
And we weren't able to find any MOUs mentioned in the timeline presentation that you provided with us earlier today.
The only MOU was regarding the MAC, and the executed version was from the early 90s, and no, I was not able to locate the executed MOU for the MAC. So that's why I presented all of the supporting documentation as far as past history of the MAC and the purpose of the MAC and the role and responsibilities of the Disaster Council versus the role and responsibility of the MAC in the current EOP.
We talked before, you had nothing to do with that, did you?
I did not.
Still. All right. So, I think the issue is the way things went. I mean, I am very happy that we qualified by EOC or OES, right? They aren't giving the same pushback on that, correct? We're good as far as OES goes. Right, I'm good with that. So then I guess it comes down to how are we going to move forward with it. I don't think that probably we should consider changing anything right now, to tell you the truth, because we have a lot of things going. Shirley's got a lot of things going, and it'd just be one extra burden. I don't think that's good at all. But all of this has come over the exclusion of the board, basically, and the lack of communication. That's what all this is about. And we can fix that, I'm sure. I'm certain. And, a lot of it was, at the beginning, we were all just responding, I think, to frantically. And so, just like everybody else, CAL FIRE was doing it, our police was doing it, and our first responders were doing it. I talked to a couple of the deputy sheriffs that were trying to keep logs as they were going out and evacuating people, and it was impossible for them to do that because they were going from one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, and in a very emergency fashion. And so fire was a crazy thing. Talk to CAL FIRE Chief White, and he'll tell you that he has only experienced one other like it, and that was the rimfire. And the rimfire only had 30 structures. It didn't have the amount of damage that it had here. This is a very big deal for anybody. Moving forward, I'm sure that we can work something out. I think that as we get into a stage where Shirley doesn't have like 4 jobs, then we can come back to this later and and we can update it and discuss it. Is my opinion on what we should do. I don't want to put any more burden on anybody else than we have to. I'm looking at Jeff. I mean, that guy's moving in, not Jeff Grovitz. He's trying to move in like 5 different directions at one time. When I saw Stacy at the Burson Church, she was in full swing, just as Sherry Roosh was at Glorybound and LJ was at Good Sam. They were in full swing for about 4 days. And then after the 4 days, they've taken on their regular life and this other life, plus all the other duties all at one time. And I told Stacy, I said, you need to think about downsizing, the next step. And because I knew that she was going to run out of resources, number one, for help. And number two, she's going to burn herself out. And so I imagine the past week and a half or so, she's been burnt out, or 2 weeks, just like a lot of people have. Well, so in my mind, what we should try to do from this point forward is to try to minimize that on our staff and our employees, and because I could see it. I could see it in them. And to me, it's a dangerous situation. I don't want nobody to get hurt, and I don't want anybody to start feeling like, I felt that way. I got it that way myself, and that's not a comfortable feeling. So that's, I guess I've heard what I need to hear. We have if we were to take a road and we were standing at the fork of the road, we would have to take 3 different roads at one time. And so I think that we need to take that on a little later. How do you guys feel about it?
I really feel that we need to go back and correct some of the things that haven't been done in the past and come up to speed. This is 2015, not 1975 or not 1996. I'm not saying things are broken to the point where they can't be fixed. I, too, agree, being an integral part of that the MAC worked and worked well. I wouldn't look at changing anything in that. I would like to clarify some of the things that is in the gray areas, so we have a plan to go forward. And I think the only way we're going to be able to do that is see what we did in the past, in the near past, and the far past, see those mistakes, and get the solutions for them. Instead of pointing fingers, just get the solutions for them. I would hope that, and I know we've talked about it a little bit, doing a debrief or a recap of how this entire incident went in different phases. I know we're going to be in recovery phase for 2 to 5 years, maybe even longer. But I think we can handle the immediate incident problems. We can take a look at that, find out what did work and what didn't work, find out if we need to put other procedures in place, more resources, or even different people in places. Because right now, people have changed. I worked with Captain Hawkins in the Sheriff's Department. I think he's an individual that he's sharp guy. But he's wore so many hats now. Now he wears another hat. Unfortunately, we find out people quit wearing hats and they actually retire. And they go play golf or they do something. And there again, we're scrambling looking for someone like Mr. Hawkins or someone like that thinks like him or has the same qualities, the same assets, and maybe we hold that bar a little bit too high. Maybe we could start training somebody for that position 5 years before. That's my personal feeling on it. I don't think the system is broken. I think it does need some fixing.
Okay. Somebody else? No? Public? Okay. Are we good? We're good. All right. You guys good? Good job.
Going to report out next time.
What is the next item?
Reporting out. We're reporting out.
Really?
I make a motion we adjourn.
Actually, I do have something I need to talk to the board
Let's just
about
report out.
in reporting out. Sorry.
Okay. Who wants to report out first?
I'll go. I have nothing to report.
Cool. Next.
I don't have anything I want to say at this late hour.
Okay. Mike?
Just a couple of quick ones. I'm sorry about that, Supervisor Kearney. Yesterday, we did spend some time with Ed Lark and the public access TV crew. We got some file footage of some video that we plan on putting into an informational video that'll be produced by PATV. We are getting some file footage for that. I think it'll be a very informative video that we could play on PATV and also make that available to anybody that would want that, such as our building department to play while people are waiting in the area or something of that. So it's all volunteer work. There's no cost to it. And I think it's a very good project. I will be attending several meetings this week. I won't take the time to go into them, dealing with the community in District 3. And I will be attending some very charitable organization events raising funds for the folks in our county. That's all I have.
Do you want to mention skateboard?
Sorry, what?
The,
Well, I did want to mention that. I'm sorry. About 10 months ago, I was approached by a young man in District 3. His name was Goose, and an avid skateboarder, and he had a group of folks up there that liked to skateboard. And we've had a little problem up there with skateboarding, in commercial areas and markets and things like that. He approached me with an idea to put a skateboard park somewhere up in the Arnold area or somewhere in that District 3 area. And he was very, very, very serious about doing it. He actually collected signatures and raised donations for materials and things, putting the cart way before the horse. And the only problem we had with that is we didn't have any property. I was searching that for county property that we could look on. Unfortunately, Goose was killed in an auto accident this last week. He was one of the 3 individuals involved in that accident on Highway 4. I've been contacted by his friends and his committee, and I would like to see that project go. So I will be coming back to the board and to the county to see if we've got the property. Thank you.
I attended a EMS meeting last Wednesday, and a part of that meeting was a review of kind of the medical system and evacuation plan for the county as a result of the fire. And they made a report, and I'll be passing that on to the admin office to possibly have that represented here at this particular meeting on one of our Butte Fire updates. It was very interesting and very informative of how the medical end of the system pulled together in regards to supporting our residents. We have a IHSS meeting next Monday at 10 o'clock. Typically it's held at the CalWorks building. It's being held at the Senior Center due to space. We have the Central Sierra Child Support Agency meeting next Monday as well. Location is being changed from Sonora to Jackson. The COG will be meeting on the first Wednesday of the month. We did vote to move our meetings to an earlier time. I believe we'll be starting at the 5 o'clock, 5:30 hour versus the 6:30 hour. And we continue to be down our one community member, and that subject will be coming back to this board next week, I guess, or the week after, soon, 27th of October next week. And then I'll be attending, the library folks are having a kind of farewell luncheon for Maury, and I'll be attending that this week as well. Our librarian is retiring after many years of service to our community. That's all I have.
What day is that?
I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look. I just know it's this week.
What changed?
Yes. There's an email on it.
Let's see. I didn't think of it, though. You go ahead.
Actually, I have 2 things that I wanted to mention. One is that in July, I registered for the CAO conference that's taking place this week. And while I was back and forth in the recent weeks about attending, I have decided to go ahead and attend that because it is paid for and because it will be an opportunity to meet with other CAOs, most specifically Lake County and some of the other counties that have undergone disasters. So I will be gone tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. Brian Moss will be here. And acting in my stead, I will be following up with emails as time allows. While I'm gone. The other thing I wanted to talk to the board about is prior to the fire, the Spirit Committee, which is a self-formed committee of county employees, had come to me about resurrecting our Halloween celebration, and one of the things they wanted to do was do a haunted house for employees and their families in the old jail. And they've been working and preparing for that. I'm been a little bit on the fence of whether, because I've heard both we should go forward with it, we should cancel it, and I want to be very sensitive to and respect what has happened in our county and the people who have lost their homes. On the other hand, our employees have been working very, very hard. They've been working a lot of long hours. They have been, and oftentimes dealing with, they were evacuated through the fire. They've lost homes in the fire, and I think this is something that would really help as a stress reliever, support morale. My question is to the board, what are your feelings?
I would say yes. Whatever the employees want. Yeah. If they want to do it, that's great.
Does that mean I still have to go into the jail?
Yeah, and at least until you get bailed out, Supervisor Oliveira.
Well, right about now, I may not ever get bailed out, so.
I said no on the jail because these guys snuck me on Drum of the Frogs. I thought I'd get them back on that one. I want to say, is it on October 31st they're doing this?
It's actually October 30th.
Okay.
Well, traditionally, the Halloween celebration has been prizes awarded for best office decorations, best group decoration, best individual decoration. We also have the Stone Soup Award, which is raising money and or canned goods for the food bank. The cost to get into the haunted house is a donation to the food bank, either through cans or a check. No cash, please, employees. It usually will do something during the lunch hour, and then as people have breaks, they will go over to the jail between 2 and 4 to do the tour of the jail, and they'll be funneling groups of, I think it's either 6 or 8 through the haunted house at that during that time.
The reason why I brought that up, on October 31st in Amador County, there is a pancake breakfast that's being put on for our benefit. And this, at 5 to 10 this Thursday at Kennedy Mine in Amador County, there's also a benefit being put on, and I think Rich Hoffman, our illustrious fellow from the Rancheria, he's hosting that on behalf of our fire victims too. So that's why I asked you about the 31st.
Right. No, it will be on Friday the 30th.
No, but thanks for asking.
Okay. Going to make me
Nothing to report.
So I'll be attending that event on the 22nd, and it's from 5 until 10. From what I see, it looks like it's going to be a pretty good event. It's supposed to. I think it's free of charge. You don't have to pay to get in, so it's just a donation thing, and it's supposed to benefit, our folks too. So it's pretty. I think it's pretty neat that folks from across the river, from what I've seen, there's been quite a few groups that have actually reached out in support, and including don't they have a foundation over there as well, Shirley?
Mm-hmm.
If I remember right, it's
20 seconds put on by the Amador Community Foundation.
Yeah, so they have the Amador Community Foundation as well that's been doing things to raise money to help us deal with our folks deal with their catastrophe here too. So a lot of good things happened here too, a lot of bad things. But I guess what's important is how we move forward with it and how we deal with it. I think we have all the right stuff in this county to work it out. We've got great people here, so we can do it. All right, that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you for attending.
Thank you for coming, folks.